Merchant Daughter. In the enchanting heart of Bergen, where the fjords kissed the sky and the air was infused with the briny scent of the sea and the earthy aroma of pine, a love story unfurled like the wildflowers that danced upon the hills. Lur, her golden hair flowing like rays of sunlight, and Olav, a merchant whose dreams stretched as boundless as the ocean, were the envy of all who crossed their path. Their laughter resonated through the timber halls of their home, a joyful melody that spoke of the happiness they found in one another. Their union was not forged from the chains of wealth or status, but rather from a love that transcended the conventions of their time, a rare and precious bond. Together, they crafted a life brimming with adventure, sharing tales of far-off lands and dreams of a future guided by their hearts. Olav often whisked Lur away on voyages across the sea, where they would twirl beneath the stars on the deck of his ship, the Havman, their hearts entwined like the ropes that held the sails aloft. Yet as the seasons shifted, so too did the winds of fate. A shadow loomed over their happiness when Lur fell ill, a sickness that seeped into her bones like the chill of winter. Despite Olav's frantic search for a cure, the vibrant light of her spirit began to dim. In her final moments, Lur summoned her husband to her side, her once bright eyes now clouded with pain. "Olav," she whispered, her voice a fragile breath, "promise me something." "Anything, my love," he replied, dread heavy in his heart. "Promise me that our daughter Solveig will marry for love, not obligation. She must have the freedom to choose her own path just as we did." Tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting the love they had shared. "I do not want her to be shackled by duty as so many are. She deserves to find her own happiness." "I promise," Olav vowed, his voice breaking. "I will ensure she knows the value of love above all else." With that promise, Lur slipped away, leaving Olav to navigate the stormy seas of grief and responsibility alone. The vibrant life they had built together now felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the weight of loss. As he cradled their daughter Solveig in his arms, he vowed to honor Lur's wish, even as the world around him began to crumble. Years passed, and the laughter that once filled their home was replaced by silence. Olav's merchant company faced ruin after one of his ships sank in a storm, taking with it not only cargo but the last remnants of his fortune. Desperation clawed at him, and as the spectre of bankruptcy loomed, he found himself at a crossroads. The promise he had made to Lur weighed heavily on his heart, but the pressure to secure their future grew unbearable. Now, as Solveig approached her 18th birthday, Olav faced a choice that would shatter the very foundation of their family. Would he honor Lur's dying wish, or would he sacrifice his daughter's happiness to save himself from financial ruin? The winds of fate were shifting, and the tides of destiny were about to pull Solveig into a storm of her own. The salt-laden breeze swept through Bergen's harbour, carrying with it the familiar chorus of creaking ships, shouting merchants and crying seagulls. Solveig stood at her bedroom window, her heart heavy as she watched the early morning sun paint the fjord waters in shades of gold. The beauty of the scene felt like a cruel joke, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within her. At 19, she was a young woman on the cusp of adulthood, yet the weight of her mother's promise pressed down on her like a storm cloud. Lur, her mother, had been a vibrant spirit, full of dreams and laughter, until the sea had claimed her too soon. In her final moments, Lur had made Olav, Solveig's father, promise that when Solveig came of age, she would marry for love, not obligation. But now, as the shadows of duty loomed over her, those words felt like distant echoes, drowned out by the harsh realities of her father's struggles. The wooden walls of her family's grand house creaked as she turned away from the window. Her chamber, though spacious by Bergen's standards, felt like a gilded cage this morning. The carved chest containing her dresses, the writing desk with its neat stack of account books, and even the comfortable bed with its fine woolen blankets. All of it represented the life others had chosen for her. "Solveig!" her father's voice boomed from below, a sound that sent a shiver down her spine. The morning meal awaits." She smoothed her green wool dress and straightened her apron, forcing herself to descend the steep stairs. The main hall of their 3-story timber house was already alive with activity. Servants bustled about, carrying platters and updating her father on the morning's business. Olav Lacey sat at the head of the long table, his broad frame draped in the fine clothes of a once successful merchant. His dark beard was neatly trimmed, but the lines of worry etched into his face told a different story. The recent loss of one of his ships, a tragedy that had sent ripples through their lives, loomed over him like a storm cloud. He barely looked up from his papers as Solveig entered. "Daughter, the kitchen ledgers need attention this morning," he said, his voice strained. "And Mistress Hedda tells me we're low on saffron for tonight's feast." "Yes, father." Solveig took her seat, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. She had overheard whispers of bankruptcy, of desperate measures to save their family's name. "Will we have many guests this evening?" Her father's eyes gleamed with an unsettling satisfaction, but it was a glimmer of desperation. "Indeed, Lord Sigurd arrives today, among others. Important business to discuss." He paused, studying her face with an intensity that made her stomach twist. "You'll wear the blue dress tonight, the one with the silver trim." The blue dress was reserved for only the most significant occasions, and Solveig's heart sank. "Of course, father," she replied, though the words felt like ashes in her mouth. She could already sense the direction this evening would take, a negotiation disguised as a celebration. After breaking her fast with bread and honey, Solveig retreated to the kitchen. The morning passed in a blur of numbers and inventories, her quill scratching across parchment as she recorded stores of dried fish, timber, and furs. But her mind wandered to the maps hidden in her secret place near the docks, to the dreams of adventure her mother had once nurtured. When the sun reached its peak, she seized her chance. "Father, I'll go to the market for the saffron now," she called out, already wrapping a cloak around her shoulders. The streets of Bergen were alive with activity. Merchants from across the known world haggled in a dozen languages, their voices mixing with the sharp smell of fish and the sweet scent of pine tar. Solveig wound her way through the crowd, nodding politely to those who recognized her as Olav Lacey's daughter. Instead of heading directly to the spice merchant, she slipped down a narrow alley toward the harbour. Her hiding place, an abandoned boathouse with a loose board in the back, waited for her like a faithful friend. Inside, she pulled out her treasured collection, maps traded from sailors, stories written on scraps of parchment, even a small compass acquired through careful bargaining. "The Indies lie here," she whispered to herself, tracing the route with her finger. "And these are the great cities of the Mediterranean." Her dreams of seeing these places felt almost real in these stolen moments. A bell tolled in the distance, startling her back to reality. The afternoon was waning and she still needed to visit the spice merchant. Reluctantly, she restored her treasures to their hiding place. The market square buzzed with life as Solveig made her way toward Mistress Greta's spice stall. The cobblestones were slick from the morning's rain, reflecting the weak sunlight that filtered through the clouds. Wooden stalls lined the square, their canvas awnings flapping in the breeze, displaying everything from fresh-caught herring to fine English wool. "Young Mistress Lacey!" Mistress Greta called out, her round face breaking into a knowing smile. The old woman's stall was a treasure trove of exotic scents, cinnamon from the Far East, pepper from distant lands, and the precious saffron her father had requested. "I was wondering when you'd visit. Your father's feast tonight must be something special indeed." Solveig forced a polite smile. "Just the usual business matters, I'm sure." "Oh?" Mistress Greta's eyes twinkled as she measured out the saffron. "That's not what they're saying at the fish market. Harold the fishmonger's wife says she saw Lord Sigurd's steward buying up half the morning's catch, and young Eric at the bakery tells me they've ordered enough sweetbread for a wedding feast." A chill ran down Solveig's spine. "People do love their gossip," she said carefully, watching as Mistress Greta wrapped the saffron in paper. "That they do, child." The old woman leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "But when Margit the seamstress starts talking about rush orders for a bride's trousseau, well," she patted Solveig's hand sympathetically, "Lord Sigurd is a wealthy man, to be sure, though some say his first wife's death was a strange business." A group of merchants' wives passed by, their heads bent to gaze. There in whispered conversation. They cast furtive glances at Solveig, their meaning clear. She was already becoming the subject of Bergen's endless gossip mill. "The saffron, please, Mistress Greta," Solveig said firmly, pressing coins into the woman's weathered hand. "And perhaps a bit of cinnamon as well." She needed to escape before more well-meaning townspeople could offer their congratulations or warnings. As she turned to leave, Mistress Greta caught her sleeve. "Child," she said softly, "my late husband was a sailor. He taught me that sometimes the safest harbour isn't the best one. Remember that." Solveig clutched her purchases to her chest, hurrying away from the market square. But she couldn't escape the whispers that seemed to follow her like shadows, or the growing certainty that her fate was being decided by everyone too quickly. Herself. The great hall of the Lacey house blazed with candlelight, the flames reflecting off the polished silver and crystal that adorned the long oak table. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of roasted meats, fresh-baked bread, and exotic spices, evidence of Olav Lacey's far-reaching trade connections. Servants moved silently between the guests, filling goblets with rich red wine from France and serving delicacies from across Europe. Solveig sat stiffly in her chair, barely touching the food before her. The blue dress her father had commanded her to wear felt too tight, though she knew it was just her nerves making it difficult to breathe. Around her, merchants and minor nobles from Bergen's elite families chatted and laughed, their voices echoing off the timber walls. The tapestries depicting scenes of Norse mythology seemed to watch the proceedings with ancient, knowing eyes. She noticed how her father kept glancing toward the door, his fingers drumming impatiently on the table. When Lord Sigurd finally arrived, he seemed to fill the doorway with his presence. His fine clothes couldn't disguise the hardness in his bearing. He moved like a predator, his cold eyes scanning the room before settling on Solveig. She suppressed a shudder as he took his seat near her father. The feast continued with course after course. Smoked salmon with dill, roasted venison in wine sauce, fresh bread still warm from the ovens, and sweet pastries dripping with honey. But Solveig could barely eat, her stomach churning with dread as she watched her father grow more animated in his conversation with Lord Sigurd. She knew what was coming, could feel it building in the air like the pressure before a storm. Finally, as the servants began clearing away the remains of the feast and bringing out the final course of sugared fruits and sweet wine, her father rose to his feet, commanding attention with his presence. The room fell silent as Olav Lacey raised his goblet, his rings glinting in the candlelight, and announced the betrothal of his daughter to Lord Sigurd. Lord Sigurd. He stood near the fire, a man easily twice her age, with cold eyes and a smile that never reached them. His fine clothes couldn't disguise the hardness in his bearing, the way his gaze lingered too long as he assessed her like a piece of merchandise. "My friends," her father's voice cut through the murmur of conversation. "Tonight, I have joyous news to share." He pulled Solveig forward, his grip tightening. "My daughter Solveig is to wed Lord Sigurd before the next full moon." The words betrothal and Lord Sigurd seemed to echo in Solveig's ears as if from a great distance. Her father's voice continued, speaking of alliances and honour, but she could no longer distinguish individual words over the roaring in her head. The fine food she'd barely touched turned to ash in her mouth, and the tight bodice of her blue dress now felt like iron bands constricting her chest. She was dimly aware of her own face arranging itself into the proper expression, a demure smile, eyes downcast, while her mind screamed in rebellion. Lord Sigurd's cold hand clasped hers, his rings biting into her flesh as he raised her fingers to his thin lips. The gesture drew appreciative murmurs from the assembled guests, but Solveig could only think of a snake coiling around its prey. "Such a fortunate match," the women whispered. "Lord Sigurd's estates. Finest house in the northern fjords. Such a generous dowry." Each congratulation felt like another nail in her coffin. Later, alone in her chamber, Solveig paced like a caged animal. She'd torn off the blue dress the moment she could escape, leaving it crumpled on the floor like a shed skin. Now, in her simple shift, she moved restlessly between window and door, her bare feet silent on the wooden planks. 19 years, she whispered to herself, pressing her forehead against the cool window glass. 19 years, and father has never once asked what I wanted. Her reflection stared back at her, pale and ghost-like against the darkness beyond. She touched her mother's brooch, remembering how Lur had always encouraged her dreams of adventure, of seeing the world beyond Bergen's walls. Lord Sigurd's face floated in her mind, not just his cold eyes and calculating smile, but the way he'd looked at her during the feast, not as a person, but as a possession to be acquired. She'd heard the whispers about his first wife, how she'd withered away in that grand house by the northern fjords. Some said from loneliness, others hinted at darker causes. Solveig moved to her small writing desk and pulled out her secret journal, its pages filled with copied maps and stories of distant lands. Her hands trembled as she turned the pages, each one representing a dream she'd have to abandon if she submitted to this marriage. The Mediterranean's warm waters, the spice markets of Constantinople, the mysterious lands beyond the known world, all would become nothing more than fantasy if she became Lady Sigurd, trapped in a gilded cage in the frozen north. "No," she said aloud, her voice stronger now. "Mother wouldn't want this for me. She'd tell me to be brave." She returned to the window, looking down at the harbour where the ships swayed gently in the midnight tide. The moon cast a silver path across the water, like an invitation to freedom. Her mind returned to the sailors she'd noticed earlier, the ones with sun-weathered skin and capable hands. They had been loading cargo onto a merchant vessel. Such a ship could mean escape if she was clever enough, brave enough. Better to risk everything than to slowly die in Lord Sigurd's fortress. Solveig pulled her warmest shawl around her shoulders and sat by the window, watching the harbour lights flicker like stars fallen to earth. As she planned through the long night hours, her fear gradually transformed into determination. She would need money, supplies, a plan. Most of all, she would need courage. "I am my mother's daughter," she whispered to the night, touching the silver brooch at her throat, "and I choose my own path." "I won't do it," she whispered to the night. "I won't live in another cage, no matter how fine." Her eyes fixed on a ship being readied for departure, its sails furled like wings waiting to spread. Somewhere out there was her freedom. She just had to find the courage to grasp it. As she finally lay in her bed, sleep eluding her, Solveig's mind returned to the sailor she'd glimpsed one morning, the one with the confident stride and weathered face who'd been overseeing the loading of a merchant vessel. Perhaps there lay her answer. Tomorrow, she decided, she would find a way to speak with him. Tomorrow, she would begin plotting her escape. The night wrapped around her like a cloak, hiding her tears but not her determination. In the harbour below, the tide was turning, and with it, Solveig's destiny. Dawn broke over Bergen, casting a soft glow across the harbour as Solveig slipped from her father's house, her heart racing with anticipation. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of salt and the promise of adventure. She wrapped her warmest shawl around her shoulders, concealing her mother's brooch in the folds of her dress, and set off toward the docks. The streets were still quiet, the cobblestones glistening from the morning dew. As she approached the bustling harbour, the sounds of the waking city enveloped her, the distant calls of seagulls, the creaking of ships, and the shouts of sailors preparing for the day's work. Solveig's pulse quickened. This was where she felt most alive, amidst the chaos and camaraderie of the sea. As she navigated through the throngs of merchants and dockhands, Her eyes scanned the vessels moored along the pier. The Lady Jane stood out among them, its sails furled and its hull gleaming in the morning light. She had seen Captain Eric overseeing the loading of cargo the day before, and the memory of his confident stride sent a thrill through her. "Ah, young Mistress Lacey," a familiar voice called out, pulling her from her thoughts. It was old Magnus, the shipwright, his weathered face breaking into a toothy grin. "What brings you to the docks this fine morning? Looking for a ship to sail away on?" "Just curious, Magnus," Solveig replied, forcing a smile. "I've heard whispers that Captain Eric is preparing to set sail soon." "Aye, that he is," Magnus nodded, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "He's looking for a new deckhand, a lad to help with the rigging and the sails. I reckon he'll be leaving by tomorrow's tide." Solveig's heart raced at the news. A deckhand. It was the perfect opportunity for her to escape the confines of her life in Bergen. "I'll send Matty to him," she declared, her voice firm. "He's always wanted to work on a ship, and this could be his chance." Magnus raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping across his face. Aye, that lad would do well, but Solveig had another thought. What if she did it herself? The idea of disguising herself as a boy, of slipping away from her father's expectations and the looming threat of Lord Sigurd, sent a thrill through her. As she walked away from Magnus, the seed of an idea took root in her mind. What if she dressed as Matty? She could cut her hair, wear his old clothes, and slip aboard the Lady Jane as a deckhand. The thought sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. She could escape the suffocating expectations of her life and find freedom on the open sea. With a determined stride, Solveig made her way toward the Lady Jane. The ship loomed before her, its sails waiting to be unfurled like the wings of a great bird. She could hear the sounds of laughter and shouts from the crew as they prepared for the day's work, and her heart swelled with longing. As she approached, she spotted Captain Eric standing at the ship's helm, his sharp gaze scanning the dock. He was deep in conversation with a burly sailor, but Solveig took a deep breath and stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "Captain Eric!" she called out, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her stomach. Eric turned, his expression shifting from surprise to curiosity as he recognized her. "Mistress Lacey," he said, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "What brings you to my ship this morning?" "I heard you're looking for a new deckhand," she said, her heart pounding. "I know a lad who would be perfect for the job, Matty, the kitchen hand's son. He's eager to work and has a good head on his shoulders." Eric regarded her with interest. "A deckhand, you say? Does he have any experience at sea?" "Not yet," Solveig admitted, "but he's a quick learner. He's always helping in the kitchen, and he dreams of adventure beyond the docks. If you give him a chance, I'm sure he'll prove himself." His expression unreadable. "And why would you want to help him, Mistress Lacey? Surely you have other matters to attend to." "Because I believe everyone deserves a chance to follow their dreams," she replied, her voice firm. "And Matty deserves the opportunity to find his own path, just as I wish to find mine." Eric's gaze softened slightly and he nodded. "Very well. If the lad is willing to work hard, I'll give him a chance. Tell him to come by the ship this afternoon and I'll see what he can do." Relief washed over Solveig, and she smiled brightly. "Thank you, Captain. I'll let him know." His words hung in the air like a promise, igniting a spark of hope within her. Solveig nodded, her heart racing with the possibilities that lay ahead. She had taken the first step toward her own freedom, and now she would help Matty take his. With renewed determination, Solveig hurried back through the bustling streets of Bergen, her mind racing with plans. She would need to find a way to disguise herself as a boy. As she walked, her thoughts turned to the practicalities of her plan. Where would she find boys' clothes? The thought of rummaging through the market made her stomach twist with anxiety. She could visit the tailor's shop, but what if someone recognized her? Perhaps she could sneak into Matty's home and borrow some of his old clothes. The idea of wearing his garments sent a thrill through her. They would be loose enough to hide her figure, and she could easily cut her hair short. But what if Matty noticed? She shook her head, dismissing the concern. This was about her freedom, her chance to escape the life that had been laid out for her. As she reached the kitchen, she glanced around, her heart pounding with excitement and fear. She would need to act quickly. Tomorrow she would dress like a boy and slip away onto the Lady Jane. The sea was calling to her, and she would answer. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Bergen, Solveig stood in her dimly lit room, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She had gathered the few items she would need for her daring escape: a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of water, along with a dagger her father had given her for protection. But the most crucial part of her plan lay before her, a simple outfit she had borrowed from Matty, consisting of a loose-fitting shirt and trousers that would conceal her figure. With trembling hands she cut her long hair, the strands falling to the floor like discarded dreams, transforming her into the boy she needed to be. As she donned the clothes, she felt a surge of determination wash over her. This was her moment to break free from the chains of expectation. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for the journey ahead, knowing that the open sea awaited her, a world of possibilities just beyond the horizon. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the bustling docks of Bergen. Solveig, now disguised as Matty, stood nervously at the edge of the Lady Jane, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Today was the day she would meet Captain Eric and hopefully secure a position on the ship. She had spent the morning preparing, donning the loose-fitting clothes she had borrowed and cutting her hair short, transforming herself into the boy she needed to be. As she stepped onto the gangplank, she took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. The Lady Jane loomed before her, its sails billowing gently in the afternoon breeze. Doubt began to creep in. What if Eric saw through her disguise? What if he realized she was not who she claimed to be? But the thought of being forced into an unwanted marriage with Lord Sigurd pushed her forward. She had to escape. "Ah, you must be Matty," Eric said, his voice booming across the deck as he turned to face her. The captain was a formidable figure, known for his no-nonsense attitude and keen eye for talent. Solveig swallowed hard, her stomach twisting with anxiety. "Yes, sir," she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'm eager to work and learn. I want to help out however I can." Eric studied her for a moment, his gaze sweeping over her slight frame. "You're a bit on the skinny side, aren't you?" he remarked, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "This isn't a place for the faint of heart. The sea is unforgiving and the work is hard. Are you sure you're ready for that?" Solveig felt her cheeks flush, but she straightened her back, determination shining in her eyes. "I may be thin, but I'm strong. I've worked in the kitchen, lifting heavy pots and hauling supplies. I can handle myself, Captain." Eric raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Strength is one thing, but stamina is another. You'll be climbing rigging, hauling ropes and scrubbing decks. It's not just about lifting, it's about endurance. Can you keep up with the crew when the wind picks up and the waves get rough?" The weight of Eric's words settled heavily on her shoulders, but the thought of being trapped in a life she didn't want fueled her resolve. "I can try, sir. I want to prove myself. I've always dreamed of being on a ship and I won't let you down." Eric's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. "All right, lad. I admire your spirit. But know this, if you're going to join my crew, you'll need to pull your weight. There's no room for slackers on the Lady Jane. You'll start by helping with the cargo and learning the ropes. Literally." Solveig's heart raced with a mix of fear and exhilaration. "I understand, Captain. I won't let you down." "Good," Eric said, clapping her on the shoulder with surprising gentleness. "Now let's see what you can do. Follow me and I'll show you the ropes, starting with the cargo hold." As they made their way through the ship, Solveig felt a surge of hope. This was her chance to prove herself, to show that she was more than just a girl pretending to be a boy. She was ready to embrace the challenges of life at sea, no matter how daunting they might be. The thought of Lord Sigurd's looming proposal faded into the background, replaced by the promise of freedom. Eric led her to the cargo hold, where crates and barrels were stacked high. "Your first task is to help unload these supplies. We need to make room for the new cargo coming in. Use your strength to lift the lighter crates, and don't hesitate to ask for help if you need it." Solveig nodded, determination flooding through her. She set to work, lifting and moving crates alongside the other crew members. The physical labor was grueling, but with each task, she felt herself growing stronger and more confident. Eric's earlier comments echoed in her mind, but instead of discouraging her, they fueled her resolve. As the afternoon wore on, Solveig found herself laughing and joking with the crew, their camaraderie easing her nerves. She was no longer just a kitchen hand. She was part of something bigger, a crew united by the call of the sea. After a few hours of hard work, Eric called for a break. The crew gathered on deck, wiping sweat from their brows and sharing stories of their adventures. Solveig felt a sense of belonging wash over her, and she couldn't help but smile. "Not bad for your first day, Matty," Eric said, leaning against the ship's railing. "You've got potential. Just remember, it's not just about strength. It's about heart. Keep that fire burning and you'll do just fine." Solveig beamed at the captain's words, her confidence bolstered. She was ready for this new beginning, ready to embrace the challenges and adventures that awaited her on the Lady Jane. The sea was calling, and she was determined to answer, leaving behind the unwanted marriage and the life that had been forced upon her. As night fell, the crew began to settle in for the evening. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they prepared to change into their night clothes. Solveig hesitated, her heart racing at the thought of undressing in front of the others. She had to maintain her disguise, and revealing her true identity was not an option. "Come on, Matty, don't be shy," one of the crew members called out, a teasing grin on his face. "We're all in this together. You can't hide behind those baggy clothes forever." "Yeah, what are you afraid of?" another chimed in, laughter bubbling up around them. "We won't bite, unless you're a fish." Solveig felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, but she stood her ground. "I'm just not ready to change yet," she stammered, trying to sound casual. "I'll be fine here." The crew erupted into playful laughter, and she could feel their eyes on her, a mix of amusement and camaraderie. "Suit yourself, Matty. Just don't blame us if you wake up with a fish in your bed," one of them joked, and the laughter echoed around her. As the crew began to settle down for the night, Solveig felt a mix of frustration and determination. She was determined to keep her secret safe, even if it meant enduring their teasing. She lay down in her corner of the crew quarters, the sounds of laughter fading into the background as she closed her eyes, her heart still racing with the thrill of her new life. The sea was calling, and she was ready to answer, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. As dawn broke over Bergen, the first rays of sunlight danced across the water, casting a golden hue on the Lady Jane as it prepared to set sail. Solveig stood at the ship's railing, her heart swelling with a mix of exhilaration and relief. She glanced back at the bustling docks, where merchants and sailors were beginning their day, and felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Her father was not among them, and for the moment it seemed he was not searching for her here, on the docks or aboard the ships. The weight of her disguise felt lighter in the morning light, and for the first time since she had boarded, she allowed herself to breathe deeply, savouring the salty air and the promise of freedom. The ship was finally leaving the harbour, and with each passing moment, she felt the chains of her old life slipping further away, replaced by the vast open sea that awaited her. A week had passed since the Lady Jane set sail from Bergen, and the rhythm of life aboard the ship had settled into a familiar routine. Each day began with the sun rising over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the deck, as Solveig, still disguised as Matty, joined the crew in their morning tasks. The salty air filled her lungs, invigorating her spirit as she embraced the hard work. Quickly accepted her as one of their own, and she found herself laughing and joking with them as they hoisted sails, scrubbed the deck, and prepared meals. The camaraderie was infectious, and Solveig felt a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. Even Captain Eric, who had initially scrutinized her, began to treat her like a full crew member. He would call out orders with a nod of approval when she completed her tasks, and she could see the respect in his eyes as he acknowledged her hard work. "Matty!" Eric shouted one afternoon, his voice carrying over the sound of the wind and waves. "Get over here and help me with this rigging!" Solveig rushed to his side, her heart racing with excitement. "Aye, Captain," she replied, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her stomach. As she climbed the ropes with practiced ease, she felt a surge of pride. She was no longer just a kitchen hand, she was a sailor, and she was proving herself every day. The journey to India was long, and the days blended together in a haze of hard work and laughter. The crew shared stories of their past adventures, and Solveig listened intently, soaking in every detail. She learned about the storms they had weathered, the ports they had visited, and the treasures they had found. Each tale fueled her own dreams of adventure, and she felt a growing sense of freedom with every passing day. Yet as the sun dipped below the horizon each evening, a small part of her heart ached with the knowledge that she was still hiding her true identity. The thought of her father searching for her, unaware of her whereabouts, lingered in the back of her mind, but the thrill of the open sea and the acceptance of her crewmates pushed those worries aside, if only for a little while. One evening, as the crew gathered on deck to enjoy a well-deserved meal, Solveig found herself sitting among them, sharing in their laughter and camaraderie. Eric raised his cup, a grin on his face. "To the crew of the Lady Jane, may our journey be filled with fair winds and good fortune." "To the crew," they echoed, clinking their cups together. Solveig felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging that she had longed for. She was no longer just a girl running from an unwanted marriage. She was part of something greater, a family forged by the sea. As the stars twinkled above, Solveig leaned back against the railing, a contented smile on her face. She had found her place aboard the Lady Jane, and for the first time in a long while, she felt truly free. The journey ahead was still uncertain, but with each passing day, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, surrounded by her newfound friends and the vast open sea. The Lady Jane glided gracefully across the tranquil waters of the fjord, her sails billowing gently in the soft breeze. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the deck and illuminating the faces of the crew as they went about their tasks. The air was rich with the scent of salt and adventure, mingling with the laughter and shouts of the sailors, whose camaraderie was evident in the easy banter that floated through the air. Solveig, disguised as Matty, moved among them, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never known. The rhythmic creaking of the ship and the splash of water against the hull created a symphony of sound that filled her with exhilaration. She watched as the sailors hoisted the sails, their muscles straining against the ropes, their faces alight with the thrill of the sea. Each shout and laugh felt like a thread weaving her into the fabric of this new life, a life far removed from the constraints of her father's expectations. Yet, beneath the surface of her newfound freedom, a shadow loomed, a constant reminder of the life she had left behind. The tales of the sea, both enchanting and foreboding, whispered through her mind, intertwining with her own fears and desires. She recalled her mother's dying wish, echoing in her heart, to marry for love, not obligation. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, a reminder of the betrothal to Lord Sigurd that still hung over her like a dark cloud. As she worked alongside the crew, Solveig felt the weight of her secret pressing down on her. She was not just a boy seeking adventure, she was the daughter of Olaf, bound by a promise made to her dying mother. The thrill of the sea was intoxicating, yet the fear of being discovered gnawed at her insides. What would happen if they learned the truth? Would they cast her out? Or worse, return her to the life she had fought so hard to escape? She caught sight of Eirik, his strong frame silhouetted against the setting sun, laughter dancing in his eyes as he shared a joke with another sailor. A warmth spread through her at the sight of him, a connection that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. He had become her ally, her confidant, yet she knew that if he discovered her true identity, everything would change. Would he still see her as Matti, the boy he had come to trust, or would she become Solveig, the noblewoman trapped in a gilded cage? The ship sailed on, the horizon stretching endlessly before them, a promise of adventure and discovery. But as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the deck, Solveig felt the weight of her dual existence pressing down on her. She was determined to embrace the life she had chosen, but the spectre of her past loomed ever closer, threatening to unravel the fragile threads of her new reality. As twilight descended upon the fjord, the crew of the Lady Jane gathered on deck, their spirits buoyed by the promise of an evening filled with tales of the sea. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and violet, casting a warm glow that danced across the water. Lanterns were lit, their flickering flames casting playful shadows that flickered like spirits among the sailors. Solveig settled onto a wooden crate, her heart racing with anticipation. The camaraderie of the crew enveloped her like a comforting blanket, and she felt a sense of belonging that was both exhilarating and foreign. The stories they shared were not just entertainment, they were a lifeline to the past, a way to connect with the mysteries of the sea and the lives of those who had come before them. Eirik leaned against the ship's railing, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the last remnants of daylight faded into darkness. He seemed lost in thought, and Solveig felt a pang of longing to know what occupied his mind. She admired his strength and confidence, qualities that drew her to him like a moth to a flame. But tonight, she was determined to immerse herself in the tales that would unfold, to forget her worries, if only for a moment. "Gather round, mates," called Bjorn, an older sailor with a voice as deep as the ocean itself. His presence commanded attention, and the crew quickly formed a circle around him, eager for the stories that would transport them to distant shores and forgotten times. "Tonight, I'll tell you the tale of the Lady of the Waves." The crew leaned in, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns, eyes wide with anticipation. Bjorn's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, drawing them closer. "They say she was a beautiful maiden, lost to the sea during a terrible storm. Her spirit now roams these waters, searching for her lost love, forever bound to the waves." Solveig's breath caught in her throat, the story resonating with her in a way she could not explain. The image of the Lady of the Waves, a figure of beauty and sorrow, echoed her own fears of being trapped in a life she did not choose. She exchanged a glance with Eirik, who seemed equally captivated by the tale, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Some say she brings misfortune to any ship that crosses her path," Bjorn continued, his eyes glinting with the reflection of the setting sun. "If you hear her song, it's a warning. It means someone aboard will face a terrible fate." A shiver ran down Solveig's spine at the thought. The sea was a realm of both wonder and danger, and the stories of its spirits were woven into the very fabric of sailor lore. She felt a chill in the air, as if the Lady of the Waves herself was listening. Her presence felt in the rustle of the wind and the gentle lapping of the water against the hull. Eirik scoffed, shaking his head. "Superstitions and old wives' tales. The sea is dangerous enough without adding ghosts to the mix." His voice was steady, but Solveig could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. But Solveig felt a chill run down her spine. "What if there's truth to it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if she's searching for something, or someone?" Bjorn nodded solemnly, his expression grave. "Many believe that the Lady of the Waves seeks to reclaim her lost love, and until she finds him, She will bring storms and sorrow to those who sail these waters." His words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. As the night deepened, the crew began to feel uneasy, sensing a change in the atmosphere. The wind picked up, rustling the sails and sending a shiver through the deck. The mood shifted from light-hearted to tense, and Solveig's heart raced with a mix of excitement and dread. The stories of the sea were not just tales, they were warnings, echoes of the past that resonated with the present. As the lanterns flickered and the shadows danced, Solveig felt the weight of her own secrets pressing down on her. The Lady of the Waves was not just a story. She was a reflection of Solveig's own struggle for freedom, a reminder of the love and loss that intertwined with her fate. As the evening wore on, the atmosphere aboard the Lady Jane grew thick with anticipation, the crew still buzzing from Bjorn's tale. The wind, once a gentle caress, began to pick up, rustling the sails and sending a chill through the air. Solveig sensed a shift, a weight in the atmosphere that hinted at something otherworldly. The stories of the sea were not mere entertainment, they were warnings, and tonight the air felt charged with an unsettling energy. Suddenly a haunting melody drifted across the water, ethereal and sorrowful, weaving through the air like a ghostly whisper. The crew fell silent, their laughter and chatter fading into an uneasy stillness. Solveig's heart raced as the melody wrapped around her, pulling her in with its mournful beauty. It was a song unlike any she had ever heard, filled with longing and despair, echoing the very essence of the Lady of the Waves. "What is that?" one of the sailors murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The tension on deck was palpable, and Solveig could see the unease etched on the faces of her crewmates. They exchanged worried glances, the flickering lantern light casting shadows that danced like spectres around them. Eric leaned against the railing, arms crossed, his expression skeptical as he surveyed the horizon. "It's just the wind playing tricks on us," he said dismissively, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "These old tales are nothing but superstitions. We've faced storms before. We'll face this one too." Despite his bravado, Solveig could see a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a hint that even he felt the weight of the moment. More insistent, a siren's call that seemed to beckon them closer to the edge of the world. Solveig felt an inexplicable pull toward the sound, torn between fear and curiosity. It resonated deep within her, stirring something she had long buried, the desire for freedom, for love, for a life unbound by the expectations of her past. "What if it's the Lady of the Waves?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of excitement and dread. "What if she's searching for something, or someone?" Bjorn's face paled, and he nodded solemnly. "Many believe that if you hear her song, it's a warning. It means someone aboard will face a terrible fate." His words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding, and Solveig felt a chill creep into her bones. As the haunting melody continued to weave through the night, the crew began to feel uneasy, sensing a change in the atmosphere. The wind howled, and the mood shifted from light-hearted to tense, the laughter of moments before replaced by a palpable fear. Solveig's heart raced, caught between the thrill of the unknown and the dread of what might come. Eric stepped closer to Solveig, his eyes searching hers. "Stay close to me," he said, his voice low and protective. "We need to keep our wits about us." The crew scrambled to prepare for the storm that loomed on the horizon, but Solveig felt the weight of the melody pulling her deeper into its embrace. The connection between her and the Lady of the Waves felt stronger than ever, as if the spirit was reaching out to her, intertwining their fates in a dance of destiny. As the night deepened, the haunting melody echoed in her mind, a reminder that the sea held secrets far beyond her understanding. The storm was coming, and with it, the promise of revelation and danger. Solveig knew that her journey was only just beginning, and the choices she made in the face of the unknown would shape her destiny forever. As the haunting melody lingered in the air, the crew of the Lady Jane sprang into action, their earlier unease transforming into a flurry of activity. The wind howled, whipping through the rigging and sending a shiver through the ship. Lanterns flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows that danced across the deck, mirroring the growing tension among the sailors. "Secure the sails!" Eric shouted, his voice cutting through the rising wind. He moved with purpose, his earlier skepticism replaced by a sense of urgency. Solveig watched as he rallied the crew, his commands sharp and clear, a beacon of strength amidst the chaos. She felt a surge of admiration for him, even as her own heart raced with uncertainty. Bjorn, still shaken from his tale, barked orders to the younger sailors, his voice steady despite the fear that lingered in his eyes. "We need to batten down the hatches. This storm is no ordinary squall." The crew scrambled to obey, their movements frantic yet practiced, each sailor knowing their role in the face of impending danger. Solveig joined the fray, her heart pounding as she helped secure the ropes and stow away loose items on deck. The melody still echoed in her mind, a haunting reminder of the Lady of the Waves, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something that would change everything. As the wind picked up, the sea began to churn, waves rising ominously against the hull of the ship. The once calm waters transformed into a roiling mass, dark and foreboding. Solveig glanced at Eric, who was now at the helm, his jaw set in determination. "We can weather this," he called out, though the uncertainty in his eyes betrayed his bravado. "Keep your eyes on the horizon!" Bjorn warned, his voice rising above the roar of the wind. "If the Lady of the Waves is indeed out there, we must be prepared for her fury." The crew exchanged anxious glances, the weight of the old sailor's words hanging heavily in the air. As the first drops of rain began to fall, cold and sharp against her skin, Solveig felt a surge of adrenaline. The storm was upon them, and with it, the promise of chaos and revelation. She could sense the energy shifting, the air thick with anticipation, as if the very sea was holding its breath. "Matty!" Eric shouted, his voice breaking through the din. "Get below deck and stay safe!" His concern for her safety was evident, and she felt a warmth spread through her despite the growing tempest. But she hesitated, torn between the instinct to obey and the desire to stand by his side. "I can help," she protested, her voice rising above the wind. "I'm not afraid." Eric's gaze softened for a moment, but the urgency of the situation pressed upon them. "This isn't a game. We need everyone focused on the storm. Please, just go." His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. With a reluctant nod, Solveig turned toward the hatch leading below deck, her heart heavy with the weight of her decision. As she descended into the dimly lit cabin, the sounds of the storm grew muffled, but the haunting melody still echoed in her mind, intertwining with the chaos above. The crew's voices faded, replaced by the sound of the storm raging outside. Solveig leaned against the wall, her heart racing as she grappled with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The Lady of the Waves was out there, and the storm was just the beginning. She could feel it in her bones. The choices she made now would shape not only her fate, but the fate of those she had come to care for. The storm raged outside, a cacophony of wind and waves that shook the very bones of the Lady Jane. Solveig huddled below deck, the dim light flickering as the ship pitched and rolled with the tumultuous sea. The sounds of the crew above, shouts, commands, and the creaking of wood, filtered down to her, a reminder of the chaos that enveloped them. She pressed her back against the cool wood of the cabin, her heart pounding in rhythm with the storm. The haunting melody that had once filled the air was now drowned out by the roar of the tempest, but its essence lingered in her mind, a ghostly echo that refused to fade. The Lady of the Waves was out there, and Solveig felt an inexplicable connection to the spirit, as if their fates were intertwined. Suddenly the ship lurched violently and Solveig stumbled, bracing herself against the wall. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the cabin, sending a jolt of fear through her. "Eric!" she called out, her voice barely audible over the din. She could only imagine the struggle taking place above, the crew fighting against the fury of the storm. After what felt like an eternity, The chaos above began to subside, and a heavy silence fell over the ship. Solveig's heart raced as she pushed herself to her feet, driven by a mix of concern and determination. She needed to know what was happening. With a deep breath, she climbed the stairs to the deck, her heart pounding in her chest. As she emerged into the storm, the scene before her was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning that split the heavens. The ship was battered by waves that crashed over the bow, drenching her in icy spray. But amidst the chaos, she spotted Eirik, his figure resolute at the helm, his face set in determination. "Matty!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the storm. "Get back below! It's not safe!" But Solveig stood her ground, her resolve hardening. She was not just a boy, she was a part of this crew, and she would not cower in fear. "Eirik, I can help!" she called back, her voice steady despite the tempest around her. "What do you need me to do?" He hesitated, his eyes searching hers, and in that moment she saw a flicker of understanding. "Hold the line," he commanded, pointing to a fraying rope that threatened to snap under the strain. "We need to secure the sails before the wind tears them apart." With a nod, Solveig rushed to the line, her heart racing as she fought against the wind. The crew worked tirelessly around her, their faces grim but focused, each sailor driven by a shared purpose. The storm was a test of their strength and unity, and Solveig felt a surge of adrenaline as she joined the fray. As she pulled on the rope, the ship lurched again, and she stumbled, nearly losing her grip. But Eirik was there, steadying her with a firm hand. "You've got this, Matty!" he encouraged, his voice a lifeline amidst the chaos. "Just hold on!" With renewed determination, Solveig dug her heels into the deck, her muscles straining as she fought against the wind. The storm was relentless, but so was she. In that moment she felt a connection to the Lady of the Waves, a shared strength that coursed through her veins. She was not just a girl hiding from her past. She was a sailor, a warrior in her own right. As the storm raged on, the crew worked in unison, their voices rising above the roar of the wind. They were a family forged in the heart of the tempest, bound by their shared struggle against the elements. And as Solveig fought alongside them, she felt a sense of belonging that filled her with hope. But just as they began to gain the upper hand, a deafening crack of thunder split the sky, and a massive wave surged toward them, towering like a wall of water. Time seemed to slow as Solveig's heart raced, and she braced herself for the impact. The storm was far from over, and the true test of their resolve was yet to come. The towery, wave crashed down upon the Lady Jane with a ferocity that sent the ship reeling. Solveig braced herself against the railing, her heart pounding as the icy water engulfed the deck, sweeping across the crew like a vengeful spirit. The world around her transformed into a chaotic blur of salt and spray, the storm's fury unleashed in a single devastating moment. "Hold on!" Eirik shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the tempest. He fought to regain control of the helm, his muscles straining against the force of the wind. Solveig's breath caught in her throat as she watched him, a fierce determination etched on his face. He was the anchor in the storm, and she felt an overwhelming urge to stand by his side. With a surge of adrenaline, Solveig pushed through the torrent, her feet slipping on the drenched deck as she made her way toward him. The crew was scattered, some struggling to regain their footing, others clinging to the rigging for dear life. But she was resolute, driven by a fierce desire to help, to prove herself amidst the chaos. "Eirik, what can I do to help?" she shouted, her voice steady despite the tempest around her. He glanced at her, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and admiration. "We need to secure the mainsail. It's tearing." He pointed to the fraying canvas, flapping violently in the wind, threatening to rip apart completely. "If we lose it, we'll be at the mercy of the storm." Solveig nodded, her heart racing as she sprinted toward the mast. The wind howled around her, a wild beast intent on throwing her off balance, but she pressed on, fueled by determination. She reached the line just as another wave crashed over the ship, soaking her to the bone. Gritting her teeth, she grasped the rope, her fingers fumbling as she fought against the elements. The crew rallied around her, their voices a chorus of encouragement. "You can do it, Matty," one sailor shouted, while another gripped the rigging, steadying himself against the onslaught. Together, they worked in unison, a well-oiled machine forged in the heart of the storm. As Solveig pulled on the line, she felt the power of the sea beneath her, a reminder of the Lady of the Waves and the stories that had haunted her since she boarded the ship. The spirit was out there, and she could almost sense its presence, a force that intertwined with her own resolve. She was not just a girl hiding from her past. She was a part of this crew, a warrior fighting for their survival. With one final heave, Solveig secured the sail, her muscles straining against the relentless wind. The ship shuddered beneath her, but she held firm, her heart racing with exhilaration. They were weathering the storm together, and in that moment she felt a profound sense of belonging. But just as they began to gain the upper hand, the storm unleashed its full fury. A deafening crack of thunder echoed through the night, and the sky lit up with a blinding flash of lightning. The ship lurched violently, and Solveig lost her footing, tumbling to the deck as the world spun around her. "Matty!" Eric's voice cut through the chaos, filled with urgency. He reached for her, his hand outstretched, but the ship was tossed like a toy in the hands of a giant. The wave crashed over them, and Solveig felt herself being pulled into the depths, the cold water enveloping her like a shroud. Panic surged through her as she fought against the current, her lungs burning for air. She kicked and flailed, desperate to break the surface, to find the light amidst the darkness. The haunting melody of the Lady of the Waves echoed in her mind, a reminder of the spirit's search for love and freedom. Just as she thought all hope was lost, a strong hand grasped her wrist, pulling her upward. Eric's face appeared above her, his expression fierce and determined. "I've got you!" he shouted, his voice a lifeline in the chaos. With a powerful pull, he dragged her to the surface, and they broke through the waves, gasping for breath. The storm raged on, but in that moment Solveig felt a surge of strength. They were alive, and together they would face whatever came next. The reckoning was far from over, but she knew that with Eric by her side, they could weather any storm. As the storm began to break, the Lady Jane pitched and rolled beneath Solveig's feet, the wind howling like a wild beast unleashed. The sky, once a deep blue, had turned a menacing grey, and dark clouds swirled ominously overhead. Solveig felt a surge of determination as she rushed to secure a loose sail that flapped violently in the gusts, threatening to tear free from its moorings. The crew was counting on her, and she couldn't let them down. "Matty, be careful!" Eric shouted from the helm, his voice strained against the roar of the storm. But the urgency of the moment drowned out his warning. She focused on the sail, her heart racing with adrenaline, the thrill of the storm igniting her spirit. The salty spray of the sea mingled with the rain, soaking her to the bone, but she welcomed the chill as a reminder of her resolve. With each step, the deck became a treacherous dance of water and wood. The ship creaked and groaned, a living entity battling the fury of the elements. Solveig reached for the line, her fingers fumbling as she fought against the wind that whipped around her like a vengeful spirit. The world around her was a cacophony of crashing waves and howling winds, but her focus remained unwavering. Just as she secured the rope, a massive wave crashed against the side of the ship, sending a spray of icy water over her. The sudden jolt threw her off balance, and she felt her feet slip from beneath her. Time seemed to slow as she realized she was falling, the deck disappearing from her grasp. Panic surged through her, but it was quickly swallowed by the cold embrace of the sea. "Matty!" Eric's voice rang out in alarm, but it was too late. Solveig felt herself tumbling over the edge, the world spinning as she plunged into the frigid depths below. The shock of the cold water enveloped her, stealing her breath and plunging her into darkness. The weight of her soaked clothes dragged her down, and she fought against the instinct to panic, focusing instead on finding the surface. The water was a swirling chaos, and she struggled to orient herself, her limbs heavy and unresponsive. She kicked her legs, pushing against the weight of the sea, her lungs burning for air. Just as despair began to creep in, she caught a glimpse of light above, a glimmer of hope piercing through the murky depths. With a final burst of strength, she surged upward, breaking through the surface with a gasp. The storm raged above her, the wind howling and the rain lashing down, but she was alive. She flailed her arms, trying to stay afloat, but the waves were relentless, pulling her under once more. "Matty!" Eric's voice cut through the storm, filled with urgency and fear. She could hear him, but the sound was distant, muffled by the roar of the sea. Just as she felt herself being dragged beneath the surface again, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her back toward the light. Eric's face appeared above her, his expression a mix of determination and concern. "I've got you!" he shouted, his voice fierce against the storm. With powerful strokes he swam, dragging her toward the ship. The cold water stung her skin, but the warmth of his presence ignited a flicker of hope within her. Together they broke the surface, gasping for air. Eric hoisted her up, their bodies colliding against the side of the ship. The world around them was a tempest of chaos, but in that moment, all that mattered was the strength of his grip and the fierce determination in his eyes. "Hold on," he urged, his voice steady despite the storm's fury. As he pulled her onto the deck, Solveig felt the weight of her soaked clothes clinging to her form, the chill of the sea still coursing through her veins. She was alive, but the realization of how close she had come to losing everything sent a shiver down her spine. Eric's heart raced as he pulled Solveig from the icy depths, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The storm's fury raged around them, but all he could focus on was the girl in his arms. As he hoisted her onto the deck, the realization struck him like a thunderclap. Matty was not just a boy. She was Solveig, the daughter of Olav, the very person he had been unknowingly protecting all along. The moment hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. Eric's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight of her, her wet clothes clinging to her form, the rain-soaked strands of hair framing her face, and the fierce determination in her eyes that had captivated him from the very beginning. The boy he had come to trust and rely on was, in fact, a woman who had been disguising herself all along. "Solveig," he breathed, the name escaping his lips like a prayer. The storm had revealed not just the fury of nature but the truth of their connection. He felt a whirlwind of emotions, shock, admiration, and a deep sense of protectiveness. How had he not seen it before? The way she moved, the strength in her spirit, the fire in her heart, it all made sense now. Solveig looked up at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. "Eric, she began, but he raised a hand to silence her, his mind racing to process the implications of her revelation. The daughter of Olav, the girl whose fate had been intertwined with his own, had been right beside him, disguised as a boy. The weight of that knowledge settled heavily on his shoulders. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, his voice low and intense, a mixture of frustration and concern. "You could have been killed out there. You put yourself in danger and He paused, struggling to find the right words. "I thought I was protecting you, but I didn't even know who you really were." "I had to do it," Solveig replied, her voice steady despite the tremor of emotion beneath the surface. "I couldn't bear the thought of being forced into a life I didn't choose. I wanted to be free, to find my own path." Her gaze held his, fierce and unwavering, and in that moment, Eric saw the truth of her spirit, the courage that had driven her to disguise herself and take to the sea. Eric's heart swelled with admiration. "You're braver than I ever realized," he said, his voice softening. "But you can't keep putting yourself in danger like this. The sea is unforgiving, and I can't lose you." The thought of her slipping away, of the storm claiming her, sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the cold rain. "I'm not afraid of the sea," she replied, a spark of defiance igniting in her eyes. "I'm afraid of being trapped in a life that isn't mine. I want to choose my own destiny, Eric." Her words resonated, deeply within him, echoing the very struggles he had faced in his own life. He understood her desire for freedom, for a life unbound by the expectations of others. As the storm began to wane, The winds softened, and the rain turned to a gentle drizzle. Eric took a step closer, his heart pounding in his chest. "You don't have to do this alone," he said, his voice earnest. "We can face whatever comes together. You have a place on this ship, Solveig, as yourself, not as Matti." The tension between them shifted, the air thick with unspoken possibilities. Solveig's expression softened, and for a moment, the chaos of the storm faded away, leaving only the two of them standing on the deck, bound by a shared understanding. "You mean that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Absolutely," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "You're not just a sailor to me. You're someone I care about deeply. I want to help you find your way, whatever that looks like." The sincerity in his words hung in the air, a promise forged in the heart of the storm. As the last remnants of the tempest faded into the distance, Solveig felt a warmth blossom within her, a sense of belonging and hope. She had faced the storm, both outside and within, and emerged not just as Solveig, the daughter of Olav, but as a woman ready to embrace her own destiny. The storm had finally passed, leaving the Lady Jane to sway gently on the now calm waters of the fjord. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden light that shimmered on the surface of the sea, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Eric stood at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel, his heart still racing from the adrenaline of the tempest. The air was thick with the scent of salt and rain, mingling with the lingering tension as
that
the
hung
last
over the
echoes
crew.
of thunder faded into the distance. Eric's thoughts drifted back to the moment when he had pulled Solveig from the icy depths. The shock of her true identity had hit him like a wave, crashing over him with a force that left him reeling. Matti, the boy he had come to trust and rely on, was not a boy at all. She was Solveig, the daughter of Olav, the very woman he had unknowingly been protecting all along. He turned his gaze toward the crew, who were busy tending to the ship, their faces etched with exhaustion but also relief. They had weathered the storm together, a testament to their strength and unity. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, Eric felt a growing sense of isolation. The revelation of Solveig's identity had shifted something within him, and he struggled to reconcile the boy he had known with the woman who now stood before him. Eric's mind raced as he recalled the moments they had shared, the laughter, the challenges, the way she had pushed him to be better. He had admired Matti's determination and strength, but now he felt a mix of admiration and frustration. How could she have hidden such a significant part of herself from him? The thought gnawed at him, a bitter taste that lingered in the back of his throat. He stepped away from the helm, needing to clear his head. The deck was still slick with rainwater, and he moved carefully, his boots squelching against the wood. As he walked, he caught sight of Solveig, her hair plastered to her forehead, her clothes clinging to her form. She was helping a crew member secure a loose sail, her movements graceful and determined. In that moment she looked every bit the sailor she had become, and yet the weight of her secret hung heavily between them. Eric leaned against the railing, watching her work. The sun illuminated her features, casting a warm glow that made her look almost ethereal. He felt a pang of longing mixed with confusion. How could he feel this way about someone who had deceived him? And yet, the connection they had forged was undeniable. He had seen her strength, her courage, and now he was beginning to understand the depths of her resolve. As Solveig caught his eye, a flicker of something passed between them, an unspoken understanding, a shared acknowledgement of the storm they had just faced, both literally and metaphorically. Eric's heart raced, and he felt a surge of protectiveness wash over him. She had risked everything to escape a life she did not want, and in doing so she had put herself in danger. The thought sent a chill down his spine. "Eric!" one of the crew members called, breaking his reverie. "We need your help over here." With a reluctant sigh, Eric turned away from Solveig, forcing himself to focus on the tasks at hand. But as he moved to assist the crew, his mind remained tangled in thoughts of her. The storm had revealed not just the fury of nature, but the truth of their connection. He felt a whirlwind of emotions, shock, admiration, and a deep sense of protectiveness. As he worked alongside the crew, Eric couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed. The bond he had shared with Matti was now intertwined with the complexities of Solveig's identity. He had to confront his feelings, to understand what this revelation meant for both of them. The sun continued to rise higher in the sky, casting a warm light over the ship, but Eric felt a chill in the air. The calm after the storm was deceptive, and he knew that the real tempest lay within him, waiting to be addressed. With each passing moment, he felt the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him, a reminder that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges. He had to find a way to navigate this new reality, to support Solveig in her quest for freedom, while grappling with the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. As the crew worked to restore order on the Lady Jane, Eric resolved to confront Solveig, to understand her motivations and the choices that had led her to disguise herself. He needed to know the truth, not just for his own sake, but for hers as well. The storm may have passed, but the real journey was just beginning. As Eric moved about the deck, his mind drifted back to the first time he had met Matti. It was a day much like today, the sun shining brightly over the harbour of Bergen, the air filled with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares, and sailors shouting as they prepared their ships for the day's work. Eric had been overseeing the loading of supplies onto the Lady Jane when he first caught sight of the boy. Matti had appeared out of nowhere, a scrawny lad no more than 14 or 15, with tousled hair and a determined look in his eyes. He had approached Eric with a confidence that belied his youth, offering to help with the cargo. "Mistress Solveig sent me," he had said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty of his position. "She thought I could lend a hand." Eric had been skeptical at first, unsure of the boy's abilities. He had seen many eager young hands come and go, but something in Matti's demeanour intrigued him. There was a spark of determination in the boy's gaze, a hint of the fire that had drawn Solveig to him in the first place. "Can you lift those crates?" Eric had asked, gesturing toward a stack of heavy supplies. Matti had nodded, his expression unwavering. Eric had decided to give him a chance, and from that day forward, the boy had become a fixture aboard the Lady Jane. As the days turned into weeks, Eric had watched Matti grow into his role. The boy was a quick learner, eager to absorb every lesson thrown his way. He had a knack for climbing the rigging, his small frame allowing him to navigate the ropes with an agility that impressed even the most seasoned sailors. Eric had found himself relying on Matti more and more, appreciating the boy's willingness to work hard and his ability to think on his feet. "Good job, Matti!" Eric had called out, his voice rising above the howling wind. "Keep it steady!" Matti had flashed a grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Aye, Captain, I've got it!" In those moments, Eric had seen not just a boy but a young man with potential. He had admired Matti's spirit, his resilience, and the way he had quickly earned the respect of the crew. Eric had felt a sense of responsibility toward him, wanting to guide him and help him grow into the sailor he was destined to be. But now, as he stood on the deck, the memories felt tainted by the revelation of Solveig's true identity. The boy he had come to trust and rely on was not a boy at all. She was Solveig, the daughter of Olav, a noblewoman hiding from a life she did not want. The realization sent a jolt through him, a mix of admiration and frustration that left him reeling. How could he have been so blind? Eric thought back to the moments they had shared, the way Matti had challenged him, pushed him to be better. He had seen strength in the boy, but now he understood that it was the strength of a woman who had fought against the constraints of her upbringing. The thought both thrilled and unsettled him. Eric leaned against the railing, staring out at the horizon as the memories washed over him. He felt a pang of regret for not seeing the truth sooner. Had he been so focused on the boy's abilities that he had overlooked the person behind the disguise? The weight of his own judgment pressed down on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed to protect her in a way that mattered. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the deck. But Eric felt a chill in the air. The bond he had shared with Matti was now intertwined with the complexities of Solveig's identity. He had to confront his feelings, to understand what this revelation meant for both of them. As he recalled the moments that had defined their relationship, Eric felt a surge of determination. He would not let this revelation drive a wedge between them. Instead, he would embrace it, support Solveig in her quest for freedom, and help her navigate the challenges that lay ahead. With a deep breath, Eric resolved to seek her out, to understand her motivations and the choices that had led her to disguise herself. The storm may have passed, but the real journey was just beginning, and he was determined to face it alongside her. As Eric leaned against the railing, the weight of the revelation pressed heavily on his chest. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the deck, but the warmth of the light did little to ease the chill that had settled in his heart. He felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him: anger, confusion, and a deep sense of betrayal. How could Solveig, the woman he had come to admire and respect, have hidden her true identity from him? The more he thought about it, the more he felt the sting of deception. Eric had trusted Matti, had relied on him during the storm, and now he questioned every moment they had shared. Had it all been a lie? The camaraderie they had built, the laughter they had exchanged, was it all just a facade? The thought gnawed at him, a bitter taste that lingered in the back of his throat. He recalled the times they had worked side by side, the way Matti had challenged him to be better, to push beyond his limits. Eric had admired the boy's tenacity, the way he had earned the respect of the crew, but now, as he reflected on those moments, he fell, the sense of anger rising within him. How could she have deceived him so completely? Eric's mind raced with questions. What had prompted Solveig to disguise herself as a boy? Was it merely a means of escape from her father's oppressive expectations, or was there something more? He felt a surge of frustration at the thought of her living a lie, hiding her true self from the world. And yet, he couldn't help but admire her courage. It took a remarkable strength to defy societal norms, to risk everything for the sake of freedom. But that admiration was quickly overshadowed by the realization that he had been kept in the dark. Eric had prided himself on being a good captain, a protector of his crew, and yet he had failed to see the truth standing right before him. The weight of his own judgment pressed down on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he had let her down. As he paced the deck, Eric's thoughts turned to the implications of Solveig's identity. If her father or Lord Sigurd discovered her whereabouts, it could spell disaster for them all. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He had to protect her, but how could he do that when he felt so betrayed? Eric stopped at the edge of the ship, staring out at the horizon where the sea met the sky. The waves lapped gently against the hull, a soothing sound that contrasted sharply with the turmoil in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He needed to confront his feelings, to find a way to reconcile the admiration he felt for Solveig with the anger that simmered beneath the surface. He thought of the bond they had forged, the moments of laughter and shared challenges. Those memories were now tinged with a sense of loss, a longing for the simplicity of their connection before the truth had shattered it. Eric realized that despite the deception, he could not deny the strength of their relationship. He had seen her bravery, her determination, and he knew that the woman behind the disguise was someone worth fighting for. With a renewed sense of purpose, Eric resolved to seek out Solveig. He needed to understand her motivations, to hear her side of the story. Perhaps there was more to her decision than he had initially considered. He owed it to her, and to himself, to confront the truth, to find a way to support her in her quest for freedom while grappling with the emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. As he turned to head below deck, Eric felt a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. The storm may have passed, but the real journey was just beginning. He would not let this revelation drive a wedge between them. Instead, he would embrace it, determined to stand by her side as they faced whatever challenges lay ahead. Eric descended the narrow staircase leading to the ship's cabin, his heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and dread. The air was thick with the scent of salt and wood, and the gentle rocking of the Lady Jane felt almost soothing. Yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. He needed to confront Solveig, to demand answers about her deception, and to understand the choices that had led her to disguise herself as Mattie. As he reached the cabin, he paused, taking a moment to collect himself. The door creaked open, revealing Solveig seated at a small table, her back to him. She was drying her hair with a cloth, the sunlight streaming through the porthole illuminating her features. For a fleeting moment, Eric was struck by her vulnerability, but the memory of her secret identity quickly extinguished that warmth. "Solveig," he said, his voice steady but laced with tension. She turned, her expression shifting from surprise to apprehension as she met his gaze. "Eric," she replied softly, setting the cloth aside. "I was hoping to speak with you." He stepped further into the cabin, closing the door behind him. "We need to talk," he said, his tone firm. "About Mattie. About you." Her eyes widened, and for a moment Eric thought he saw a flicker of fear cross her face. "Why did you hide your identity from me?" he interrupted, unable to contain the frustration that bubbled to the surface. "You put yourself in danger, and you put the crew at risk as well. I trusted you, Solveig. I thought I knew you." She stood abruptly, her posture tense, and Eric could see the conflict in her eyes. "I didn't mean to deceive you," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I had to escape my father's plans for me. I thought if I disguised myself as a boy, I could find freedom on the sea." "Freedom?" Eric echoed, incredulous. "You could have told me the truth. I would have helped you. Instead, you chose to live a lie." "I was terrified," she shouted, her voice rising, echoing off the wooden walls of the cabin. "Terrified of being forced into a marriage with Lord Sigurd. He is twice my age, Eric. His first wife died under mysterious circumstances, and I refused to be a pawn in my father's game." Eric stepped back, taken aback by her outburst. "I didn't know," he said, his voice softer now, trying to grasp the weight of her words. "But you could have trusted me. I may not know you well, but I would have stood by you. I would have helped you find a way out." "Helped me?" she scoffed, her eyes flashing with anger. "You think it's that simple? You don't understand what it's like to be trapped in a life you didn't choose. I want to marry for love, not obligation. I want to choose my own path, not be forced into a life I don't want." Eric felt a surge of sympathy mixed with frustration. "You don't have to face this alone," he said, his voice steady. "We can figure this out together. You deserve to be free, Solveig, but you need to let me in." "Let you in?" she echoed, her voice rising again. "You think I can just forget my past? That I can simply leave it behind? My father has eyes everywhere. And Lord Sigurd, he's a man of influence. He would crush anyone who stood in his way." Eric took a step closer, his heart aching for her plight. "Then we find a way to protect you. We've left Bergen, but that doesn't mean you're safe. We can go further, to a place where your father's reach cannot touch you. I will not let you be trapped in a life of obligation." Solveig shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. "And what if he comes after us? What if he sends men to find me? I can't put you in danger because of my choices." "Your choices matter, Solveig," Eric insisted, his voice rising with passion. "You deserve to live your life on your own terms. I may not know you well, but I know enough to see that you are strong. You have fought to be here, to be free. Don't let fear dictate your future." She looked at him, her expression softening slightly. "You really believe that?" "I do," he replied earnestly. "But you need to trust me. No more secrets. If we're going to face whatever comes next, we have to do it together." Solveig took a deep breath, her shoulders trembling as she wiped her tears away. "I promise, Eric. No more secrets. But I need you to understand. I'm scared. I've lived in fear for so long, and now I don't know how to fight back." Eric stepped closer, his voice gentle but firm. Then let me help you learn how. We'll face this together. You are not alone in this fight. Do you really think we can escape this? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What if my father finds us? What if Lord Sigurd sends men after me? I can't bear the thought of you getting hurt because of me. Eric shook his head, his expression resolute. We will find a way. I won't let anyone harm you. You have to believe that. We can go to the north, to the fjords. It's remote, and your father's reach won't extend that far. We can start anew. Start anew, Solveig echoed, her voice trembling. You make it sound so easy, but I've spent my whole life being told what to do. I don't even know how to begin to live for myself. Then we'll learn together, Eric replied, his tone earnest. You're not alone in this. I may not have all the answers, but I know we can figure it out. You have a strength in you that I admire. You've already taken the first step by leaving Bergen. That took courage. Solveig looked down, her hands trembling as she clenched them into fists. Courage? I feel like a coward for running away. I should be standing up to my father, not hiding on a ship. Running away isn't cowardice, it's survival, Eric said firmly. You're protecting yourself, and that's what matters right now. When the time is right, you can confront your father, but first you need to be safe. We need to make sure you're out of harm's way. She met his gaze, her eyes searching his for sincerity. You really mean that, don't you? You're willing to risk everything for me? I'm willing to do what it takes to help you find your freedom, Eric replied, his voice steady. But you have to trust me. No more secrets. We face this together, whatever it may be. As they stood there, the air between them shifted, the weight of the confrontation giving way to a fragile sense of understanding. Eric felt a renewed determination to protect her, to help her navigate the treacherous waters ahead. The storm may have passed, but the real challenges were just beginning, and he was ready to face them with her, as allies against the world. As the door closed behind him, Eric leaned against it, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. The weight of the confrontation with Solveig pressed heavily on his chest. He could still hear the tremor in her voice, the raw fear that had spilled forth like a torrent. She was not just a girl in disguise, she was a young woman trapped in a web of expectations and obligations that threatened to suffocate her. Eric ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. How had it come to this? He had thought he understood her, but the truth of her identity had turned everything upside down. Solveig was not merely Matty, the spirited boy who had joined their crew. She was the daughter of a powerful man, a pawn in a game far larger than either of them. The implications of her situation weighed heavily on him. He recalled her words, the desperation in her eyes as she spoke of Lord Sigurd and the life she was being forced into. Twice her age, a man with a shadowy past. Eric felt a surge of anger at the thought of her being married off like a piece of property. It was infuriating to think that her father would sacrifice her happiness for his ambitions. Eric clenched his fists, the urge to protect her igniting a fire within him. But how could he protect her? He was just a sailor, a man of the sea with no power or influence. The thought of facing her father, of standing against Lord Sigurd, sent a chill down his spine. Eric knew that the world they were stepping into was fraught with danger. He had seen enough of it in his travels to understand the risks involved. Yet as he thought of Solveig, he felt a determination rising within him. She deserved a chance at freedom, a chance to choose her own path. He couldn't let fear dictate their actions. They had to find a way to escape the clutches of her father and the looming threat of Lord Sigurd. Eric's mind raced with possibilities. They could head north, to the fjords where the mountains shielded them from prying eyes. It was a remote place, far from the reach of her father's influence. But would that be enough? Would they truly be safe there? The questions swirled in his mind, each one more daunting than the last. He thought about the trust that Solveig had placed in him, the vulnerability she had shown. It was clear that she had been living in fear for far too long, and now, with the truth laid bare, she was looking to him for support. Eric felt the weight of that responsibility settle on his shoulders. He had to prove to her that he was someone she could rely on, someone who would stand by her side no matter the cost. But how could he build that trust? He knew that words alone wouldn't be enough. He would have to show her through his actions that he was committed to her safety. Eric resolved to be her ally, to help her navigate the treacherous waters ahead. He would not let her face lost in thought. A sense of urgency began to creep in. They needed a plan, and they needed it quickly. Eric's mind turned to the crew. They had been through storms together, faced dangers that would have broken lesser men. He could rally them, enlist their help in protecting Solveig. But he would have to tread carefully. He couldn't risk anyone else getting hurt because of her father's wrath. Eric took a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. He would find a way to keep Solveig safe, to help her reclaim her life. The road would be fraught with danger, but he was ready to face it. He would not let fear dictate their future. Together, they would carve out a new path, one where Solveig could finally be free. With renewed determination, Eric pushed away from the door and made his way back to the deck. The sea stretched out before him, vast and unyielding, a reminder of the journey that lay ahead. He would face whatever came next, not just for himself, but for Solveig. She deserved a chance to live her life on her own terms, and he would do everything in his power to make that happen. Eric stepped onto the deck, the salty breeze whipping through his hair as he surveyed the horizon. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue over the water, but the beauty of the scene did little to ease the tension coiling in his stomach. They were on the open sea, and every moment counted. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk that Solveig's father or Lord Sigurd would catch up with them. He spotted the crew bustling about, tending to the sails and checking the cargo. Eric called out to them, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "Gather round, everyone. We need to talk." The crew, a motley group of seasoned sailors, paused in their tasks and turned their attention to him. Eric felt the weight of their gazes, each one filled with curiosity and concern. He took a deep breath, knowing that the words he was about to speak would set the course for their future. "Listen up," he began, his tone firm. "We've got a situation that requires our immediate attention. I need your help, and I need your trust." Murmurs rippled through the group, and Eric could see the questions forming in their eyes. He glanced over at Solveig, who had emerged from the cabin, her expression a mix of apprehension and determination. He gestured for her to join him, wanting her to be part of this conversation. "Solveig has been living under the threat of an arranged marriage," he explained, keeping his voice steady. "Her father intends to marry her off to Lord Sigurd, a man with a dangerous reputation. We can't let that happen." The crew exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Eric continued, "We need to get her to safety, but we also have a cargo to deliver to India. We can't abandon our mission, but we can adjust our route to ensure her safety." One of the older sailors, Bjorn, stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "And what if her father sends men after us? We can't just sail into danger without a plan." Eric nodded, appreciating Bjorn's caution. "I know the risks, but we can't stay here. The longer we remain in these waters, the more likely it is that someone will recognize her. We need to make a brief stop to replenish our supplies without drawing attention." "What do you have in mind?" another crew member, Ingrid, asked, her arms crossed as she leaned against the ship's railing. Eric thought for a moment, piecing together a strategy. "We'll make a late-night stop at the port of Oban on the west coast of Scotland. We'll dock quietly to replenish our fresh water and food supplies. Solveig will remain hidden below deck as Mattie. She won't set foot on land, but will ensure she's safe while we're in port." Solveig stepped forward, her voice steady. "I can do that. I'll stay out of sight and let you handle everything below deck." Eric met her gaze, his expression resolute. "Exactly. We'll keep a low profile. I'll make sure the crew is discreet, and we'll be in and out before anyone has a chance to notice." You'll be safe below deck, and we'll sail away the same night." The crew nodded, the tension in the air shifting as they began to discuss the logistics of the plan. Eirik felt a surge of gratitude for their support. He knew that they were risking their own safety by helping Solveig, but he also understood that they were a family, bound by loyalty and shared experiences. As they worked out the details, Eirik felt a sense of purpose solidifying within him. He was no longer just a sailor, he was a protector, a guardian of Solveig's future. The crew rallied around him, their camaraderie evident as they began to prepare for the journey ahead. "Let's get to work," Eirik said, his voice rising above the chatter. "We'll need to gather supplies and make sure the ship is ready for a swift departure. We leave at dusk." As the crew dispersed to carry out their tasks, Eirik turned to Solveig, who stood watching him with a mixture of admiration and uncertainty. "Are you ready for this?" he asked, his voice low. She nodded, her expression firming. "I don't have a choice, do I? I want to be free, and if this is what it takes, then I'm in." Eirik felt a swell of respect for her resolve. "We'll get through this together. Just remember, stay close to the crew. They'll look out for you." With a final nod, Solveig joined the others, and Eirik returned to his preparations. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the deck, he felt a sense of urgency driving him forward. They were on the brink of a new chapter, one filled with uncertainty but also the promise of freedom. The sea stretched out before them, vast and unyielding, a reminder of the journey that lay ahead. Eirik steeled himself for the challenges to come, determined to protect Solveig and help her reclaim her life. Together, they would navigate the treacherous waters, forging a path toward a future where she could finally be free. The Lady Jane sailed into the port of Oban under the cover of dusk, the sky painted in hues of purple and gold, as if the heavens themselves were draping a velvet cloak over the world. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of salt and the distant sounds of the bustling port. Seagulls cried overhead, their calls mingling with the shouts of merchants hawking their wares and the creaking of ships moored along the docks. Lanterns flickered to life, casting a warm glow that danced across the water, illuminating the faces of sailors and townsfolk alike. Eirik stood at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel with a steady resolve, though his heart raced with the weight of their mission. The sea, once a realm of freedom and adventure, now felt fraught with peril. He glanced at the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight surrendered to the encroaching night, and a sense of urgency washed over him. They had to act quickly, for the shadows of their past were closing in. His thoughts turned to Solveig, who remained hidden below deck, her presence a constant reminder of the stakes involved. He could almost feel her anxiety radiating through the ship, a silent echo of the fears that had driven her to disguise herself as a boy. Eirik's heart ached for her. She had risked everything to escape a life of obligation, and now, as they approached the port, the weight of her choices hung heavily in the air. "Steady as she goes!" Eirik called out to the crew, his voice firm yet laced with an undercurrent of concern. The sailors responded with practiced efficiency, adjusting the sails and preparing to dock. He could see the glint of determination in their eyes, a shared understanding of the importance of their mission. They were not just a crew, they were a family, bound by loyalty and the unyielding call of the sea. As the ship glided closer to the dock, Eirik's gaze drifted back to the entrance of the hold, where Solveig had taken refuge. He could only imagine the turmoil swirling within her, a mix of excitement and fear, knowing that they were one step closer to freedom but also acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. The thought of Lord Sigurd and his men sent a shiver down his spine, a reminder that their journey was far from over. "Prepare to moor!" Eirik shouted, his voice cutting through the evening air. The crew sprang into action, their movements fluid and coordinated. Eirik's heart raced as he focused on the task at hand, but his thoughts remained tethered to Solveig. He longed to reassure her, to tell her that they would find a way to navigate the treacherous waters ahead, but for now, She had to remain hidden. As the Lady Jane nestled against the dock, the sounds of the port enveloped them, a cacophony of laughter, shouts, and the clinking of coins. Eric took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. They had arrived in Oban, a place filled with opportunity and danger, and he was determined to protect Solveig at all costs. "Let's make this quick," he murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the hold before stepping away from the helm. The night was young, but the shadows were long, and Eric knew that time was of the essence. They had to gather supplies and leave before the darkness revealed their secrets. With a final nod to the crew, he prepared to face the bustling port, ready to confront whatever challenges awaited them in the heart of Oban. The crew of the Lady Jane sprang into action as soon as the ship was securely moored, their movements a well-rehearsed dance honed by countless voyages together. Eric stepped onto the dock, his presence commanding yet approachable, as he began to coordinate their efforts. The air buzzed with energy, the scent of fresh fish and baked bread wafting from nearby stalls mingling with the briny tang of the sea. "All right, lads," Eric called out, his voice rising above the din of the port. "We need to gather fresh provisions and water. Keep your eyes peeled for anything we can use, but remember, discretion is key. We can't afford to draw attention to ourselves." The crew nodded, their expressions serious but determined. They moved with purpose, some heading toward the market stalls while others began to unload the cargo that had been stowed away for the journey. Eric watched them with pride, the camaraderie among the sailors palpable. They were not just a crew, they were a family, bound by shared experiences and the unyielding call of the sea. As the men worked, Eric seized the opportunity to lighten the mood. "I swear, if I see one more barrel of salted herring I might just jump overboard," he joked, a grin spreading across his face. The crew chuckled, the tension easing as they exchanged
"Better than the alternative,
playful banter.
Captain,"
shouted Bjorn, the burly first mate, as he hoisted a crate of apples onto his shoulder.
"I'd take herring over a wedding feast with Lord Sigurd any day."
Laughter erupted among the crew, the sound ringing out like music against the backdrop of the bustling port. Eric felt a warmth in his chest, grateful for the bond they shared. In moments like these, the weight of their mission felt lighter, if only for a brief time.
"Just keep your wits about you,"
Eric reminded them, his tone shifting slightly as he glanced around the port.
"We don't know who might be watching. Keep your voices low and your heads down."
The crew nodded, their laughter fading into a more subdued camaraderie as they resumed their tasks. Eric moved among them, offering encouragement and guidance, ensuring that everyone understood the importance of discretion. He could sense the undercurrent of tension, the awareness that they were not just gathering supplies, but also racing against time. As they unloaded the last of the cargo, Eric caught sight of Solveig peering out from below deck, her expression a mix of anxiety and determination. He felt a pang of protectiveness, knowing that she was relying on him to keep her safe. He offered her a reassuring smile, hoping to convey that they would soon be on their way.
"Let's make this quick, crew,"
Eric called out, rallying them once more. "We'll be back on the water before the moon rises. I want to hear tales of your adventures, not whispers of trouble." With renewed energy, the crew set to work, gathering fresh bread, cheese, and barrels of water. Eric moved through the market, exchanging coins for supplies, his mind racing with thoughts of their next steps. He knew that they had to leave Oban before Lord Sigurd's men caught wind of their presence. As the last of the provisions were loaded onto the ship, Eric felt a sense of urgency settle over him. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the dock, and he knew that their time was running out. He gathered the crew together, their faces illuminated by the fading light. "All right, everyone," he said, his voice steady. "We've done well, but we need to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Keep your eyes open, and if you see anything suspicious, let me know immediately." The crew nodded, their expressions serious as they prepared to set sail once more. Eric felt a swell of gratitude for their loyalty and determination. They were more than just sailors. They were a family, and together they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the last of the supplies were stowed away, Eric took one final glance at the bustling port of Oban. The shadows were lengthening and the air was thick with anticipation. They were ready to leave, but the spectre of danger loomed ever closer. With a deep breath, he turned back to the ship, steeling himself for the journey ahead. Below deck the air was thick with the scent of salt and the creaking of wood, a stark contrast to the lively bustle of the port above. Solveig sat on a small crate, her heart racing as she wrestled with a tempest of emotions. The thrill of adventure coursed through her veins, mingling with a deep-seated fear that gnawed at her insides. She was one step closer to freedom, yet the shadows of uncertainty loomed large, threatening to engulf her. As the ship swayed gently with the rhythm of the waves, Solveig closed her eyes, allowing the sounds of the port to wash over her. The laughter of sailors, the distant calls of merchants, and the clinking of coins created a symphony of life that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. She was on the brink of a new beginning, yet the weight of her mother's promise and her father's expectations pressed heavily upon her shoulders. "Marry for love, not obligation," her mother's voice echoed in her mind, a haunting melody that intertwined with the whispers of the Lady of the Waves. The legend of the sea spirit had always captivated Solveig, a tale of longing and freedom that resonated deeply within her. She could almost hear the ethereal song of the lady, calling her to embrace her destiny, to break free from the chains of expectation that bound her to a life she did not choose. But what if she failed? What if the dangers that lurked in the shadows were too great to overcome? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She could picture Lord Sigurd's face, his cold eyes filled with ambition, and the weight of his expectations pressing down on her like a heavy shroud. The idea of being betrothed to a man she did not love filled her with dread, a fate she was determined to escape. Solveig's hands trembled as she clutched the edge of the crate, her mind racing with possibilities. She had dreamed of adventure, of sailing the open seas and discovering new lands. But now that the moment was upon her, doubt crept in like a thief in the night. Would she truly be able to navigate the treacherous waters ahead? Would she find the courage to defy her father and forge her own path? The haunting melody of the Lady of the Waves swirled in her thoughts, a reminder of the power of love and the strength that lay within her. She thought of her mother, whose spirit had always encouraged her to follow her heart. "You are stronger than you know, Solveig," she could almost hear her say, the words echoing like a gentle breeze. "Trust in yourself, and the sea will guide you." With a deep breath, Solveig opened her eyes, determination igniting within her. She would not allow fear to dictate her choices. She had come too far to turn back now. The ship rocked gently beneath her, a reminder that she was not alone in this journey. Eric and the crew believed in her, and she would not let them down. As the sounds of the port faded into the background, Solveig felt a flicker of hope ignite in her heart. She was ready to embrace the unknown, to chase the dreams that had long been buried beneath the weight of expectation. The Lady of the Waves would guide her, and she would find her own way, no matter the cost. With renewed resolve, Solveig rose from the crate, her spirit buoyed by the promise of adventure. She would face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that love and freedom were worth fighting for. As she prepared to step back into the world above, she whispered a silent vow to herself. She would marry for love, and she would not let anyone, least of all her father, stand in her way. As the crew of the Lady Jane busied themselves with preparations, Finn lingered in the shadows, his mind racing with thoughts of betrayal. The bustling port of Oban was alive with the sounds of merchants and sailors, but all he could hear was the siren call of gold and power. He had overheard whispers of a reward for the capture of Solveig, the daughter of Olav Lacey, and the prospect of wealth was too tempting to resist. Finn had always been a man of opportunism, quick to seize any chance that came his way. He watched as Eric moved among the crew, his presence commanding and reassuring. But Finn felt no loyalty to Eric or the crew. They were merely stepping stones on his path to fortune. The bond they shared, forged through countless voyages, felt like a chain binding him to a life he no longer desired. As the crew unloaded supplies and prepared for their swift departure, Finn formulated his plan. He would wait until the ship was ready to sail, then slip away unnoticed to deliver a message to Lord Sigurd's men. The thought of betraying his fellow sailors twisted in his gut, but the allure of gold overshadowed any lingering guilt. With the sun dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dock, Finn positioned himself near the edge of the ship, hidden from view. He could hear the crew's laughter and the sound of crates being hoisted aboard, but he remained focused on his goal. He needed to time his departure perfectly, slipping away just before the Lady Jane set sail. As he scanned the port, his gaze fell upon a ship anchored nearby, its hull strong and imposing. The name Icebreaker was emblazoned across its bow, and Finn's heart raced at the sight. He knew that this was one of Lord Sigurd's vessels, a ship known for its speed and ferocity. The opportunity was too good to pass up. With a quick glance back at the Lady Jane, Finn made his decision. He slipped away from the ship and made his way toward the Icebreaker, his heart pounding with excitement. He approached the ship's captain, a burly man with a weathered face and a keen eye. "Captain," Finn said, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "I have information about the Lady Jane and her course. If you want to catch her, you'll need to act quickly." The captain's interest piqued, and Finn quickly relayed the details of the Lady Jane's plans, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He could see the captain's eyes narrow with determination, and he felt a thrill of satisfaction, knowing that he was playing a pivotal role in this treacherous game. "Good work, lad," the captain said, a grin spreading across his face. "You'll be well rewarded for this information. We'll set sail at once." With the message delivered, Finn felt a rush of exhilaration. He had secured his place in this unfolding drama, and the promise of gold glimmered in his mind. He knew that once Solveig was captured, he would receive the second part of the reward, a sum that would change his life forever. As he made his way back to the Lady Jane, Finn's heart raced with anticipation. He slipped aboard the ship, pretending nothing had happened, his demeanor casual as he rejoined the crew. Eric was busy giving final instructions, and Finn blended seamlessly into the bustle, a smile playing on his lips as he thought of the riches that awaited him. "Everything ready?" Eric asked, glancing at Finn. "Just about," Finn replied, feigning innocence. "Looks like we'll be setting sail soon." As the crew prepared to depart, Finn felt a sense of triumph swell within him. He had played his part well, and soon the Lady Jane would be on a course that would lead to Solveig's capture. The thrill of betrayal coursed through his veins, and he revelled in the knowledge that he was one step closer to securing his fortune. With the ship's sails unfurling and the wind filling them, Finn stood at the rail, watching the port of Oban recede into the distance. He felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, but the promise of gold overshadowed any lingering doubts. He was ready to embrace the darkness, and he would not look back. Eric stood at the helm, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he surveyed the bustling activity of the crew. Everything was in order. The supplies had been loaded, and the crew was ready for departure. He gathered them together, a smile
"All right,
on his
everyone.
face as he addressed
We've
them.
executed our plan flawlessly. Let's get ready to set sail."
Eric's voice rang out, filled with confidence. The crew cheered, their spirits high as they prepared to leave the port of Oban behind. The promise of adventure lay ahead, and the camaraderie among them felt like a warm embrace. As the last of the lines were cast off, Eric felt a surge of pride. They had faced many challenges together, and tonight they would embark on another journey, united in purpose. The crew worked efficiently, their laughter and banter echoing across the deck as they settled into their roles. Eric felt a sense of relief wash over him. They were finally free to pursue their dreams. With the sails unfurling and the wind filling them, the Lady Jane glided away from the dock, leaving the port behind. Eric took a moment to breathe in the salty air, feeling the thrill of the open sea calling to him. He glanced below deck, where Solveig remained hidden, and hoped she was feeling the same excitement. As night fell, the crew settled into a comfortable routine, the sounds of the sea lulling them into a sense of security. Eric joined them for a brief meal, sharing stories and laughter, the bonds of friendship strengthening with each passing moment. The worries of the past seemed to fade away, replaced by the promise of new horizons. But as the hours passed and the crew began to retire for the night, a sense of unease lingered in the air, unnoticed by Eric and the others. They were blissfully unaware of the danger that lurked just beyond the horizon. In the middle of the night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the water, Bjorn, the burly first mate, stood watch at the bow. His keen eyes scanned the darkness, and suddenly he spotted a shape emerging from the shadows, a ship, its silhouette cutting through the water with alarming speed. "Eric!" Bjorn shouted, his voice slicing through the stillness of the night. "We've got company! An icebreaker is approaching fast!" Eric's heart dropped as he rushed to the deck, the laughter and camaraderie of earlier replaced by a chilling sense of urgency. He could see the outline of the icebreaker, its hull gleaming ominously in the moonlight, and he felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. "Everyone to your stations!" Eric barked, his voice steady despite the rising panic within him. "We need to prepare for whatever comes next." The crew sprang into action, their earlier joy replaced by a grim determination. Eric's mind raced as he assessed the situation. They had set sail with the hope of freedom, but now they were faced with the very real threat of capture. The icebreaker was known for its speed and ferocity, and Eric knew they had to act quickly to evade it. As the crew scrambled to secure the sails and ready the ship for a potential confrontation, Solveig remained below deck, unaware of the unfolding danger. The tension in the air was palpable, and Eric's heart raced as he prepared to face the challenge ahead. They had come too far to let fear dictate their fate, and he was determined to protect his crew and Solveig at all costs. The tension on the Lady Jane escalated as the icebreaker closed in, its imposing silhouette cutting through the moonlit waves with alarming speed. Eric stood at the helm, his heart pounding as he barked orders to his crew. "Prepare for battle! We need to defend our ship!" The crew sprang into action, their earlier camaraderie replaced by a fierce determination. They rushed to their stations, readying the cannons and securing the sails. Eric's mind raced as he assessed their options. They were outmatched, but he refused to back down without a fight. "Bjorn, take the starboard side. We'll need to flank them," Eric shouted, his voice steady despite the rising panic within him. The burly first mate nodded, his expression grim as he rallied the crew. As the icebreaker drew closer, Eric could see the crew aboard the enemy ship, their faces set with grim resolve. The icebreaker was a formidable vessel, known for its speed and strength, and Eric knew they were in for a fierce battle. "Fire!" Eric commanded, and the crew unleashed a volley of cannon fire. The sound of cannonballs whistling through the air was deafening, but the icebreaker responded with equal ferocity. Eric watched in horror as their shots found their mark, splintering the wood of the Lady Jane and sending shards flying. The ship shuddered beneath him, and Eric felt the impact reverberate through his bones. "We need to hold them off," he shouted, but the crew's morale began to waver as the icebreaker's cannons roared to life, sending a barrage of fire toward them. "Eric," Bjorn yelled, his voice strained, "we're taking on water. We can't hold them off much longer." Eric's heart sank as he realized the gravity of their situation. The Lady Jane was sustaining heavy damage, and the crew was struggling to keep the ship afloat. The icebreaker was relentless, its crew expertly maneuvering their vessel to exploit every weakness. "Fall back," Eric ordered, desperation creeping into his voice. "We need to regroup and find a way to escape." But it was too late. The icebreaker surged forward, ramming into the Lady Jane with a force that sent Eric sprawling to the deck. The sound of wood splintering echoed in his ears as the enemy crew boarded their ship, weapons drawn and eyes filled with determination. "Defend the ship!" Eric shouted, scrambling to his feet. The crew fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. The clash of steel rang out as the two crews collided, and Eric fought with every ounce of strength he had, but the tide was turning against them. In the chaos, Solveig remained hidden below deck, her heart racing as she listened to the sounds of battle above. She could hear the shouts and the clash of swords, and fear gripped her heart. She had to find a way to help, to escape this nightmare. But as the fighting raged on, the Lady Jane began to succumb to the onslaught. Eric fought fiercely, but he could see his crew faltering, their numbers dwindling as the icebreaker's crew pressed forward. The realization hit him like a cold wave. They were losing. "Bjorn!" Eric shouted, desperation lacing his voice. "We need to retreat! Get everyone to safety!" But before they could regroup, a powerful blow sent Eric crashing to the deck once more. Dazed, he struggled to rise, but the world around him spun. He could see the icebreaker's crew overwhelming his men, their faces grim and determined. "Secure the prisoners!" a voice shouted from the icebreaker, and Eric's heart sank as he realized they were being captured. He fought against the tide of bodies, but it was no use. He felt strong hands seize him, dragging him away from the chaos. "Eric!" he heard Bjorn's voice call out, but it was drowned out by the sounds of battle. Eric's heart raced as he was pulled toward the edge of the ship, the reality of their defeat crashing down on him. "Get the girl!" another voice barked, and Eric's blood ran cold. Solveig! He had to protect her. But before he could react, he was thrown onto the deck of the icebreaker, the cold wood biting into his skin. He looked up to see the enemy crew securing the Lady Jane, their victory assured. The ship was taking on water, and the crew was being overwhelmed. "Where is she?" Eric shouted, panic rising in his chest. "Where is Solveig?" "Secure the hold!" the captain of the icebreaker commanded, and Eric's heart sank as he realized they were taking her too. As the icebreaker pulled away from the Lady Jane, Eric's mind raced with thoughts of Solveig. He had failed to protect her, and now they were both at the mercy of their captors. The Lady Jane drifted behind them, a wounded bird left to the depths of the sea, while the icebreaker surged forward, its sails billowing in the wind. Eric struggled against his captors, but it was futile. The icebreaker was fast, and they were leaving the Lady Jane and their dreams behind. As the ship sailed into the night, Eric's heart filled with dread, knowing that their fight was far from over. The icebreaker surged through the dark waters, its sails billowing in the wind as it cut a swift path toward Copenhagen. Solveig and Eric were confined below deck, the atmosphere heavy with the musty scent of the hold and the distant sound of waves crashing against the hull. The sounds of the sea echoed around them, but the oppressive silence of their captivity weighed heavily on their hearts. Solveig paced the small confines of their cell, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. She could hear the distant sounds of the crew above, their laughter and shouts a stark reminder of the freedom they had lost. She glanced at Eric, who leaned against the wall, his expression a mix of concern and determination. "Are you all right?" Eric asked, his voice low and steady, trying to mask the worry that gnawed at him. "I'm fine," Solveig replied, though her voice trembled slightly. "I can't believe this is happening. We were so close to freedom." Eric nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of their situation. "We'll find a way out of this," he promised, though he felt the uncertainty of their circumstances pressing down on him. "We just need to bide our time and wait for the right moment." As the ship rocked gently with the waves, Solveig's thoughts turned to Lord Sigurd. She knew that the man would stop at nothing to secure her for himself, and the thought of being forced into a life she did not choose filled her with dread. She had to protect herself and Eric, no matter the cost. Hours passed, and the darkness of the hold began to close in around them. Solveig could hear the crew moving about above, the sounds of their preparations for the journey to Copenhagen. She strained to listen, hoping to catch any mention of their fate. Suddenly the door to their cell creaked open, and a burly sailor stepped inside,
a smirk on his face. "Time to move, pretty lady," he said, his tone mocking. "Lord Sigurd is eager to see you." Eric's heart raced as he stepped forward, anger surging within him. "You won't lay a hand on her!" he shouted, his voice echoing in the confined space. The sailor laughed, unfazed by Eric's defiance. "You think you can stop us? You're in no position to make threats, Madsen." He grabbed Solveig by the arm, pulling her to her feet. "Come on then. The captain wants to make sure you're presentable for your new fiancé," Eric shouted. But the sailor merely tightened his grip, dragging Solveig out of the cell. Eric felt a surge of desperation as he watched her being taken away, the door slamming shut behind them. "Solveig!" he called. But his voice was swallowed by the ship's creaking timbers. He pounded his fists against the door, frustration boiling within him. He had to find a way to get to her, to protect her from the fate that awaited her. As the minutes stretched into what felt like hours, Eric paced the small space, his mind racing with plans. He knew he had to act quickly. The icebreaker was heading straight for Lord Sigurd, and once they arrived in Copenhagen, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Finally, the door creaked open again, and the sailor returned, a smug grin on his face. "You're next, Madsen. The captain wants to see you." Eric's heart sank, but he steeled himself for what lay ahead. "I'm not afraid of your captain," he said defiantly, stepping forward. "You can't keep us here forever." The sailor chuckled, grabbing Eric by the arm and pulling him out of the cell. "We'll see about that. You're in for a real treat." As they made their way through the ship, Eric's mind raced with thoughts of Solveig. He had to find a way to warn her, to let her know that he would do everything in his power to protect her. The crew of the icebreaker moved about them, their laughter and shouts echoing in the narrow corridors. But Eric felt a sense of determination rising within him. When they reached the captain's quarters, the sailor pushed Eric inside, and the door slammed shut behind him. The captain, a tall man with a commanding presence, sat at a large table covered in maps and charts. He looked up, his eyes narrowing as he assessed Eric. "Ah, the infamous Eric Madsen," the captain said, a smirk playing on his lips. "I've heard quite a bit about you. You're quite the thorn in Lord Sigurd's side." Eric clenched his fists, refusing to show any sign of fear. "You won't get away with this," he said, his voice steady. "We'll find a way to escape." The captain chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "You're a brave one, I'll give you that. But bravery won't save you now. You're on your way to Copenhagen, and once you arrive, you'll be at Lord Sigurd's mercy." Eric's heart raced at the mention of Lord Sigurd. He had to find a way to warn Solveig, to let her know that they needed to stick together. "What have you done with her?" he demanded, his voice rising. "She's safe for now," the captain replied, his tone dismissive. "But once we reach Copenhagen, she'll be presented to Lord Sigurd. He's been waiting for this moment, and I doubt he'll be pleased if you try to interfere." Eric felt a surge of anger. "You think you can just hand her over to him? She's not a prize to be won." The captain's expression hardened. "You're in no position to make demands, Madsen. You're a prisoner on my ship, and you'll do as you're told." As the captain continued to taunt him, Eric's mind raced with thoughts of escape. He had to find a way to get to Solveig, to protect her from the fate that awaited her. The icebreaker was fast, but he knew that if they could just reach the shore, there might still be a chance. "Let me see her," Eric demanded, his voice firm. "If you want to keep me in line, you'll need to let me know she's safe." The captain regarded him for a moment, then shrugged. "Very well. I'll allow you to see her, but don't think for a moment that it changes anything. You're still a prisoner." Eric's heart raced as the captain called for the sailor who had taken Solveig. When the door opened, Eric's breath caught in his throat as he saw Solveig standing there, her expression a mix of fear and defiance. "Eric!" she exclaimed, rushing toward him. The sailor held her back, but Eric could see the determination in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Eric asked, his voice low as he searched her face for any sign of harm. "I'm fine," Solveig replied, though her voice trembled slightly. "I'm just scared." Eric turned to the captain, his anger boiling beneath the surface. "You can't do this. You can't just take her away from her home and force her into a life she doesn't want." The captain smirked, clearly enjoying the tension. "You're in no position to dictate terms, Madsen. Once we reach Copenhagen, Lord Sigurd will have what he desires, and there's nothing you can do to stop it." Eirik felt a surge of determination. He would not let this man dictate their fate. "We'll find a way to escape," he vowed, his eyes locked on Solveig's. "I promise you that." As the icebreaker continued its journey toward Copenhagen, Eirik and Solveig exchanged glances filled with unspoken resolve. They would face whatever challenges lay ahead together, and no matter what Lord Sigurd had planned, they would fight for their freedom. The journey was far from over, and Eirik was determined to protect Solveig at all costs. The icebreaker docked at the bustling port of Copenhagen, the air thick with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares and the cries of seagulls circling overhead. Solveig's heart raced as she and Eirik were led up the gangplank, their hands bound and their spirits weighed down by the grim fate that awaited them. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to mirror the darkness creeping into their lives. As they stepped onto the cobblestone streets, the sight of the grand buildings and the throngs of people only deepened Solveig's sense of entrapment. She felt Eric's presence beside her, a steadying force amidst the chaos, but the reality of their situation loomed large. They were being taken to Lord Sigurd, the man who sought to claim her as his bride and who had no regard for Eric's life. They were escorted through the narrow streets, the guards flanking them with stern expressions. Solveig's heart pounded in her chest as they approached a grand estate, its imposing facade a stark reminder of the power Lord Sigurd wielded. The guards pushed open the heavy doors, and they were ushered into a lavish hall adorned with tapestries and gilded decorations. At the far end of the hall stood Lord Sigurd, his presence commanding and his gaze cold. He wore a finely tailored coat, the fabric shimmering in the light, and a cruel smile played on his lips as he regarded Solveig and Eirik. Beside him stood Olav, Solveig's father, his expression a mixture of resignation and sorrow. "Welcome, my dear guests," Lord Sigurd announced, his voice smooth and mocking. "You have arrived just in time for a most important occasion." Eric's jaw tightened as he met Solveig's gaze, a silent promise passing between them. They would endure this together no matter what Lord Sigurd had planned. "Within a week," Lord Sigurd continued, his voice echoing through the hall, "I shall marry Solveig Lacey, and she will become my wife. It is a union that will strengthen my position and bring honor to my name." A murmur rippled through the gathered guests, a mix of surprise and intrigue. Solveig felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The thought of being bound to Lord Sigurd, of losing her freedom and her dreams, was unbearable. She glanced at her father, hoping for a sign of support, but his eyes were downcast, filled with regret. "And as for you, Eirik Madsen," Lord Sigurd said, turning his attention to Eirik, "I have decided that you will not remain a thorn in my side. Instead, I shall sell you to a French gallery as a slave. Your skills as a craftsman will fetch a fine price, and you will serve as a reminder to all who dare oppose me." Eric's expression hardened, fury igniting within him. "You can't do this," he shouted, his voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd. "I am not a piece of property to be sold." Lord Sigurd's smile widened, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Oh, but I can and I will. You see, Eirik, your fate is sealed. You will be taken far from here, and Solveig will be forced to forget you as she steps into her new life as my bride." Solveig's heart sank at the thought of losing Eirik forever. "No," she cried, stepping forward despite the guard's grip on her arms. "You cannot take him from me. I will not marry you." Lord Sigurd's expression darkened, and he stepped closer, his voice low and menacing. "You will marry me, Solveig. You have no choice in the matter. Your father has already agreed to this union, and your defiance will only make things worse for you and your precious Eirik." Olav finally spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I did what I thought was best for you, Solveig. I thought I was securing your future. By selling me to a monster, Solveig shot back, her voice trembling with anger and despair. You've betrayed my mother's promise. The tension in the room was palpable as Lord Sigurd's gaze shifted between Solveig and Eric. Enough of this, he commanded, his voice cutting through the air. You will both learn your places. Guards, take Eric away and prepare him for his journey. Solveig, you will remain here until the wedding. As Eric was forcibly led away, he turned to Solveig, his eyes fierce with determination. I will find a way to escape, he vowed, his voice low but resolute. No matter what it takes, I will not let him take you from me. Tears filled Solveig's eyes as she watched him disappear down the corridor, her heart aching with the weight of their separation. She felt TR.
Apt in a gilded cage, her dreams slipping further from her grasp. But deep within her, a flicker of hope ignited. She would not give up on Eric, nor would she allow Lord Sigurd to dictate her fate. As the doors closed behind Eric, Solveig steeled herself for the battle ahead. She would fight for her freedom, for her love, and for the promise her mother had made. The shadows of despair loomed large, but she would not let them consume her. The fight was far from over, and she would do whatever it took to reclaim her life. The Lady Jane rocked gently in the harbour, her once proud sails now tattered and her hull bearing the scars of battle. The crew bustled about the deck, their faces a mix of determination and exhaustion as they prepared to make the necessary repairs. Bjorn stood at the helm, his brow furrowed in concentration as he surveyed the damage. The icebreaker had dealt them a heavy blow, but they had survived.
Get the sails down and assess
the damage, Bjorn barked, his voice cutting through the morning air. We need to make her seaworthy again if we're to find Solveig and Eric. The crew sprang into action, their camaraderie evident as they worked together to restore the ship. Bjorn felt a surge of pride as he watched them. They had faced adversity before, but this time felt different. The stakes were higher, and the weight of their mission pressed heavily on his shoulders. Once the sails were furled and the crew had gathered on deck, Bjorn addressed them. Listen up, everyone. We've got a job to do. We need to find out where Solveig and Eric have been taken. I want every man to scour the port for information. Talk to the locals, visit the taverns, and see what you can learn. We can't let them slip through our fingers. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crew, and Bjorn felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were not just a crew, they were a family, and they would fight for one of their own. As the crew dispersed, Bjorn turned to the ship's carpenter, a grizzled man named Lars. How long do you think it will take to make the necessary repairs? He asked, gesturing toward the damaged sections of the ship. Lars scratched his beard thoughtfully. If we can find the right materials, we should be able to patch her up in a few days, but we'll need to work fast. The longer we stay here, the more time Lord Sigurd has to solidify his plans. Bjorn nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. Then let's get to it. I want the Lady Jane ready to sail as soon as possible. As the crew set to work, Bjorn took a moment to step away from the chaos of the deck. He leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the horizon. The sea stretched endlessly before him, a vast expanse of blue that held both promise and peril. He thought of Solveig's fierce spirit and Eric's unwavering resolve. They would not give up easily, and neither would he. After a while, Bjorn made his way to the nearest tavern, a dimly lit establishment filled with the scent of salt and ale. The atmosphere was lively, with sailors swapping stories and laughter echoing off the walls. He approached the bar, where a burly man with a thick beard polished a tankard. "Have you heard any news about a ship called the Icebreaker?" Bjorn asked, his voice steady. "Or about two captives, a young woman named Solveig and a man named Eric Madsen?" The bartender raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "The Icebreaker, you say?" "Aye, I've heard whispers. They docked not long ago, and word is they've taken some prisoners. A lord's business, they say. Not much good comes from that." Bjorn's heart raced. "Do you know where they've taken them?" The bartender leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Rumour has it they're being held at Lord Sigurd's estate in Copenhagen. It's a grand place, but be careful, mate.
That lord has eyes everywhere, and he doesn't take kindly to intruders. Bjorn nodded, his mind racing with the implications. Thank you, I'll be careful. As he left the tavern, Bjorn felt a renewed sense of urgency. They had a lead, and he would not waste it. He returned to the Lady Jane, where the crew was still hard at work. "Gather round," he called, his voice carrying over the sounds of hammers and saws. The crew paused, turning their attention to him. "I've got news. The icebreaker has been spotted and Solveig and Erik are being held at Lord Sigurd's estate in Copenhagen." A murmur of determination swept through the crew. "We need to prepare for a rescue," Bjorn continued. "Once the Lady Jane is seaworthy, we'll set sail for that estate. We'll get them back no matter the cost." The crew nodded, their resolve evident. They were ready to fight for their friends, to face whatever dangers lay ahead. Bjorn felt a surge of pride as he looked at them, knowing they would stand together against the odds. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the harbour, Bjorn returned to the deck, his heart filled with hope. They would repair the Lady Jane, gather their strength, and soon they would embark on a mission to rescue Solveig and Erik. The sea was vast, but their bond was stronger, and together they would face whatever challenges awaited them. Finn hurried through the bustling harbour, the salty breeze whipping through his hair as he navigated the throngs of sailors and merchants. The air was thick with the scent of brine and the sounds of creaking wood and shouting voices, a cacophony that underscored the urgency of his mission. He had just come from the Lady Jane, where he had overheard whispers of a daring plan to rescue Solveig and Erik. His heart raced as he approached the small office of one of Lord Sigurd's men, a shrewd fellow known for his connections in the port. Finn knocked briskly on the door, and it swung open to reveal the man, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "What is it?" he asked, eyeing Finn with a mix of suspicion and interest. "I have urgent news," Finn replied, his voice low but urgent, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "The crew of the Lady Jane is preparing to set sail, and they're determined to find and rescue Solveig and Erik. They're gathering information and making plans as we speak." The man's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he processed the implications of Finn's words. "This could complicate things," he muttered, already calculating the potential fallout. "We need to inform Lord Sigurd immediately. He won't take kindly to this interference." Finn nodded, feeling the weight of the moment settle heavily on his shoulders. The Lady Jane was a formidable ship, and its crew was driven by loyalty and love, qualities that could prove dangerous for Lord Sigurd's ambitions. "If they succeed, it could ruin everything he's worked for," Finn added, his voice barely above a whisper. The man's eyes narrowed, and he motioned for Finn to follow him inside, the door creaking shut behind them as they began to strategize their next move. The crew of the Lady Jane worked tirelessly under the warm glow of the afternoon sun, their hands moving with purpose as they repaired the ship's battered hull. The sound of hammers striking wood and the scent of fresh tar filled the air, mingling with the salty breeze that swept through the harbour. Bjorn, now firmly in command, directed the men with a steady voice, ensuring that every task was executed with precision. "Lars, make sure the planks are secured tightly. We can't afford any leaks when we set sail," he called out, his eyes scanning the deck for any signs of weakness. As the crew toiled, they gathered in small groups, their conversations shifting from the repairs to the mission that lay ahead. "Once we reach Copenhagen, we'll need to be smart about how we approach Lord Sigurd's estate," one of the sailors, a wiry man named Erik, said as he tightened a rope. "He'll have guards everywhere, and we can't just waltz in there." "Agreed," replied Magnus, a burly man with fierce loyalty to the crew. "We should consider an alternative to docking directly in the city. If we go in quietly, we can avoid drawing attention to ourselves." Bjorn nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing as he considered their options. "What do you suggest?" he asked, eager for input. "There's a hidden bay not far from Copenhagen," Magnus chimed in, his eyes brightening with the idea. "It's a place almost no one knows about, tucked away from the main shipping routes. We could anchor there and make our way to the city on foot. It would give us the element of surprise. That's a brilliant idea, Bjorn agreed, a grin spreading across his face. We could slip in and out without alerting Sigurd's men. It would give us the chance to scout the area and gather information without being seen. Bjorn felt a surge of hope at the prospect. Then it's settled. We'll make for the hidden bay and anchor there. Once we're ashore, we can split into teams to gather intel on Solveig's whereabouts. We'll need to be quick and cautious. The crew murmured their agreement, their spirits bolstered by the camaraderie that had formed among them. They were not just a crew, they were a family, bound by loyalty and a shared purpose. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting a golden hue over the harbour, the crew felt a renewed sense of determination. They worked with a sense of urgency, each stroke of the hammer and each knot tied a testament to their resolve. They were not just fixing a ship, they were preparing for a battle against the odds, driven by the hope of rescuing their friend Solveig and her companion Eric. Once we're in the hidden bay, we'll find a way to get inside the city, Magnus said, his eyes gleaming with determination. We'll do whatever it takes to bring Solveig back. She's counting on us. With that, the crew returned to their tasks, the air thick with anticipation and the promise of adventure. The Lady Jane would sail again, and with her they would face whatever challenges awaited them in the shadow of Lord Sigurd's estate. After 3 grueling days of almost no sleep, the crew of the Lady Jane finally approached the hidden bay, the sun rising over the horizon and casting a golden light on the tranquil waters. Exhaustion weighed heavily on their shoulders, but the promise of their mission fueled their determination. As they anchored the ship in the secluded cove, BJ, Orn and Magnus exchanged a glance, their resolve hardening. They had little time to waste. "Let's move," Bjorn urged, his voice steady despite the fatigue etched on his face. "We need to get to Copenhagen and find out what's happening with Solveig." Magnus nodded, his expression grim. "We'll split up once we reach the city. I'll check the taverns for any news, and you can scout the market. We need to gather as much information as we can." With that, they set off, making their way through the dense underbrush that surrounded the bay. The path was treacherous, but they pressed on, driven by the urgency of their mission. As they neared the outskirts of Copenhagen, the sounds of the bustling city filled the air, a stark contrast to the quiet of the hidden bay. Once they reached the city, they quickly blended into the crowd, their hearts racing as they navigated the narrow streets. Bjorn made his way toward the market, where the vibrant colours of fruits and fabrics caught his eye. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares and townsfolk exchanging pleasantries. As he wandered through the stalls, Bjorn's attention was drawn to a large gathering of people near the town square. Curiosity piqued. He pushed his way through the crowd, only to find workers erecting a massive wedding tent adorned with colourful banners and flowers. His heart sank as he overheard snippets of conversation among the townsfolk. "The wedding of Lady Solveig and Lord Sigurd is just 2 nights away," one woman exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Bjorn's stomach twisted at the news. "No, it can't be," he muttered under his breath, the weight of the revelation crashing down on him. He had to find Magnus and share this devastating news. He quickly retraced his steps, weaving through the throngs of people, his mind racing with thoughts of how to stop the wedding. The urgency of their mission had just escalated dramatically. He needed to find Magnus and devise a plan to rescue Solveig before it was too late. As he emerged from the market, Bjorn spotted Magnus leaning against a nearby wall, his expression tense. "Did you find anything?" Magnus asked, his eyes narrowing with concern. Bjorn took a deep breath, his voice steady but urgent. "It's worse than we thought. Solveig is set to marry Lord Sigurd in just 2 nights. We need to act fast." Magnus's face hardened with determination. "And I have news of my own. I heard that Eric has been sold as a slave. He was taken aboard a ship that left for the Bermuda Islands last night." Bjorn's heart sank further at the revelation. "Then we have to rescue them both."
We can't let Solveig go through with this wedding, and we can't let Erik be lost to the sea. With their hearts set on their mission, Bjorn and Magnus exchanged a resolute glance, knowing that the next few days would test their strength and resolve like never before. They would face whatever dangers lay ahead, driven by the bonds of friendship and the hope of reclaiming their loved ones from the clutches of Lord Sigurd. With the weight of their discoveries pressing heavily on their minds, Bjorn and Magnus made their way back through the bustling streets of Copenhagen, urgency propelling them forward. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows as they navigated the narrow alleys, their thoughts consumed by the impending wedding and Erik's fate. As they approached the hidden bay, the familiar sight of the Lady Jane brought a momentary sense of comfort. They climbed aboard, the creaking of the ship's timbers grounding them in their mission. "We need a solid plan," Bjorn said, pacing the deck as he considered their options. "We can't just charge into Lord Sigurd's estate without knowing how to get Solveig out." Magnus nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. "We need to find a way to get inside, to gather information and create a distraction. But how?" Just then Peter, one of the crew members, approached them, his expression a mix of concern and hope. "I overheard you two talking," he said, glancing around to ensure no one else was listening. "I might have a lead. My sister Raya works at the only bakery in town that's making wedding cakes for Lord Sigurd's wedding." Bjorn's eyes lit up with interest. "The bakery? That could be our way in. If she's involved with the wedding preparations, she might know the layout of the estate and the best time to strike." "Exactly," Peter replied, his voice growing more animated. "Raya could help us. If we can convince her to assist, she might be able to slip us information or even help us get inside during the delivery." Magnus rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It's risky, but it might be our best chance. We need to find her and explain the situation. If she understands what's at stake, she might be willing to help." "Let's go," Bjorn said, determination flooding his voice. "We can't waste any more time. The wedding is only 2 nights away and we need to act fast." The three of them set off toward the bakery, their hearts racing with a mix of hope and trepidation. As they approached the quaint shop, the sweet aroma of freshly baked goods wafted through the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of their mission. They entered the bakery, the bell above the door jingling softly, and were greeted by the sight of Raya, her hands dusted with flour as she expertly decorated a cake. "Peter!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile before her expression shifted to concern as she noticed the seriousness in her brother's eyes. "What's wrong?" "Raya, we need your help," Peter said, stepping forward. "It's about Solveig. She's in danger, and we believe you can help us get her out." Raya's eyes widened, and she quickly wiped her hands on her apron. "What do you mean? What's happening?" Bjorn stepped in, his voice steady but urgent. "We've learned that Solveig is set to marry Lord Sigurd in just 2 nights. She's not doing this willingly. We need to find a way to get inside the estate, and we believe you can help us. You're delivering the wedding cakes, right?" "Yes, but I can't just walk freely in the estate," Raya replied, her brow furrowing with concern. "I only have access to the kitchen. The guards won't let me wander around." Magnus leaned closer, his voice low and persuasive. "We understand the risks, but you have a friend inside, don't you? Liz? If she's assigned to Solveig, she could help us." Raya nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "Yes, Liz is my best friend. She's been assigned to assist Solveig, but I don't know if she can help. The guards are always watching." "Then you need to tell Liz that Solveig must pretend to have given up," Magnus instructed, his tone firm. "She needs to act as if she's willingly going to marry Lord Sigurd. If Liz can pass that message along, it might give us the time we need to plan a rescue." Raya's eyes widened with realization. "If Liz can get that message to Solveig, it could work. But I'll need to be careful. If anyone suspects anything, it could ruin everything." Bjorn placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We trust you, Raya. You're our best chance. If you can get that message to Liz, we'll figure out the rest." With a plan beginning to take shape,
Bjorn felt a surge of hope. They had a chance, and with Raya's help they might just be able to rescue Solveig from the clutches of Lord Sigurd before it was too late. Raya's heart raced as she finished her shift at the bakery, the sweet aroma of freshly baked goods still lingering in the air. She had spent the day decorating cakes for Lord Sigurd's wedding, but her mind was consumed with thoughts of Solveig and the urgent message she needed to deliver. As she stepped outside, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone streets of Copenhagen. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Making her way through the bustling market, Raya's thoughts were a whirlwind of anxiety and determination. She had to find Liz, her best friend, who worked in the kitchens of Lord Sigurd's estate. If anyone could help her get a message to Solveig, it was Liz. After a short walk, she arrived at the grand estate, its imposing gates looming before her. Raya approached the entrance, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew the guards would be vigilant, but she had to try. As she entered the courtyard, she spotted Liz carrying a basket of fresh bread, her face lighting up when she saw Raya. "Raya, I didn't expect to see you here," Liz exclaimed, setting the basket down and rushing over. "How's the bakery? Are the wedding preparations going smoothly?" Raya forced a smile, but her heart was heavy. "It's busy, but that's not why I'm here. I need your help, Liz. It's about Solveig." Liz's expression shifted to concern. "What do you mean? Is she okay?" "No, she's not," Raya said, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. "I've learned that she's being forced to marry Lord Sigurd. She's not doing this willingly, and we need to help her." Liz's eyes widened in shock. "What? That can't be true. She would never agree to that." "I know," Raya replied urgently, "but we have a plan. I need you to pass a message to her. You're assigned to assist her, right? If you can get a message to her, it could make all the difference." Liz hesitated, glancing around nervously. "But how can I do that? The guards are always watching me. If they catch me passing messages, I could be in serious trouble." Raya stepped closer, her voice low and earnest. "You have to trust me, Liz. If you can tell Solveig to pretend that she's given up and is willing to marry Lord Sigurd, it might buy us some time. We're working on a plan to rescue her, but we need her to play along for now." Liz bit her lip, her brow furrowed in thought. "It's risky, but if it means helping Solveig, I'll do it. I can find a way to speak with her during the wedding preparations. I'll make sure she knows what's happening." "Thank you, Liz," Raya said, relief flooding through her. "You don't know how much this means. Just be careful. If anyone suspects anything, it could ruin everything." "I will," Liz promised, her expression resolute. "I'll do whatever it takes to help Solveig. Just keep me updated on your end." With a final nod, Raya turned to leave, her heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. She knew the risks they were taking, but for Solveig's sake they had to act. As she made her way back to the bakery, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were one step closer to freeing Solveig from the clutches of Lord Sigurd, and with Liz's help, they might just succeed. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the sprawling estate of Lord Sigurd. Inside the grand house, the air was thick with the scent of fresh flowers and the faint sound of laughter from the ongoing wedding preparations. Liz moved quietly through the dimly lit corridors, her heart racing as she navigated the familiar path to Solveig's chambers. After a long day of work, the household was finally settling down for the night. The servants had finished their tasks, and the guests had retreated to their rooms, leaving the hallways eerily quiet. Liz knew this was her chance. She had to reach Solveig before anyone noticed her absence. As she approached Solveig's door, she paused, listening for any signs of movement inside. The soft sound of muffled voices reached her ears, and she felt a pang of worry. Was Solveig already being pressured by Lord Sigurd? Taking a deep breath, Liz gently knocked on the door, her heart pounding in her chest. Came Solveig's voice, laced with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "It's me, Liz," she whispered urgently. "I need to speak with you. It's important." There was a brief pause before the door creaked open, revealing Solveig's pale face, her eyes wide with surprise and concern.
Liz, what are you doing here at this hour? I have a message for you, Liz said, glancing over her shoulder to ensure no one was watching. Raya sent me. She's worried about you. Solveig's expression shifted from surprise to alarm. Raya, who is she? What does she want? She wants you to know that you're not alone, Liz replied, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. She's working with Bjorn to help you, but you need to pretend that you're willing to marry Lord Sigurd. It's the only way to buy us time. Solveig's brow furrowed in confusion. Bjorn, Lady Jane is here? Pretend? But I can't just go along with this. I won't marry him. I know, Liz said, her voice soothing yet urgent. But if you act like you've given up, it might give us the chance we need to get you out of here. We're planning something, but we need you to play along for now. Tears welled in Solveig's eyes as she shook her head. It feels like I'm betraying everything my mother wanted for me. I can't just pretend to accept this fate. Liz stepped closer, placing a comforting hand on Solveig's shoulder. You're not betraying anyone. You're being brave. This is a way to protect yourself and buy us time to come up with a real plan. You have to trust us. After a moment of silence, Solveig took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. All right, I'll do it. I'll pretend to accept the marriage. But I need to know that you and Raya will do everything you can to help me. We will, Liz promised, her voice filled with determination. Just keep your head down and act as if you're willing to marry him. I'll find a way to keep you updated. As they exchanged a final look of understanding, Liz felt a surge of hope. They were in this together, and with each passing moment, they were one step closer to freeing Solveig from the clutches of Lord Sigurd. Now get some rest, Liz urged, glancing once more at the door. I'll see you in the morning. Stay strong, Solveig. With that, Liz slipped out of the room, her heart racing as she made her way back through the darkened halls. She knew the risks they were taking, but for Solveig's sake they had to act. As she returned to her own quarters, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were fighting for a future where love could triumph over obligation, and she would do everything in her power to help her friend escape the fate that awaited her. As dawn broke over the estate, Solveig sat by her window, the soft light filtering through the lace curtains. The world outside was waking up, but within her, a storm of emotions brewed. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lady Jane's crew had not abandoned her. The thought of Liz and Raya working tirelessly to help her escape filled her with a flicker of hope, even as she prepared to don the mask of compliance. Today, she would pretend to accept her fate. The weight of her father's will pressed heavily on her shoulders, and the thought of marrying Lord Sigurd felt like a shackle tightening around her heart. Yet, she knew that to survive, she must play the part of the dutiful daughter, the obedient bride. With a deep breath, Solveig turned her thoughts to Eirik. Memories of his laughter and the warmth of his presence flooded her mind, but they were tinged with sorrow. Eirik was gone, sold into slavery, and now he was aboard a ship bound for the Bermuda. The realization struck her like a winter gale. She was in love with him, and the knowledge of his absence felt like a wound that would not heal. As she dressed for the day, Solveig caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. The reflection staring back was that of a woman torn between two worlds, one of obligation and the other of longing. She smoothed the fabric of her gown, a delicate shade of blue that reminded her of the summer sky, and steeled herself for the day ahead. When she finally made her way to the dining hall, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. The wedding preparations were in full swing, and the air buzzed with the chatter of guests and servants alike. Lord Sigurd was already seated at the head of the table, his presence commanding and imposing. As she entered, he looked up, a smile playing on his lips that sent a shiver down her spine. "Ah, Solveig, you look radiant this morning," he said, his voice smooth like honey, but with an undercurrent that made her uneasy. "Thank you, my lord," she replied, forcing a smile as she took her seat. The tension in her chest tightened, but she reminded herself of her resolve. She would play the part of the willing bride, if only to buy time for Liz and Raya to execute their plan.
Throughout breakfast, Solveig kept her gaze averted from Lord Sigurd, focusing instead on the food before her. The thought of Eric, trapped on that ship, gnawed at her heart. She could only imagine the horrors he faced, the chains that bound him, and the distance that separated them. As the meal progressed, she felt a familiar pang of longing. Eric had always been her confidant, her friend, and now he was a world away, lost to her forever. The thought of marrying Lord Sigurd felt like a betrayal to the love she harboured for Eric. Yet she had to keep that love hidden, buried deep beneath layers of duty and expectation. After breakfast, as the guests began to disperse, Solveig excused herself, needing a moment to breathe. She stepped into the garden where the flowers bloomed in vibrant colours, a stark contrast to the turmoil within her. The scent of lilacs filled the air, and for a moment she closed her eyes, allowing herself to dream of a life where love was not a burden, but a blessing. As she wandered through the garden, her thoughts turned to the stories of the sea, the tales of sailors who braved the storms, and the whispers of mermaids who lured them to their doom. She imagined Eric aboard that ship, fighting against the odds, and her heart ached with the knowledge that he was suffering far from her reach. "Solveig?" A voice broke through her reverie, and she opened her eyes to find Liz approaching, her expression a mix of concern and determination. "Liz," Solveig said, her heart lifting at the sight of her friend, "what news do you bring?" As they stood in the garden surrounded by the beauty of nature, Solveig felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Liz took a deep breath, her eyes shining with determination. "I have news," Liz said, glancing around to ensure they were alone. "One of the crew members from Lady Jane's ship Lern has agreed to help us. He'll be posing as a new guard in Lord Sigurd's estate just before the wedding ceremony." Solveig's heart raced at the thought. A guard? How will that work? "He'll create a distraction during the ceremony," Liz explained, her voice low and urgent. "Once the guests are preoccupied, he'll take you through a narrow exit near the market where the wedding tent is being built. It's risky, but it's our best chance." A surge of hope coursed through Solveig, mingled with fear. "What if we're caught?" "We won't be," Liz reassured her, gripping Solveig's hands tightly. "You must continue to act as if you're willing to marry Lord Sigurd. Keep your head down and play your part. When the moment comes, trust Lern to get you out." Tears welled in Solveig's eyes as she thought of Eric, trapped in a life of servitude. "I can't bear the thought of him suffering because of me." "Then let that be your strength," Liz urged. "Use that love to fuel your resolve. We will find a way to bring him back, but first, you must be brave." As they spoke, the distant sound of laughter and music floated through the air, a reminder of the wedding preparations that loomed closer. Solveig felt the weight of her decision pressing down on her, but the thought of escaping with Lern and finding a way to rescue Eric filled her with a renewed sense of purpose. "All right," Solveig said, her voice steadying. "I will do it. I'll pretend to accept this marriage, and when the time comes, I'll trust Lern to help me escape." Liz smiled, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. "We'll make it work, Solveig. Together we'll break free from the chains of obligation and forge a future where love can flourish, unbound by the shadows of our past." With a newfound determination, Solveig nodded, ready to face the challenges ahead. She would play her part, but deep down, she knew that her heart belonged to Eric, and she would do everything in her power to bring him back. Eric lay on the hard, damp floor of the ship's hold, the stench of sweat and despair hanging heavy in the air. The Catalan rocked gently on the waves, but inside the dark confines of the ship, there was no comfort to be found. He was one of many prisoners, shackled together in a cramped space, their bodies pressed against one another, each man a silent testament to the cruelty of fate. The dim light filtering through the small barred openings above did little to illuminate the grim reality of their situation. Eric's wrists were raw from the chains that bound him, and he could feel the weight of hopelessness pressing down on him like the very timbers of the ship. He had been taken from his ship,
sold into slavery, and now he was being transported to an unknown destination, the thought of which filled him with dread. Anger coursed through him as he listened to the sounds of the crew above, their laughter and shouts a stark contrast to the misery below. Eric clenched his fists, fighting against the despair that threatened to consume him. He had to think of a way to escape, but the reality was grim. They were far from shore, and he had no idea where they were headed. The ship could be sailing anywhere, to a place where he would be sold again, perhaps to a fate even more brutal than this. He turned his head slightly, glancing at the other prisoners. Some were weeping quietly, while others stared blankly at the walls, their spirits broken. Eric felt a surge of determination rise within him. He could not allow himself to succumb to despair. He had to find a way out, not just for himself, but for the others who were suffering and swayed. Eric began to formulate a plan. He had observed the crew's routines during the brief moments when they had been allowed on deck for air. There were times when the guards grew careless, distracted by their own revelry. He would need to wait for one of those moments, but he also needed to gather information about their route and the layout of the ship. Eric shifted slightly, trying to ease the discomfort of his chains. He could hear the sound of waves crashing against the hull, a constant reminder of the freedom that lay just beyond their reach. His thoughts turned to Solveig. Was she safe? Had she already been forced to marry Lord Sigurd? The mere thought of her standing at the altar, bound to a man who sought to control her, twisted his heart with anguish. He could almost see her face, the way her eyes sparkled with defiance and warmth. In that moment, a realization struck him with the force of a tempest. He was in love with her. The weight of that truth settled over him, mingling with his anger and despair. He had always cared for her, but now he understood the depth of his feelings. Solveig was not just a friend. She was the light in his life, the one person who made the darkness bearable. The thought of her suffering because of him ignited a fierce determination within him. He would not let her down. He would find a way to escape this nightmare. As the hours dragged on, Eric listened intently to the sounds above. He could hear the crew moving about, the clinking of bottles, and the occasional shout of laughter. He knew he had to be patient. The ship would eventually reach its destination, and when it did, he would be ready. He would not remain a prisoner forever. He would find a way to break free from the chains that bound him, to reclaim his life and return to Solveig. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the estate as the wedding preparations reached a fever pitch. Solveig's heart raced as she stood in her chamber, the weight of her decision pressing heavily upon her. She had played her part well, feigning acceptance of her fate, but now the moment of truth was at hand. Outside, the sounds of laughter and music filled the air, mingling with the scent of flowers and the promise of celebration. But for Solveig there was no joy in the impending ceremony. She glanced at the small mirror adjusting her veil one last time, her reflection a mask of calm that belied the turmoil within. Suddenly, a soft knock at the door broke her reverie. Her heart leaped as she opened it to find Liz standing there, her expression a mix of urgency and excitement. "It's time, Solveig. Learn is ready." "Learn?" Solveig whispered, her pulse quickening. "Is he here?" "He's waiting near the market exit," Liz replied, glancing over her shoulder to ensure they were not overheard. "We have to move quickly. The ceremony will begin soon." With a nod, Solveig stepped into the corridor, her heart pounding in her chest. They moved swiftly through the dimly lit halls, the sounds of the festivities growing louder as they approached the back of the estate. Each step felt like a leap into the unknown, but the thought of freedom fueled her resolve. As they reached the rear of the estate, Solveig's breath caught in her throat. The market was bustling with activity, the wedding tent being erected in the distance, adorned with vibrant fabrics and flowers. She could see guests arriving, their laughter ringing out like a cruel reminder of the life she was desperate to escape. "Stay close to me," Liz urged, her voice barely above a whisper. "We'll slip through the crowd and make our way to Learn." They weaved through the throngs of people, Solveig's heart racing as she caught glimpses of familiar faces. Each one felt like a reminder of the life she was leaving behind. But there was no turning back now. She had to trust in the plan, in Liz, and in Lern. Finally they spotted Lern, dressed in the uniform of a guard, his expression serious as he scanned the crowd. When his eyes met Solveig's, a flicker of recognition passed between them. "This way," he said, gesturing for them to follow. They ducked into a narrow alleyway, the sounds of the market fading behind them. Solveig's heart raced as they moved quickly, the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "Are you sure this is safe?" she asked, glancing back at Liz. "Trust me," Liz replied, her voice steady. "We're almost there." Lern led them to a small, unguarded exit at the edge of the market, hidden behind a stack of crates. "Once we're through here, we'll head to the woods," he instructed, his voice low and urgent. "From there we can find a way to the coast." As they slipped through the narrow opening, Solveig felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with fear. They were so close to freedom, yet the danger was palpable. She could hear the distant sounds of the wedding festivities, the music and laughter a haunting reminder of what she was leaving behind. "Keep moving," Lern urged, glancing back toward the market. "We don't have much time." They hurried into the cover of the trees, the branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The cool shade enveloped them, and for a moment Solveig allowed herself to breathe. But just as they began to feel a sense of safety, a shout rang out from the market. "Stop! She's escaping!" Panic surged through Solveig as she turned to see a group of guards breaking through the crowd, their eyes fixed on her. "Run!" Liz shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. They sprinted deeper into the woods, branches scratching at their arms and legs as they fled. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind them, the shouts of the guards growing louder. Solveig's heart raced, fear propelling her forward as she pushed through the underbrush. "Lern, where do we go?" Solveig gasped, her lungs burning. "Follow me!" he called, leading them through a narrow path that twisted and turned, the trees closing in around them. The sounds of the guards grew closer, and Solveig could feel the weight of their pursuit pressing down on her. Just as they reached a small clearing, a guard burst through the trees ahead, blocking their path. "There she is!" he shouted, raising his weapon. Without thinking, Solveig grabbed Liz's hand and pulled her to the side, ducking behind a large tree. "What do we do?" she whispered, panic rising in her chest. "We need to create a diversion," Lern said, his voice steady despite the chaos. "I'll draw them away. You two find a way to the coast." "No, we can't leave you," Solveig protested, her heart aching at the thought of separating. "Just go," Lern insisted, his eyes fierce. "I'll hold them off. You have to get to safety. Find Eric." With a final glance at Lern, Solveig nodded, her heart heavy with fear and determination. She and Liz slipped away from the tree, moving quietly through the underbrush as Lern turned to face the guards, ready to buy them precious moments. As they ran, Solveig's mind raced with thoughts of Eric. Was he safe? Had he been sold to another master? The thought of him suffering because of her made her heart ache. She had to find him. He was out there, and she wouldn't leave him behind. The woods felt alive around her, the rustling leaves and distant calls of birds a stark contrast to the chaos they had just escaped. They pressed on, the promise of freedom driving them forward, but the chase was far from over. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled violently behind them, and Solveig turned to see a guard breaking through the trees, his face twisted in rage. "There they are!" he shouted, pointing directly at them. "Run!" Liz screamed, and they took off again, adrenaline surging through their veins. The sound of heavy footsteps followed closely behind, the guards relentless in their pursuit. They dashed through the trees, branches whipping against their skin, the ground uneven beneath their feet. Solveig's breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed herself harder, fear driving her forward. She could hear the guards shouting, their voices echoing through the forest, and the realization that they were gaining on them sent a fresh wave of panic coursing through her. "Over there!" Liz shouted, pointing to a narrow ravine that cut through the woods. "We can hide there!" Without hesitation they veered toward the ravine,
their hearts pounding in their chests. They scrambled down the steep incline, the earth crumbling beneath their feet. As they reached the bottom, they pressed themselves against the cool, damp earth, hoping the thick foliage would conceal them. The sounds of pursuit grew closer, the guards' voices echoing above them. "They couldn't have gone far! Search the area!" one of them barked. Solveig held her breath, her heart pounding in her ears as she strained to hear the guards' movements. She could feel Liz trembling beside her, the fear palpable in the air. They remained still, the weight of their situation pressing down on them like a heavy shroud. Moments felt like hours as they waited, the sounds of the guards growing fainter. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the voices began to fade into the distance. Solveig exhaled slowly, relief washing over her, but it was short-lived. They were still far from safety. "We need to keep moving," Liz whispered, her voice barely audible. "We can't stay here." Nodding, Solveig pushed herself up, her legs shaky from the adrenaline and fear. They climbed out of the ravine, the cool air filling their lungs as they emerged into the open. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the landscape, but there was no time to admire the beauty. They had to find a way to the coast and ultimately to Eric. As they moved deeper into the woods, Solveig's thoughts were consumed by Eric. She could almost feel his presence, the warmth of his smile, the strength of his spirit. She had to find him. He was out there, and she wouldn't leave him behind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the trees, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. "They're coming!" Solveig gasped. "Quick! This way!" Liz urged, pulling Solveig toward a thicket of bushes. They ducked low, the branches scratching at their skin as they pressed themselves against the ground, hearts pounding in their chests. The guards burst into the clearing, their torches flickering in the dim light. "They must be close. Split up and search the area," one of them commanded, his voice harsh and demanding. Solveig held her breath, her heart pounding in her ears as she watched the guards fan out, their eyes scanning the underbrush. She could feel Liz trembling beside her, the fear
"Stay
palpable in
quiet,"
the air, Solveig whispered, her voice barely audible. The guards moved closer, their boots crunching on the leaves, and Solveig's heart raced with every step they took. She could see the glint of metal as one of the guards drew his sword, the blade catching the last rays of sunlight. "Check over there!" another guard shouted, pointing toward the thicket where they were hiding. Panic surged through Solveig as she realized they were moments away from being discovered. "We have to move!" she hissed, her voice trembling with urgency. Just as the guard reached for the branches, Solveig and Liz bolted from their hiding place, sprinting deeper into the woods. The guards shouted in surprise, their voices echoing behind them as they gave chase once more. "Keep going!" Liz urged, her breath coming in quick gasps. "We can't stop now!" They raced through the trees, the underbrush tearing at their clothes, the sounds of pursuit growing louder. Solveig's heart pounded in her chest, each beat a reminder of the danger they faced. She could hear the guards shouting, their voices filled with anger and determination. "Over there!" one of the guards yelled, pointing in their direction. "Don't let them escape!" The adrenaline surged through Solveig as she pushed herself harder, her legs burning with exertion. She could feel the weight of their pursuit pressing down on her, but she refused to give in. She had to find a way to escape, to reach the coast and freedom. As they burst into a small clearing, Solveig spotted a narrow path leading down toward the water. "This way!" she shouted, her voice filled with urgency. They sprinted toward the path, the sound of crashing waves growing louder as they neared the shore. But just as they reached the edge of the water, a guard emerged from the trees, blocking their escape. "Stop right there!" he shouted, raising his weapon. With nowhere to go, Solveig felt a surge of desperation. "We can't let them catch us!" she cried, her heart racing. "Jump!" Liz shouted, pointing to the rocky shoreline. "We have to take the risk!" Without hesitation, Solveig grabbed Liz's hand, and together they leapt into the water, the cold waves crashing around them. The shock of the icy water took her breath away, but they swam with all their might,
the sound of the guards' shouts fading behind them. As they fought against the current, Solveig's heart raced with fear and determination. They had come too far to turn back now. She could feel the weight of the world on her shoulders, but she refused to let it drown her. "Keep going," Liz urged, her voice barely audible above the roar of the waves. "We can make it!" With every stroke, Solveig pushed herself harder, the shore growing distant behind them. They swam until their muscles burned, until the world around them faded into a blur of water and fear. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a small rocky outcrop, the waves crashing against the stones. They pulled themselves onto the rocks, gasping for breath, their hearts racing with the thrill of survival. As they lay there, the cold water lapping at their feet, Solveig looked at Liz, her heart filled with gratitude. "We did it," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. But even as they caught their breath, the reality of their situation loomed over them. They were still not safe. The guards would be searching for them, and they had to find a way to escape the clutches of Lord Sigurd once and for all. "Let's find a place to hide," Liz said, her eyes scanning the shoreline. "We can't stay here for long." As Solveig and Liz pressed onward, the rocky coastline loomed ahead, the sun dipping lower in the sky and casting long shadows across the water. The urgency of their escape weighed heavily upon them, and the sounds of pursuit echoed in the distance, reminding them that time was not on their side. "Keep moving," Solveig urged, glancing back toward the shore. The guards were likely regrouping and searching for any sign of them. "We can't let them catch us." "There's a hidden bay not far from here," Liz said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "Lady Jane is waiting for us there. She's expecting us." "Lady Jane?" Solveig asked, her heart racing at the thought of the ship that could offer them escape. "Do you think she'll be ready for us?" "She will be," Liz replied, determination shining in her eyes. "We just need to reach her before the guards find us." As they waded through the cool ocean water, the waves lapping at their legs, they navigated the rocky outcrop. Each step was a careful balance between urgency and caution, the slick stones beneath their feet threatening to send them tumbling into the depths. After what felt like an eternity, they finally rounded a bend in the coastline, and the hidden bay came into view. Nestled between two towering cliffs, the cove was almost concealed from sight, a sanctuary amidst the chaos. The water inside shimmered like a jewel, inviting and serene. "There it is!" Liz exclaimed, pointing toward the bay. With renewed energy they swam toward the entrance, the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks echoing in their ears. As they reached the shore, they pulled themselves onto the sandy beach, panting and soaked but filled with determination. Suddenly, from the shadows of the cove a figure emerged. It was Bjorn, the ship's first mate, his expression a mix of urgency and relief. "Solveig! Liz!" he called out, spotting them as they stumbled onto the beach. "You made it just in time!" "Bjorn!" Solveig gasped, her heart racing with relief. "We were afraid we wouldn't find you!" "Follow me," he urged, glancing back toward the water. "The guards are close behind. We need to get you to Lady Jane before it's too late." Without hesitation, Bjorn led them along the rocky path that wound toward the ship. The sound of crashing waves filled the air as they hurried, the urgency of their situation propelling them forward. Bjorn glanced back frequently, ensuring they were not being followed. As they approached the ship, the silhouette of Lady Jane loomed larger, her sails furled and her hull painted a deep dark blue that blended with the shadows of the water. The ship stood ready, a beacon of hope in their desperate flight. "Get aboard quickly," Bjorn urged as they reached the gangplank. "We don't have much time." They scrambled onto the ship, the deck solid beneath their feet. On the ship, Magnus moved swiftly, barking orders to his crew as they prepared to set sail. Solveig and Liz exchanged a glance, a shared understanding of the danger they had narrowly escaped. "Thank you for coming for us," Solveig said, her voice trembling with emotion as she turned to Bjorn. "I didn't know if we would make it." "Your courage brought you here," Bjorn replied, his expression serious.
But we must leave now. The tide is in our favor, but we need to be gone before the sun sets completely. As the crew worked to untie the ropes and hoist the sails, Solveig felt a surge of adrenaline. They were finally escaping Lord Sigurd's grasp, but the reality of their situation loomed over her. The guards could still be searching, and they had to move quickly. "Get ready to cast off!" Magnus shouted, and the crew sprang into action, their movements practiced and efficient. "Stay low and keep quiet," Liz whispered to Solveig as they crouched near the edge of the ship, the excitement and fear mingling in the air around them. As the ship began to glide away from the shore, Solveig felt a moment of relief wash over her. But then, a thought struck her, and she turned to Liz, her expression serious. "What about Lern? We can't leave him behind." As the ship began to glide away from the shore, Solveig felt a moment of relief wash over her. But then a thought struck her, and she turned to Liz, her expression serious. "What about Lern? We can't leave him behind." Bjorn turned to Solveig and Liz, his expression serious yet filled with urgency. "Lern is waiting for us not far from here." "Waiting for us?" Solveig asked, her heart racing with hope. "Where?" "He's hidden in a small fishing boat," Bjorn explained, glancing back toward the shoreline. "It's just beyond the cove, anchored in a sheltered spot. He's been watching for any sign of you two, ready to make his escape." Liz's eyes widened. "A fishing boat? Is it safe?" Bjorn nodded, his voice steady. "It's a simple vessel, but it's well concealed. He's been waiting for the right moment to leave. We need to get to him before the guards realize he's gone." "Then we have to hurry," Solveig urged, her determination igniting once more. "We can't leave him behind. He deserves to be free, just like us." "Agreed," Bjorn replied, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "We'll head to the spot where he's anchored. Once we're close, we can signal him to come aboard Lady Jane." With a shared sense of purpose, Solveig and Liz exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening. They would not abandon Lern. He had risked everything to help them, and now it was their turn to ensure his safety. "Let's go," Bjorn said. "We'll make our way to Lern's location and bring him aboard." As the crew adjusted their course, Solveig felt a surge of hope. They were not just escaping, they were bringing their friend with them. The thought of reuniting with Lern filled her with determination, and she knew that together they would face. As the ship approached the sheltered cove where Lern awaited, Solveig's heart raced with anticipation. Bjorn stood at the bow, scanning the waters for the small fishing boat. Suddenly, he pointed toward a shadowy figure bobbing gently on the waves. "There he is!" he called out, excitement lacing his voice. The crew maneuvered Lady Jane closer, and Solveig could see Lern's anxious face as he waved frantically, his small boat barely keeping afloat. With a swift motion, Bjorn threw a rope to Lern, who expertly tied it to his vessel. As the crew pulled him alongside, Solveig leaned over the railing, her heart swelling with relief. "Lern!" she shouted, her voice filled with joy. He climbed aboard with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, and as he stepped onto the deck of Lady Jane, Solveig rushed to embrace him. "You made it!" she exclaimed, tears of happiness brimming in her eyes. "We're all together now!" The crew cheered, and for a moment the weight of their perilous journey lifted, replaced by the warmth of friendship. The atmosphere aboard Lady Jane was charged with urgency as the crew gathered in the dimly lit cabin, the flickering lanterns casting shadows on the wooden walls. Solveig, Liz, Lern and Bjorn sat at the table, their faces etched with determination. Magnus stood at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in thought as he surveyed the maps spread before them. "We've made it this far, but we can't rest yet," Magnus began, his voice steady and commanding. "Eric is being held somewhere on the Bermudas, and we need a plan to rescue him." Solveig's heart raced at the mention of Eric's name. "What do we know about the situation there?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Bjorn leaned forward, pointing to a spot on the map. "The slave market is notorious, but there's a chance Eric may not even make it there. He's a strong young man, and it's possible he could be kept aboard the slave ship, forced to serve until he's exhausted. If that's the case, we need to act quickly." Liz exchanged a worried glance with Lern. How can we even get close without being spotted? The guards will be on high alert, especially after our escape. Magnus nodded, acknowledging the concern. We'll need to create a diversion. If we can draw the guards away from the ship, it will give us a chance to slip in and find Eric. I suggest we use the fishing boat to our advantage. It's small and can navigate the shallows without attracting too much attention. While the guards are distracted, we can make our move, Bjorn added, his eyes gleaming with determination. We'll need a small team to go ashore, someone who can blend in and gather information. I'll go, Solveig said, her voice firm. I can't just sit here while Eric is in danger. I know him, I can find him. Are you sure? Magnus asked, concern flickering in his eyes. It's dangerous and we can't afford to lose anyone else. I have to do this, Solveig insisted, her heart resolute. Eric is counting on us and I won't abandon him. Lern placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression supportive. You're not alone, Solveig. I'll go with you. We can watch each other's backs. Liz nodded, her determination matching Solveig's. I want to help too. We can't leave Eric behind. We'll find a way to get him out. Magnus studied their faces, weighing their resolve. Very well. We'll need to prepare for this carefully. I'll gather the crew and make sure the fishing boat is ready. We'll set sail at dawn. Bjorn leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. We should also consider how to gather information about the market. We need to know how many guards are stationed there, and if there are any weaknesses we can exploit. Perhaps we can find someone who knows the area, Liz suggested. A local who might be willing to help us. They could provide insight into the guards' routines or even help us create a distraction. That's a good idea, Magnus replied, nodding thoughtfully. We'll need to split our efforts. While some of us prepare the fishing boat, others can scout the nearby villages for information. We can't afford to be caught off guard. Solveig felt a surge of hope at the thought of a plan taking shape. I can go with whoever is scouting. I know how to talk to people. I can convince them to help us. Then it's settled, Magnus said, his voice firm. We'll have a small team go ashore to gather information while the rest of us prepare for the rescue. We'll meet back here before dawn to finalize our approach. As the meeting concluded, a sense of purpose filled the air. The crew dispersed to make preparations, but Solveig remained at the table, her mind racing with thoughts of Eric. She could almost hear his voice urging her to be brave. They would rescue him, no matter the cost. With the dawn still hours away, Solveig felt a mix of fear and hope. They were embarking on a perilous mission, but together they would face whatever awaited them on the shores of the Bermudas. Eric's freedom depended on it, and she would not fail him. As the days passed on their journey to the Bermudas, the crew of Lady Jane worked tirelessly, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. The ship rocked gently on the waves, and the salty breeze filled the sails, propelling them toward their destination. Solveig spent her days on deck, her heart heavy with worry for Eric. Each sunset reminded her of the time slipping away, and she could only hope that he remained safe. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Solveig gathered with Liz and Lern on the deck. "What if we don't find him?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What if he's already been sold or worse?" Liz placed a reassuring hand on her arm. "We can't think like that. We have to believe he's still on that ship, waiting for us to come for him. He's strong, and he knows we're out here." Lern nodded, his expression serious. "We'll find him. We have to stay focused on the plan. Once we reach the Bermudas, we'll gather information and figure out the best way to get him out." As they spoke, Bjorn approached, a determined look on his face. "I've been thinking about our approach. If Eric is still aboard the slave ship, we need to be prepared for anything. The guards will be ruthless, and we can't afford to underestimate them." "Agreed," Magnus said, joining them. "We'll need to be stealthy. If we can get close enough to the ship, we might be able to create a distraction that will allow us to slip aboard unnoticed." "What kind of distraction?" Solveig asked, her mind racing with possibilities. We could set a fire on the beach, Bjorn suggested. Something that will draw the guards away from the ship. While they're occupied, we can make our move. That's risky, Liz cautioned. What if the fire spreads or someone sees us? It's a risk we may have to take, Magnus replied, his tone serious. We need to be willing to do whatever it takes to save Eric. He's counting on us. As the crew continued to discuss their plans, Solveig felt a surge of determination. They were all in this together, united by their desire to save Eric. She could feel the weight of their mission pressing down on her, but she also felt the strength of their resolve. The days turned into a week, and as they neared the Bermudas, the tension aboard Lady Jane grew palpable. The crew worked tirelessly, preparing for the mission that lay ahead. Solveig spent her nights restless, haunted by dreams of Eric trapped and alone, waiting for her to rescue him. Finally, the day arrived when they could see the outline of the islands on the horizon. The crew gathered on deck, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Magnus stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the shore. We'll anchor offshore and send a small team to scout the area. We need to gather as much information as we can before making our move. As they approached the islands, Solveig's heart raced. She could almost feel Eric's presence, urging her to be brave. They would find him, no matter the cost. The crew prepared the fishing boat, their faces set with determination, ready to face whatever awaited them on the shores of the Bermudas. With the sun rising high in the sky, they anchored just out of sight of the shore. Magnus gathered the team, his voice steady. Remember, our priority is Eric's safety. We'll gather information and return before anyone realizes we're here. Stay alert and trust each other. As they prepared to set out, Solveig felt a mix of fear and hope. They were embarking on a perilous mission, but together they would face whatever awaited them. Eric's freedom depended on it, and she would not fail him. After a grueling week at sea, the crew of Lady Jane finally caught sight of the Bermudas, the sun glinting off the turquoise waters that surrounded the islands. As they approached the shores, the air was thick with the scent of salt and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocky coastline. The anticipation among the crew was palpable, each member acutely aware of the mission that lay ahead. "Port Royal," Magnus announced, his voice steady as he pointed toward the bustling harbour that came into view. "This is where we'll find the slave market. We need to be cautious." As they anchored just offshore, Solveig peered through the misty morning light, her heart pounding in her chest. Port Royal was a notorious hub of trade, its reputation steeped in both wealth and vice. The port was alive with activity, ships of all sizes bobbing in the harbour, their sails furled and cargo holds filled with goods from distant lands. The air was filled with the shouts of sailors and merchants, the clanging of metal, and the distant cries of gulls circling overhead. The shoreline was lined with wooden docks, where merchants shouted their wares, and the scent of spices mingled with the briny sea air. Colourful banners fluttered in the breeze, advertising everything from rum to textiles, but beneath the vibrant surface lay a darker reality. The slave market was a grim reminder of the human cost of such prosperity. "Look over there," Liz said, pointing toward a large weathered building at the edge of the docks. It was a 2-story structure, its walls painted a faded blue, with barred windows that offered a glimpse into the horrors within. "That must be the market." Solveig's stomach twisted at the sight. The building loomed ominously, its presence a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the port. She could see groups of men gathered outside, their faces hardened by hardship, their eyes filled with a mix of despair and resignation. The sound of chains clinking echoed in the air, a haunting reminder of the lives trapped within those walls. "Let's get closer," Magnus instructed, his voice low and urgent. "We need to gather information about Eric." As they made their way through the throngs of people, Solveig felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. The vibrant colours of the market seemed to blur into a haze of dread as they approached the slave market. The closer they got,
the more she could hear the muffled cries and the desperate pleas of those who had been captured and sold. The entrance to the market was flanked by 2 guards, their expressions stern and unyielding. The air was thick with tension, and Solveig could feel her heart racing as they approached. She glanced at Liz and Lern, who shared her apprehension but remained resolute. "Stay close," Magnus whispered, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of trouble. "We'll need to be quick and discreet." As they slipped through the crowd, Solveig's gaze was drawn to the interior of the market. The dimly lit space was filled with rows of wooden stalls, each one displaying the unfortunate souls who had been captured and brought here. The atmosphere was heavy with despair, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. Men and women stood in chains, their eyes hollow and defeated, while others were being inspected by potential buyers, their worth measured in the cruelest of terms. Solveig's heart ached at the sight, but she forced herself to focus. Eric could be among them, and she had to find him. "Let's split up," Magnus suggested, his voice barely audible above the din. "We'll cover more ground that way. Keep your eyes open for any sign of Eric, and remember to stay in contact." With a nod, they separated, each of them moving through the market with a sense of urgency. Solveig's heart raced as she navigated the narrow aisles, her eyes scanning the faces of the captives. She felt a mix of anger and sorrow, each person a reminder of the injustice that had brought them here. As she moved deeper into the market, she caught sight of a group of men huddled together, their expressions weary but defiant. One of them caught her eye, and for a moment she thought she saw a flicker of recognition. But as she approached, the man turned away, and her heart sank. "Eric," she whispered to herself, the name a prayer on her lips. "Where are you?" Just then she heard a commotion near the entrance. A group of guards was shouting, their voices rising in anger. Solveig's heart raced as she turned to see what was happening. The guards were pushing back a crowd of onlookers, their faces twisted in disdain. "Get back! This is no place for you!" one of the guards barked, brandishing a whip as a warning. Solveig's instincts kicked in. She needed to find Eric before the situation escalated. She pressed on, her determination unwavering. The market was a labyrinth of despair, but she would not give up. Eric was out there, and she would find him. As she continued her search, the weight of the world pressed down on her shoulders. The cries of the captives echoed in her mind, a haunting reminder of the stakes at play. She had to be brave, not just for herself, but for Eric and all those who had been wronged. With each step, she felt the urgency of their mission. Time was running out, and she would do whatever it took to bring Eric home. The vibrant facade of Port Royal masked a dark reality, but within that darkness, she held on to the flicker of hope that guided her forward. Magnus made his way through the crowded streets, the sounds of laughter and music growing louder as he approached the tavern. The sign above the door creaked in the breeze, depicting a leering pirate with a tankard raised high. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of rum and sweat, the air filled with the raucous laughter of sailors and merchants alike. Magnus scanned the room, his eyes landing on a corner table where a group of men huddled together, their voices low and conspiratorial. He approached the bar, ordering a drink, and leaned against the wooden counter, listening intently. "Did you hear about the French slave gallery?" one of the men at the table said, his voice barely above a whisper. "They've got several good sailors for sale, and the bidding is going to be separate from the common market." Magnus's heart quickened at the mention of sailors. This could be the lead they needed. He leaned in closer, pretending to be engrossed in his drink while straining to catch every word. "Apparently the bidding is invitation only," another man replied, his tone laced with excitement. "It's set for tomorrow at dawn, right next to the docks. If you're not on the list, you won't get in." "Who's running the show?" the first man asked, his brow furrowing. "I heard it's some high-ranking official from France. They have few strong men, the kind who can work hard and keep their mouths shut." Magnus's mind raced. This was it. If Eric was among those sailors,
They might have a chance to rescue him before he was sold off to the highest bidder. He needed to find a way to get an invitation to that auction.
"Do you think they'll be keeping the sailors in the gallery overnight?" the second man asked, glancing around the tavern as if wary of eavesdroppers.
"Most likely," the first man replied. "They'll want to keep them out of sight until the bidding starts. It's a private affair after all. But you know how these things go. There's always a way to get in if you're willing to pay the right price." Magnus's mind was already working through the possibilities. If he could find a way to secure an invitation, they could infiltrate the auction and rescue Eric before he was sold. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the next step.
"Thanks for the information, lads," he said to himself, turning to leave. "I might just have to pay a visit to that gallery myself." As he stepped back into the bustling streets of Port Royal, Magnus felt a renewed sense of purpose. He quickly made his way back to the market, where he found Solveig, Liz, and Lern still searching for Eric. "Did you find anything?" Solveig asked, her eyes wide with concern.
"I did," Magnus replied, his voice low. "There's a French slave gallery that's holding a private auction for sailors tomorrow at dawn, right next to the docks. It's invitation only, but we need to find a way to get in." Solveig's eyes lit up with hope. "If Eric is there, we have to act quickly. How do we get an invitation?" "I overheard that there's a way to gain access if you're willing to pay," Magnus explained. "We'll need to find someone who can help us secure an invitation. We can't let this opportunity slip away." Lern nodded, determination etched on his face. "Let's split up again. We can search for someone who might have connections to the gallery. We need to move fast." As they prepared to disperse once more, Magnus felt a surge of urgency. Time was running out, and they had to act quickly if they were to save Eric from a fate worse than death. The shadows of Port Royal loomed large, but within them lay the hope of rescue. Together, they would find a way to infiltrate the auction and bring Eric home. Magnus navigated the narrow, winding streets of Port Royal, his heart pounding with anticipation. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. He had heard whispers of a local trader named O'Donnell, a man known for his connections in the slave trade and his willingness to deal in secrets. If anyone could help him secure an invitation to the auction, it would be O'Donnell. As he approached a modest wooden building with a weathered sign swinging above the door, Magnus took a deep breath, steeling himself for the encounter. The air was thick with the scent of salt and spices, and the sounds of the bustling market faded into the background as he stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, filled with the rich aroma of tobacco and the faint sound of a lute playing in the corner. Shelves lined the walls, stacked high with various goods, spices, textiles, and trinkets from distant lands. Behind the counter stood O'Donnell, a stout man with a bushy beard and shrewd eyes that seemed to miss nothing. "Ah, a new face," O'Donnell said, his voice smooth and welcoming. "What brings you to my humble establishment?" Magnus approached the counter, adopting a deferential posture. "Good day, sir. I am but a humble servant, seeking work for my master. He is in need of a new crew for his cargo ship, and I've heard that you might have connections to the slave market." O'Donnell raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Is that so? A new crew, you say? The waters are treacherous, and the men are hard to come by these days. What kind of crew does your master require?" "Strong men, capable of hard labour," Magnus replied, keeping his tone respectful. "I've heard that the French slave gallery has some fine sailors for sale, and I was hoping to secure an invitation to the auction tomorrow at dawn. My master is willing to pay handsomely for the right men." O'Donnell leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepling as he considered Magnus's request. "An invitation, you say? Those are not easily come by, especially for a mere servant. What makes you think I would part with such a valuable piece of information?" Magnus felt a surge of urgency. He needed to convince O'Donnell that he was serious. "I assure you, sir, my master is a man of means. He values loyalty and strength in his crew. If I can secure an invitation, I can guarantee you a handsome reward for your assistance." O'Donnell's eyes narrowed and he studied Magnus for a long moment. Very well. I might be able to help you, but it will come at a price. I'll need a sum of 20 pieces of gold for the invitation. It's a risky business, and I have to protect my interests. Magnus's heart raced. He had not anticipated the cost would be so high, but he knew he had no choice. How about 15 pieces of gold? He countered, his voice steady. I can pay you that amount right now. O'Donnell hesitated, weighing the offer, but the glint of gold in Magnus's eyes was persuasive. 15, you say? Very well, I'll accept that. But you must understand, this is a one-time offer. Without hesitation, Magnus reached into his pocket and produced the coins, placing them on the counter with a decisive clink. Here you go.
Make sure
Now
you do.
about that invitation, O'Donnell replied, a sly smile creeping across his face as he pocketed the gold. I don't take kindly to those who waste my time. You'll find me here waiting. Magnus nodded, turning to leave, but O'Donnell's voice stopped him. And remember, servant, the world of trade is fraught with danger. Keep your wits about you, and don't let greed cloud your judgment. With that, Magnus stepped back into the bustling streets, his mind racing. He had secured the invitation, but time was of the essence. Eric's fate hung in the balance, and Magnus was determined to do whatever it took to secure his freedom. As he made his way back to Lady Jane, the weight of the invitation pressed heavily on his mind. He could not fail. The shadows of Port Royal were filled with secrets, but he would navigate them with purpose, driven by the hope of rescuing Eric from the clutches of despair. The dawn broke over Port Royal, casting a pale light across the harbour as Magnus stood among a small crowd of bidders gathered for the private auction. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air heavy with anticipation, and the scent of salt water mingling with the faint aroma of tobacco. He could feel the weight of the invitation in his pocket, a tangible reminder of the stakes at play. The auction was held in a makeshift tent set up near the docks, its canvas flapping in the breeze. Inside, rows of benches faced a raised platform where the auctioneer stood, a man with a booming voice and a sharp gaze. Magnus took a seat near the front, his heart racing as he scanned the faces of the other bidders. They were a motley crew, wealthy merchants, ship captains and men with dark intentions, all eager to acquire new cargo for their vessels. As the hours dragged on, Magnus watched as various captives were brought forth, each one paraded like a piece of livestock. The auctioneer's voice rang out, calling bids for men and women, their fates hanging in the balance. Magnus felt a knot tighten in his stomach with each sale, the desperation of the captives palpable as they were sold to the highest bidder. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the auctioneer announced, "Next up, we have a strong young man, recently captured and ready for work. Step forward." Magnus's heart leaped at the sound of the young man's name. He leaned forward, straining to catch a glimpse of him as he was led onto the platform. The young man's face was bruised but defiant, his eyes scanning the crowd with a mixture of anger and determination. Magnus felt a surge of recognition, but he quickly suppressed it. They could not reveal their connection here, not in this place filled with danger. "Bidding starts at 50 pieces of gold!" the auctioneer called, his voice booming through the tent. "Do I hear 50? Magnus's mind raced. He had only managed to secure 15 pieces of gold for the invitation, and he had no way of knowing how much he would need to bid for the young man. He glanced around at the other bidders, their expressions eager and calculating. He had to act quickly. 60! A voice called from the back of the tent, and Magnus felt his heart sink. He had to make a move. 70! Magnus shouted, surprising even himself with the force of his voice. The crowd turned to look at him, and he felt the weight of their scrutiny. He could see the auctioneer's eyes gleam with interest. 70 pieces of gold from the gentleman in front, the auctioneer announced. Do I hear 80? The bidding continued, and Magnus clenched his fists, feeling the pressure mounting. He had to win this bid. The young man was counting on him. As the bids climbed higher, Magnus felt a sense of desperation wash over him. He had to find a way to secure the funds. 80! Another bidder called, and Magnus's heart raced. He had to think fast. He remembered the cargo Lady Jane was set to take to India, valuable spices and textiles that could fetch a high price. If he had to, he would sell part of that cargo to secure the young man's freedom. 85! Magnus shouted, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. The auctioneer's gavel hovered in the air, and he could see the other bidders weighing their options. 85 going once, going twice, the auctioneer called, his voice echoing in the tense silence. Magnus's heart pounded in his chest as he held his breath, willing the other bidders to back down. Sold! The auctioneer's gavel struck the podium, and Magnus felt a rush of relief wash over him. He had won the bid for the young man, but the victory was bittersweet. He had committed to selling part of Lady Jane's cargo to pay for it. As Eric was led down from the platform, Magnus stepped forward, his heart pounding with urgency. He reached into his pocket, feeling the weight of the gold coins he had secured for this moment. The auctioneer's voice echoed in the tent, calling for bids, but Magnus had no time for pleasantries. 85 pieces of gold! He shouted, his voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. The auctioneer's gavel struck, and the air thickened with tension. Eric's eyes widened as he recognized Magnus, but he remained silent, masking his relief with a stoic facade. The auctioneer nodded, and with a swift motion he gestured for Eric to step down from the platform. Magnus moved closer, his gaze locked onto Eric's, conveying a silent promise of safety. Without a word, he extended his hand, and Eric hesitated for just a moment before accepting it. Together they slipped through the throngs of bidders, Magnus leading Eric away from the chaos of the auction. Eric followed closely, his heart racing as they navigated the bustling market. The weight of his recent captivity still clung to him, but the presence of Magnus offered a flicker of hope. They exited the tent and stepped into the sunlight, the salty breeze filling their lungs. Magnus felt a surge of relief as they moved away from the shadows of the auction, but he remained acutely aware of the dangers that still lurked nearby. Eric walked beside him, silent but resolute, the unspoken bond between them growing stronger with each step. As they moved away from the auction, Magnus kept a steady pace, ensuring they maintained a safe distance from the chaos behind them. The bustling market was alive with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares and the clamour of buyers. But for Magnus and Eric, the world had narrowed to just the two of them. Eric glanced sideways at Magnus, his brow furrowed with curiosity and concern. "How did you know I was here?" he asked, his voice low but urgent. The relief of freedom was tempered by the weight of unanswered questions. Magnus hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "I received word from a trader who frequents these markets. He mentioned a strong young man being sold at auction. I had to come." Eric's heart raced at the thought of being sought after, but another question burned in his mind. "And the ship, Lady Jane, is she still in port?" Magnus nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, she's anchored just outside the harbour, ready to set sail at dawn. We'll be leaving soon, but we need to be cautious. The guards will be looking for you." Eric felt a surge of hope at the mention of Lady Jane. "And Solveig? Is she safe?" The name slipped from his lips, a mixture of longing and worry. He had thought of her often during his captivity, her image a beacon of light in the darkness. "She's aboard the ship, waiting for us," Magnus replied, his voice steady. "She's been worried about you, but we'll get you both to safety." Eric's heart swelled with a mix of relief and determination. The thought of reuniting with Solveig fueled his resolve. "What's the plan?" he asked, his mind racing with possibilities. Magnus glanced around, ensuring they were not being followed. "We'll make our way to the docks and board Lady Jane discreetly. Once we're out to sea, we can regroup and plan our next steps." The moment they stepped aboard the Lady Jane, the familiar scent of salt and wood enveloped Eric, grounding him in the reality of his escape. The ship rocked gently with the rhythm of the waves, and the crew moved about with purpose, preparing for their departure. Magnus led Eric through the bustling deck, his presence a steadying force amidst the chaos of emotions swirling within him. As they reached the aft of the ship, Eric's heart raced with anticipation. He scanned the deck, searching for a glimpse of Solveig. Just then, he spotted her standing near the railing, her hair catching the light of the setting sun, a vision of strength and beauty. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. "Eric!" Solveig's voice broke through the din of the ship, filled with a mixture of relief and joy. Without hesitation, she dashed toward him, her feet barely touching the deck as she closed the distance between them. Eric's breath caught in his throat as she reached him, and before he could utter a word, Solveig threw her arms around him, pulling him into a fierce embrace. The world around them faded away, and in that moment, nothing else mattered. Eric wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly as if afraid she might slip away again. Tears of relief glistened in Solveig's eyes, but she held back the words that danced on her lips. Instead, she buried her face in his shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of him, salt, sweat, and the faint trace of wood smoke. Eric felt her warmth seep into him, a balm for the wounds of his captivity. "I thought I lost you," she whispered, her voice muffled against him, the emotion in her tone unmistakable. Eric could feel the tremor in her body, the way she clung to him as if he were her lifeline. "I'm here now," he replied softly, his heart swelling with a mix of joy and longing. He pulled back slightly to look into her eyes, searching for the words that remained unspoken between them. But the moment was too precious, too fragile to disrupt with confessions. Magnus stood a few paces away, giving them space while keeping a watchful eye on the deck. He could sense the intensity of their connection, the unspoken bond that tied them together, and he felt a surge of hope for their future. As Solveig stepped back, her hands lingered on Eric's arms, her gaze searching his face for any sign of hurt or despair. "You're safe now," she said, her voice steadying, though the weight of her feelings hung in the air between them. Eric nodded, his heart racing. Palpable. "Thanks to you and Magnus. I didn't think I'd ever see you again." A moment of silence stretched between them, filled with the unsaid. Eric longed to tell her how he felt, to confess the depth of his love, but the words remained trapped in his throat. Instead, he reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers brushing against her skin. "Let's get out of here," he said, his voice low and determined. "We have a long journey ahead." With a shared understanding, they turned to join Magnus, ready to face whatever lay ahead together. The ship creaked beneath them, the sails billowing in the wind, and as Lady Jane set sail, Eric felt a renewed sense of hope. They were free, and together they would navigate the uncharted waters of their future. As the crew of the Lady Jane moved with urgency, preparing to set sail, Bjorn approached Eric, his expression a mix of concern and authority. The first mate's broad shoulders seemed to carry the weight of the ship's responsibilities, and his eyes were sharp, scanning the deck for any signs of trouble. "Eric!" Bjorn called, his voice cutting through the bustle of the crew. Eric turned to face him, still feeling the adrenaline of his escape coursing through his veins. "You've been through a lot. The lad is in urgent need of rest." Eric opened his mouth to protest, but Bjorn raised a hand, silencing him. "I know you want to help, but you won't be of any use to anyone if you're exhausted. You need to recover. Go to your cabin and rest. We'll handle the sailing." Eric hesitated, glancing back at Solveig, who was helping the crew secure the sails and prepare the ship for departure. He felt a tug of guilt at the thought of leaving her side, but he also recognized the truth in Bjorn's words. His body ached, and fatigue was beginning to settle in, a reminder of the ordeal he had just endured. "Fine," Eric relented, his voice weary, "but I want to be up on deck as soon as we're underway." Bjorn nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. "That's the spirit. Just take a moment to gather your strength. You'll need it for what lies ahead." With a final glance at Solveig, Eric turned and made his way toward his cabin. The familiar creak of the ship beneath his feet felt comforting. a reminder that he was no longer trapped in the darkness of the auction. He opened the door to his room, the small space filled with the scent of salt and wood, and stepped inside. As he closed the door behind him, Eric leaned against it for a moment, allowing himself to breathe. The reality of his situation washed over him. He was free, but the journey ahead was fraught with uncertainty. He moved to the small cot in the corner, the exhaustion of the past days finally catching up to him. He lay down, closing his eyes, but his mind raced with thoughts of Solveig and the crew. He could hear the sounds of the ship preparing to leave the island, the shouts of the crew, the flapping of sails, and the distant call of gulls. After a few moments, he felt the ship begin to move, the gentle sway lulling him into a state of calm. Eric knew he needed this rest, but a part of him longed to be out there, fighting alongside his friends. As he drifted into a light sleep, he hoped that when he awoke, they would be far from the island, sailing toward a future filled with promise and the chance to reclaim what had been lost. The gentle sway of the Lady Jane rocked Eric in a soothing rhythm, the sound of waves lapping against the hull creating a calming backdrop. Sunlight filtered through the small porthole, casting a warm glow across the cabin, illuminating the rough-hewn wooden walls and the simple furnishings. The air was thick with the scent of salt and the faint aroma of the food Solveig had brought, mingling with the lingering traces of the sea. A soft knock on the door broke the tranquility, and Eric stirred, blinking against the light. "Eric?" Solveig's voice was a melodic whisper, filled with warmth and concern. The sound sent a rush of anticipation through him, and he quickly pushed himself up from the cot, the rough wool blanket slipping from his shoulders. "Come in," he called, his voice still hoarse from disuse. The door creaked open, and Solveig stepped inside, her presence illuminating the small space even further. She carried a tray, the polished wood gleaming in the sunlight, laden with a simple yet inviting meal, fresh bread, a small wheel of cheese, and a pitcher of water. As she entered, the cabin felt alive with her energy. The soft rustle of her skirts and the gentle sway of her hair framed her face, which was lit with a mixture of relief and determination. She set the tray down on the small table, her fingers brushing against the surface as she turned to him, her eyes searching his face. "Eric," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. "I thought you might be hungry." The sincerity in her tone wrapped around him like a warm embrace, and he felt a swell of gratitude. "Thank you," he replied, his heart racing as he took in the sight of her. The sunlight caught the golden strands of her hair, making them shimmer like spun gold, and the way her eyes sparkled with concern made his chest tighten with emotion. As he poured himself a cup of water, the cool liquid glistened in the light, and he took a long, grateful drink, feeling the refreshing flow wash over him. The cabin was small, but it felt intimate, a sanctuary away from the chaos of the world outside. The walls, adorned with nautical maps and the occasional piece of driftwood, seemed to close in around them, creating a cocoon of safety. "Eric," Solveig said, stepping closer, her voice dropping to a softer tone. "You need to wash up a bit. You've been through so much." Her gaze lingered on him, filled with a mix of concern and admiration. He nodded, feeling the weight of dirt and grime from his captivity still clinging to his skin. The small basin in the corner caught his eye, and he moved toward it, pouring some water into it. The sound of the water splashing against the wood echoed softly in the cabin, a soothing rhythm that matched the gentle sway of the ship. As he began to unbutton his shirt, the fabric fell away, revealing his scarred torso. He caught a glimpse of Solveig's reaction, a slight widening of her eyes, a flush creeping into her cheeks as she turned her gaze away, but not before he noticed the way her breath caught in her throat. "Sorry," he murmured, feeling a mix of vulnerability and intimacy in the moment. He splashed water over his arms and chest, the coolness refreshing against his skin, washing away the remnants of his ordeal. The cabin felt charged with unspoken words, the air thick with emotion as Solveig stepped closer, her presence a comforting weight. The sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a golden hue around them, illuminating the space with a warmth that felt almost sacred. "I was scared," she began, her voice trembling slightly as she took a step closer, her eyes searching his. "I was terrified that I would never see you again. Your capture, and then the thought of having to marry Lord Sigurd." She paused, her voice thick with emotion, the weight of her fears hanging in the air between them. Eric turned to face her, the water dripping from his hands as he met her gaze. The intimacy of the moment enveloped them, the world outside fading away, leaving only the two of them in that small cabin. The cabin was filled with a charged silence, the air thick with unspoken words and lingering tension. Eric turned to Solveig, his heart pounding in his chest as he took in the depth of her gaze. The sunlight streaming through the porthole illuminated her features, casting a warm glow around her, making her look almost ethereal. "Solveig," he began, his voice low and earnest, "I need you to know how much you mean to me. These past days, they've been a nightmare, but the thought of you kept me going. You were my light in the darkness." Her breath caught in her throat and she stepped closer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Eric, I felt so helpless. Every moment I thought of you, I was terrified that I would never see you again. The thought of being forced to marry Lord Sigurd, it haunted me. But you were always in my heart." Eric reached out, taking her hands in his, feeling the warmth of her skin against his. "I never wanted to leave you. I fought every day to find a way back to you. You are everything to me, Solveig. I love you." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. Solveig's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding her expression. "You love me?" she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes," he replied, his grip on her hands tightening. "I've loved you for as long as I can remember. You are the reason I kept fighting, the reason I endured the pain. I can't imagine my life without you." Tears spilled down Solveig's cheeks, and she stepped closer, their bodies almost touching. "Eric, I love you too. I've loved you since the moment we met. You've always been my heart's desire, and the thought of losing you was unbearable." Eric's heart soared at her confession, and he brushed his thumb gently across her cheek, wiping away her tears. "Then let's not waste another moment. We have a chance to be together now, to build a life free from fear and darkness." She nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, let's seize this moment. I want to be with you, Eric. I want to face whatever comes next together." With that, Eric leaned in, capturing her lips with his in a passionate kiss. It was a kiss filled with all the longing and fear they had both held inside, a promise of love and a future they would forge together. Solveig melted against him, her arms wrapping around his neck as she deepened the kiss, pouring all her emotions into that single moment. Eric's hands found their way to her waist, pulling her closer, feeling the warmth of her body against his. The kiss ignited a fire within him, a fierce desire that had been stoked by their separation and the trials they had faced. He felt her heartbeat quicken, matching the rhythm of his own, and it sent a thrill through him. As they pulled away, breathless and wide-eyed, Eric rested his forehead against hers, their breaths mingling in the small space. "We'll face everything together," he vowed, his voice a husky whisper. "I won't let anything come between us again." "Together," Solveig echoed, her voice filled with conviction. Eric's gaze locked onto hers, together. And in that moment, the world outside faded away. The ship creaked gently around them, the sound of the waves lapping against the hull a distant reminder of their journey. He could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, and it filled him with a sense of purpose. "I want to know everything about you," he said, his voice low and intimate. "Every thought, every dream. I want to share my life with you, Solveig. I want to build a future where we are free to love each other without fear." Solveig's heart raced at his words, and she stepped back slightly, searching his face. "You mean it? You truly want that?" "More than anything," he replied, his sincerity palpable. "I want to wake up every day knowing you're by my side. I want to fight for you, to protect you, to cherish every moment we have together." Tears brimmed in her eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. "Eric, you have no idea how long I've dreamed of this. I've imagined a life where we could be together, where I wouldn't have to hide my feelings or fear for your safety." Eric cupped her face in his hands, his thumbs brushing away the tears that fell. "Then let's make that dream a reality. We'll find a place where we can be ourselves, where no one can tear us apart. I promise to always stand by you, no matter what." The intensity of their connection deepened, and Solveig felt a rush of emotions swell within her. "I've never felt this way about anyone before," she confessed, her voice trembling with vulnerability. "You make me feel alive, Eric. You make me believe in love again." He leaned in closer, their lips almost touching once more. "Then let me show you just how deep my love runs," he murmured, his breath warm against her skin. "Let me prove to you that we can have everything we've ever wanted." With that, he kissed her again, this time with a fervour that spoke of all the passion and longing they had kept hidden for so long. Solveig responded with equal intensity, her hands tangling in his hair as she pressed herself against him, deepening the kiss. It was a kiss that spoke of promises, of hope, and of a love that would endure against all odds. As they finally pulled away, both breathless and flushed, Eric looked into her eyes, his heart full. "No matter what challenges we face, I will always choose you, Solveig. You are my heart, my soul, my everything." "And you are mine," she replied, her voice steady and filled with conviction. "Together, we will conquer the world." In that intimate cabin, surrounded by the gentle sway of the ship and the promise of the open sea, they found solace in each other's arms, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, united by their love and the dreams they would build together. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the deck of the Lady Jane as the ship sailed steadily toward the horizon. Eric stood at the helm, the salty breeze tousling his hair, while Solveig leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant waves. The atmosphere was charged with a mix of hope and tension, the weight of their recent escape still fresh in their minds. Later that afternoon, Bjorn approached, his expression serious as he joined Eric at the helm. "We need to discuss our next move," he said, his voice steady. "Once we reach the port of Calcutta, we'll need to ensure the cargo is delivered safely, but we also have to consider the threat of Lord Sigurd." Magnus, who had been inspecting the sails, turned to join them, his brow furrowed in thought. "Sigurd will not rest until he finds Solveig. He believes she belongs to him, and he will stop at nothing to reclaim what he thinks is rightfully his." Eric clenched his fists, anger bubbling beneath the surface. "He doesn't own her. She is not a possession to be claimed. We will make sure he never lays eyes on her again." Solveig stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with concern. "We can't underestimate him. He has resources and men at his disposal. If he learns we're headed to Calcutta, he will come after us. We need a plan." Bjorn nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Once we reach the port, we'll need to find a way to blend in with the local traders. We can't draw attention to ourselves. If Sigurd is looking for Solveig, we must ensure he doesn't recognize her." Magnus crossed his arms, his gaze shifting to Solveig. "You'll need to disguise yourself. Perhaps we can find you some local attire that will help you blend in. The last thing we want is for Sigurd to spot you and raise the alarm." Eric stepped closer to Solveig, his heart aching at the thought of her being in danger. "We'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe. You are our priority, Solveig. We can't let him take you from us again." Solveig met his gaze, determination shining in her eyes. "I won't let him take me. I'm not afraid of him. I've faced worse than Lord Sigurd, and I will not be a pawn in his game." Bjorn smiled, appreciating her spirit. That's the attitude we need. But we must be strategic. Once we deliver the cargo, we can find a way to secure passage to a safer location, perhaps even further inland, away from Sigurd's reach. Magnus nodded in agreement. We'll need to gather information once we arrive. The locals will know if there are any rumors about Sigurd's movements. We can use that to our advantage. Eric took a deep breath, his mind racing with possibilities. I have a plan. Instead of heading directly to Calcutta, we'll make a stop at a lesser-known port called Raven's Cove. It's a pirate haven, not frequented by legitimate traders. We can change the Lady Jane's colours and name her Valkyria. With a new identity, we'll be less likely to attract Sigurd's attention. Bjorn raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Raven's Cove? It's risky, but it could work. The locals there are used to dealing with all sorts of ships. We can find a way to blend in. Magnus nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. And once we've changed the ship's appearance, we can set sail for India under the guise of a different crew. It will give us the element of surprise. Solveig felt a surge of hope at Eric's plan. And what about the cargo? We still need to ensure it reaches its destination safely. Eric smiled, his confidence growing. We'll use Raven's Cove to our advantage. We can find trustworthy contacts there who can help us with the cargo and provide us with information about Sigurd's movements. Once we're ready, we'll head to Calcutta as Valkyria, a ghost ship in the night. Bjorn grinned, the thrill of adventure igniting in his eyes. I like it. A new name, a new identity. It's bold, but it just might work. Magnus clapped Eric on the shoulder, his expression one of camaraderie. Let's prepare for the journey ahead. We'll need to gather supplies and make the necessary changes to the ship. Time is of the essence. Eric felt a renewed sense of purpose as they discussed the details of their plan. We'll leave at first light. Raven's Cove will be our sanctuary, a place to regroup and prepare for the next leg of our journey. Together, we will ensure that Lord Sigurd never finds us. Bjorn leaned against the railing, his eyes scanning the horizon. We should also consider how we'll handle the cargo once we reach Calcutta. If we're to maintain our cover, we can't afford to draw attention to ourselves. We'll need to find a discreet way to deliver it. Magnus nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps we can arrange for a local trader to take the cargo off our hands. If we can establish a connection before we arrive, it will make the process smoother. We can use Raven's Cove to gather information and make those arrangements. Solveig interjected, her voice firm. And we must ensure that whoever we deal with is trustworthy. We can't risk being betrayed, especially with Sigurd lurking in the shadows. Eric's expression turned serious. Agreed. We'll need to be cautious. Once we're in Raven's Cove, we can scout the area and identify potential allies. We'll also need to keep a low profile. If Sigurd has eyes on the port, we can't afford to be seen. Bjorn straightened, a determined look on his face.
Then it's settled. We'll make our way to Raven's Cove, change the ship's identity, and gather the information we need. We'll be ready to sail to Calcutta as Valkyria, and Sigurd will be none the wiser.
Magnus clapped his hands together, rallying the crew. Let's get to work. We have preparations to make, and we need to be ready to leave at dawn. Every moment counts. Eric felt a surge of hope and determination as they discussed the details of their plan. We'll leave at first light. Raven's Cove will be our sanctuary, a place to regroup and prepare for the next leg of our journey. Together we will ensure that Lord Sigurd never finds us. With their plan set in motion, the crew began to prepare for the journey ahead, each of them aware of the challenges that lay before them, but emboldened by the strength of their resolve. The Lady Jane sailed onward, carrying them toward Raven's Cove and the promise of a new beginning, free from the shadows of their past. As dawn broke over the horizon, the Lady Jane glided through the misty waters, the air thick with anticipation. Eric stood at the helm, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The crew had worked tirelessly through the night, preparing for their arrival at Raven's Cove, and now the rugged cliffs of the cove loomed ahead, shrouded in a veil of fog. Raven's Cove, Eric murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The port was notorious among sailors, a haven for pirates and traders alike, where the line between legality and lawlessness blurred. It was the perfect place to change their ship's identity and gather the resources they needed for their journey to Calcutta. Bjorn joined him at the helm, squinting into the distance. Keep a steady course. We'll need to navigate carefully through the rocks. The entrance can be treacherous if you don't know the waters. Magnus stood nearby, his eyes scanning the shoreline. We should be on the lookout for any ships already docked. We don't want to attract unwanted attention. The last thing we need is to draw Sigurd's men to our location. As they approached the cove, the mist began to lift, revealing a bustling scene. Ships of all sizes bobbed in the water, their sails furled and colours faded from years of exposure to the elements. The sounds of laughter, shouting, and the clinking of coins filled the air, mingling with the scent of salt and smoke from nearby fires. "Look at that," Bjorn said, gesturing toward a group of rough-looking sailors gathered on the dock, their faces weathered and hardened by years at sea. "This place is alive with opportunity and danger." Eric nodded, his resolve strengthening. "We'll need to be cautious. Let's find a quiet spot to anchor the Lady Jane and begin our preparations. We can't afford to be seen as outsiders." As they manoeuvred the ship into a secluded berth, Solveig emerged from below deck, her expression a mix of determination and apprehension. "What's the plan once we're docked?" she asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty that hung in the air. Eric turned to her, his heart swelling with admiration. "First, we'll change the ship's colours and name her Valkyria. Then we'll scout the area for trustworthy contacts who can help us with the cargo and provide information about Sigurd's movements." Bjorn nodded in agreement. "We'll need to gather supplies as well. This cove is known for its black market. We can find what we need to ensure our journey to Calcutta is successful." Magnus stepped forward, his brow furrowed in thought. "We should also consider how we'll disguise ourselves. If we're to blend in, we can't look like the crew of a legitimate trading ship. We need to adopt the appearance of pirates ourselves." Eric smiled, appreciating Magnus's insight. "Agreed. We'll need to find some local attire and perhaps even some props to help us fit in. The last thing we want is for someone to recognize us as the crew of the Lady Jane." As they disembarked, the crew moved with purpose, their eyes scanning the bustling docks. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the promise of adventure and the threat of danger lurking just beneath the surface. Eric felt a surge of adrenaline as they stepped onto the weathered planks of the dock, the salty air invigorating his senses. "Stay close," he instructed, his voice low but firm. "We'll split into pairs to gather supplies and scout for contacts. Bjorn and I will look for someone who can help us with the ship's transformation. Solveig, you and Magnus can search for information about Sigurd's movements." Solveig nodded, her determination unwavering. "We'll find out what we can. I won't let him take me again." As they moved through the throng of sailors and traders, Eric felt the weight of their mission pressing down on him. The cove was alive with the sounds of commerce, but beneath the surface, he sensed the tension of hidden agendas and unspoken threats. He had to keep Solveig safe, no matter the cost. After a few minutes of navigating through the crowd, Eric and Bjorn found a small, dimly lit tavern tucked away from the main thoroughfare. The sign above the door creaked in the wind, reading "The Black Gull." Eric exchanged a glance with Bjorn, and they stepped inside, the heavy scent of ale and smoke enveloping them. Inside, the atmosphere was raucous, filled with the laughter and shouts of patrons. Eric's eyes quickly adjusted to the dim light, and he scanned the room for anyone who might be able to assist them. A burly man with a thick beard sat at the bar, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Looking for something, lads?" the man called out, a grin spreading across his face. "Or just here to drown your sorrows?" Eric approached cautiously, his instincts on high alert. "We're in need of some supplies and a bit of discretion. We're looking to change the name and colours of our ship. Heard you might be the man to talk to." The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Changing a ship's identity, are we? That's no small task. What's in it for me? Eric leaned closer, lowering his voice. We can offer you a share of the cargo we're transporting to Calcutta. It's valuable, and we need your help to ensure it reaches its destination without drawing attention. The man considered this, his expression shifting from curiosity to interest. You've got my attention, but I'll need more than just promises. I want a cut of the profits, and I want to know you're not just another group of fools looking to get caught. Eric nodded, his resolve firm. We're not fools. We're determined to succeed, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep our operation under the radar. You'll get your cut, and we'll make sure you're well compensated for your help. The man leaned back, a calculating look in his eyes. All right then, let's talk business. But first, you'll need to prove you're not just another band of wannabe pirates. I'll need to see what you're made of. Meanwhile, Solveig and Magnus navigated the bustling market outside, the vibrant colours of fabrics and the enticing aromas of food filling the air. They moved through the throng, their eyes peeled for any signs of trouble. Stay alert, Magnus said, his voice low. We can't afford to let our guard down. If Sigurd's men are here, they could be watching. Solveig nodded, her heart racing with a mix of fear and excitement. We'll find out what we can. I refuse to let him take control of my life again. As they continued their search, they overheard snippets of conversation about ships arriving and departing, whispers of rumours about a nobleman searching for a runaway bride. Solveig's heart sank at the mention of Sigurd's name, but she steeled herself, determined to gather as much information as possible. Did you hear that? She whispered to Magnus, her eyes wide. We need to find out more about this nobleman. If he's here, it could mean trouble for us. Magnus nodded, his expression serious. Let's keep our ears open. We'll find a way to use this information to our advantage. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the crew of the Lady Jane, now Valkyria, began to weave their plans into the fabric of Raven's Cove, each member aware of the stakes involved. They were not just fighting for their freedom, they were fighting for their lives. Eric leaned against the railing of the Valkyria, watching the waves lap gently against the hull. The day had been filled with preparations and plans, but now, as the evening settled in, he felt a different kind of urgency stirring within him. Solveig approached, her silhouette framed by the fading light. She joined him at the railing, her expression contemplative. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her voice soft yet steady. Eric turned to her, his heart racing. "I've been thinking about us, about everything we've been through and what lies ahead." He hesitated, searching for the right words. "I know we're facing unimaginable challenges, and I want to ensure that we're prepared for whatever comes our way." Solveig met his gaze, her eyes reflecting the depth of their shared experiences. "I feel the same. We've fought so hard to be free, and I won't let anything tear us apart." Eric took a deep breath, the weight of his next words heavy on his heart. "What if we made it official? I mean, would you consider becoming my wife?" The question hung in the air between them, charged with emotion. Solveig's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment Eric feared he had overstepped. But then he saw the flicker of hope in her gaze. "Your wife?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Eirik, are you serious?" He nodded, his resolve firm. "I am. I know it may seem sudden, but think about it. If we were married, it would strengthen our bond. It would give us a united front against anyone who might try to come between us, especially Lord Sigurd. He believes he has a claim over you, but if we're married, it would make it clear that you belong to me." Solveig's heart raced at the thought. "But what about the dangers we face? We're still in a precarious situation. Wouldn't it put you at greater risk?" Eric stepped closer, his voice earnest. "I would face any danger for you, Solveig. I want to protect you, and I want to build a life together. This isn't just about safety, it's about love. I've loved you since the moment we met, and I want to fight for our future." Tears glistened in Solveig's eyes as she processed his words. "Eric, I've loved you too. But marriage, it feels like such a big step. especially now. I understand, he replied, his voice gentle. But think of it as a partnership. We would face everything together as equals. We would have each other's backs no matter what. And in a place like Raven's Cove, where trust is hard to come by, having that bond would mean everything. Solveig looked out at the horizon, the waves reflecting the colours of the sunset. You're right. We've already faced so much together. Perhaps this is the next step we need to take. Eric reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers. So what do you say? Will you be my wife? A smile broke through her uncertainty, illuminating her face. Yes, Eric, I will be your wife. Together we will face whatever comes our way. Eric's heart soared as he pulled her into an embrace, the weight of their decision settling around them like a warm blanket. In that moment, amidst the chaos of Raven's Cove, they found solace in each other, ready to face the world as partners bound by love and determination. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a twilight glow over Raven's Cove. Eric and Solveig hurried through the narrow, winding streets, their hearts racing with a mix of excitement and urgency. The small church they had spotted earlier, nestled between two weathered buildings, loomed ahead, its wooden door slightly ajar. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Solveig asked, glancing around as they approached. The church appeared humble, its exterior worn by the elements, but it radiated a sense of warmth and sanctuary. The faint sound of laughter and chatter from nearby taverns filled the air, a stark contrast to the seriousness of their mission. Eric nodded, determination etched on his face. This is it. The locals said the priest here is known for helping those in need. If anyone can marry us quickly, they stepped inside, the scent of aged wood and incense enveloped them. The interior was dimly lit, with flickering candles casting dancing shadows on the walls. A small altar stood at the front, adorned with simple flowers and a crucifix. In the corner, a man in a tattered robe was tending to a makeshift medical kit, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Excuse me," Eric called out, his voice echoing in the quiet space. The man looked up, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the newcomers. He was older, with a grizzled beard and a face that bore the marks of both wisdom and weariness. "What brings you here at this hour?" the priest asked, his tone gruff but curious. He set aside his tools, wiping his hands on a rag as he approached them. Eric stepped forward, urgency in his voice. "We need your help. We wish to be married. Immediately." The priest raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident on his face. "Married? At this hour? You do realize that a proper ceremony requires more than just a few words, don't you?" Solveig took a deep breath, stepping beside Eric. "Please, sir, we're in a difficult situation. We need to solidify our bond and we can't afford to wait. If we're married, it will protect us from those who wish to tear us apart." The priest studied them for a moment, his expression softening slightly. "And what makes you think I can help you? I'm more of a doctor than a priest these days. My congregation is sparse." Eric glanced at Solveig, then back at the priest. "We understand, but we've heard you're a man of compassion. We're not asking for a grand ceremony, just a simple union. We love each other, and we want to face the future together." The priest sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he considered their request. "Love is a powerful thing, but it's not something to be taken lightly. You'll need to understand the weight of the vows you're asking for." "We do," Solveig interjected, her voice steady. "We've faced danger and uncertainty together. This is our choice, and we want to make it official." After a moment of silence, the priest nodded slowly. "Very well. If you're truly committed, I will perform the ceremony. But you must understand that marriage is not just a piece of paper. It's a promise to stand by one another through thick and thin." Eric's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you. We promise to honor that commitment." The priest gestured for them to follow him to the altar. "Let's make this quick then. I'll need your names and a few details." As they stood before the altar, Eric took Solveig's hands in his, feeling the warmth of her touch. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice low and filled with emotion. "More than ever," she replied, her eyes shining with determination. The priest began to speak, his voice steady and authoritative. "We are gathered here today to witness the union of Eirik and Solveig. In the eyes of the law and the spirit of love, they seek to bind their lives together." Eirik felt a rush of adrenaline as he listened to the priest's words, the weight of the moment settling around them. He glanced at Solveig, her expression a mix of joy and resolve. "Do you, Eirik, take Solveig to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love and cherish her in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live?" the priest asked, his gaze fixed on Eirik. "I do," Eirik replied, his voice strong and unwavering. "And do you, Solveig, take Eirik to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and cherish him in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live?" the priest continued. "I do," Solveig answered, her voice filled with conviction. With each vow exchanged, Eirik felt the bond between them solidify, a promise forged in the fires of their shared struggles. The priest concluded the ceremony, his voice resonating in the small church. "By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." Eirik leaned in, capturing Solveig's lips with his in a kiss that was both tender and fierce, sealing their commitment to one another. As they pulled away, the world outside faded, leaving only the two of them in that sacred moment. The priest smiled, a hint of warmth in his eyes. "Congratulations. May your love guide you through the storms ahead." Eirik and Solveig exchanged glances, their hearts racing with the thrill of their new union. Together, they stepped out of the church, hand in hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, fortified by their love and the promise of a shared future. As they emerged into the cool evening air, the sounds of Raven's Cove enveloped them once more. The distant laughter of sailors and the clinking of tankards echoed through the streets, a reminder of the life that thrived around them. Eirik turned to Solveig, his expression serious yet filled with hope. "Now that we're married, we need to be even more vigilant," he said, his voice low. "Lord Sigurd will not take this lightly. He'll be searching for you, and we must stay one step ahead." Solveig nodded, her grip on his hand tightening. "I understand. But together we can face anything. We've already overcome so much." Eirik smiled, his heart swelling with pride. "You're right. We're stronger together. Let's find a way to gather information about Sigurd's movements and ensure our safety." As they walked through the streets of Raven's Cove, the weight of their vows settled around them like a protective cloak. They were no longer just two individuals fighting for their freedom. They were partners bound by love, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. "First, we need to find Bjorn and Magnus," Eirik said, scanning the crowd. "They'll want to know what we've done." "Agreed," Solveig replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And I want to tell them about our plans. We need to make sure they're on board with our next steps." As they made their way through the bustling market, Eirik felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world around them was filled with uncertainty, but in that moment, he knew they could face anything together. Their love was a beacon of hope, guiding them through the darkness that threatened to engulf them. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together," Eirik said, his voice filled with conviction. "Together," Solveig echoed, her heart racing with the promise of their shared future. With their hearts intertwined and their spirits unyielding, Eirik and Solveig stepped boldly into the night, ready to carve their path in a world fraught with danger, but also filled with the promise of love and adventure. As Eirik and Solveig stepped back onto the deck of the Valkyria, the cool sea breeze greeted them, invigorating their spirits. The ship felt alive, the sound of waves crashing against the hull mingling with the laughter and chatter of the crew as they went about their tasks. Eric's heart swelled with pride as he looked at Solveig, her face glowing with joy. "Are you ready to share the news?" he asked, squeezing her hand gently. "More than ever," she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's tell them." Eirik cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crew. "Ahoy, everyone, gather around," he called out, his voice carrying over the sounds of the ship. The crew paused in their work, Curiosity piqued as they turned to face the newlyweds. Bjorn was the first to approach, a grin spreading across his face. "What's this about, Eric? You look like you've just won a battle." Eric exchanged a glance with Solveig, who nodded encouragingly. "We have some news to share," he began, his heart racing. "Solveig and I have just been married." A moment of stunned silence hung in the air before the crew erupted into cheers, their voices mingling with the sound of the sea. "Huzzah!" shouted one of the sailors, raising his tankard high. "To the captain and his bride!" Magnus stepped forward, clapping Eric on the shoulder. "Congratulations, you two! This calls for a celebration!" Eric beamed, the warmth of camaraderie washing over him. "Thank you. We're ready to face whatever comes next, especially Lord Sigurd. But first, we want to celebrate this moment with all of you." The crew erupted into applause, their excitement palpable. Bjorn raised his voice above the din. "A wedding feast! We must prepare a proper celebration for our captain and his bride." "Absolutely," Magnus agreed, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "We'll gather food and drink, and I'll make sure the best of the cove's provisions are brought aboard. This is a moment worth celebrating." Solveig felt her heart swell with happiness as she looked around at the crew, their faces filled with joy and support. "Thank you all for being here with us. Your friendship means the world to us." "Let's get to work!" Bjorn shouted, rallying the crew. "We'll need decorations, food, and plenty of ale. This ship will be transformed into a place of celebration." As the crew sprang into action, Eric and Solveig exchanged smiles, their hearts full. The atmosphere aboard the Valkyria shifted from one of tension to one of festivity, the promise of joy and laughter filling the air. Eric turned to Solveig, his eyes shining with love. "I can't believe we're finally married, and to celebrate it with our crew makes it even more special." "It truly does," Solveig replied, her voice warm. "I never imagined we would have such a wonderful celebration. It feels like a dream." As they decorated the ship together, the crew continued to gather provisions from the cove, bringing back barrels of ale, fresh bread, and a variety of meats and cheeses. The scent of roasting meat soon filled the air, mingling with the salty breeze. The crew worked with fervour, stringing colourful lanterns along the rigging and draping vibrant cloth over the tables, transforming the deck into a festive banquet hall. "Let's hang some lanterns and flowers," Solveig suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "It will make the deck feel festive." "Good idea," Eric agreed, his heart swelling with pride as he watched her take charge. As the crew decorated the ship, they busily gathered provisions from the cove, returning with barrels of ale, fresh bread, and an assortment of meats and cheeses. The aroma of roasting meat soon filled the air, mingling with the salty breeze. The crew worked with enthusiasm, stringing colourful lanterns along the rigging and draping vibrant cloth over the tables, transforming the deck into a festive banquet hall. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden light over the cove, the crew gathered around a makeshift table on the deck, laden with food and drink. Eric and Solveig stood at the head of the table, their hearts full as they looked out at their friends. "Thank you all for being here to celebrate with us," Eric said, raising his tankard high. "To love, friendship, and the adventures that lie ahead." "To love!" the crew echoed, their voices ringing out in unison as they raised their tankards in a toast. The table was a feast for the senses. Platters of roasted meats, succulent lamb, spiced chicken, and freshly caught fish were arranged alongside bowls of hearty stews, rich with vegetables and herbs. Freshly baked bread, still warm from the oven, was piled high, its crust golden and inviting. A variety of cheeses, some sharp and tangy, others creamy and mild, were accompanied by fruits, juicy apples, ripe berries, and sweet figs, adding a burst of colour to the spread. As the crew dug into the feast, laughter and stories flowed freely. Bjorn stood up, a tankard in hand, and began to regale the crew with tales of their adventures at sea, embellishing the stories with exaggerated gestures that had everyone in stitches. Eric and Solveig exchanged amused glances.
their hearts swelling with joy at the camaraderie surrounding them. "Let's not forget the ale," Magnus called out, pouring generous amounts into tankards. "We have enough to keep the spirits high all night long." The crew cheered, raising their tankards once more, the sound of clinking metal echoing across the deck. Eric and Solveig joined in the revelry, their laughter mingling with that of their friends. The atmosphere was electric, filled with warmth and love, a stark contrast to the challenges that lay ahead. As the night wore on, Solveig found herself swept up in the joy of the moment. She danced with Eric under the stars, the lanterns casting a soft glow around them. The music of a fiddle played by one of the crew members filled the air, and Solveig twirled, her laughter ringing out like a melody. "Whatever comes next, we'll face it together," Eric whispered, pulling Solveig close. "Together," she echoed, her heart racing with the promise of their shared future. As the festivities continued, the Valkyria became a beacon of hope and joy amidst uncertainty, a testament to the strength of love and the power of friendship. Eric and Solveig knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them side by side, united as husband and wife. The night deepened, and the crew began to share their own stories of love and loss, of battles fought and victories won. Each tale was met with cheers and laughter, the bonds of friendship growing stronger with every shared experience. Eric and Solveig listened intently, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the family they had found among the crew. As the stars twinkled overhead, Eric raised his tankard once more. "To the Valkyria and her crew, may we sail together into the dawn of new adventures." "To the Valkyria!" the crew roared, their voices echoing into the night, a chorus of unity and strength. With the warmth of love and friendship surrounding them, Eric and Solveig felt ready to face whatever challenges awaited them on the horizon. The wedding feast was not just a celebration of their union, it was a reaffirmation of their commitment to each other and to the crew that had become their family. Together, they would navigate the storms ahead, their hearts intertwined and their spirits unyielding. As the festivities aboard the Valkyria began to wind down, the sounds of laughter and celebration faded into the background, leaving only the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. Eric and Solveig found themselves alone in the dimly lit cabin, the soft glow of lantern light casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the scent of salt and the lingering aroma of the feast, a reminder of the joyous celebration they had just shared. Eric closed the door behind them, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and tenderness. He turned to Solveig, who stood by the window, gazing out at the moonlit sea. The silvery light illuminated her features, making her look ethereal, as if she were a part of the very night itself. "Can you believe we're finally married?" Eric asked, his voice low and filled with wonder. Solveig turned to him, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It feels like a dream," she replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. "I never imagined this day would come, and yet here we are." Eric stepped closer, his heart swelling with love. "You are my dream, Solveig. I've waited for this moment, to be with you, to share my life with you." He reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers lingering against her skin. The touch sent a shiver down her spine, igniting a warmth within her. She stepped closer, closing the distance between them, her breath hitching as she looked into his eyes. "Eric," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "I want to be with you, truly with you." His heart raced at her words, a rush of desire flooding through him. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. "I want this to be perfect for you." Solveig nodded, her gaze unwavering. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life." With that, Eric closed the distance between them, capturing her lips in a kiss that was both tender and passionate. The world around them faded away as they melted into each other, the warmth of their bodies igniting a fire that had been building since the moment they met. Eric's hands found her waist, pulling her closer,
deepening the kiss as he lost himself in her sweetness. As they broke apart, breathless, Erik looked into Solveig's eyes, searching for any hint of hesitation. Instead, he found only love and longing reflected back at him. He took her hand, leading her to the bed, where soft linens awaited them, inviting and warm. "Let's take our time," he murmured, his voice husky with desire. "I want to savor every moment with you." Solveig nodded, her heart racing as she sat on the edge of the bed, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Erik knelt before her, his hands gently caressing her thighs, his touch igniting sparks of electricity beneath her skin. He looked up at her, his gaze filled with adoration, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. "Your beauty takes my breath away," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I want to remember every detail." With that, he leaned in, placing soft kisses along her inner thighs, his lips trailing higher, igniting a fire within her. Solveig gasped, her body responding instinctively to his touch, a wave of pleasure washing over her. She tangled her fingers in his hair, urging him closer, lost in the sensations he was creating. Erik's hands explored her body, tracing the curves and contours that he had longed to touch. He revelled in the softness of her skin, the way she responded to his every caress. Each kiss, each touch, was a promise of the love they shared, a testament to the bond that had grown between them. As he continued his exploration, Solveig felt herself surrendering to the sensations, her body arching toward him, craving more of his warmth, more of his love. Erik's kisses ignited a fire within her, a desire that coursed through her veins like a wild river. She gasped as he moved higher, his lips brushing against her most sensitive spots, sending waves of pleasure crashing over her. "Erik," she breathed, her voice trembling with need. "Please." He looked up at her, his eyes dark with desire, and the sight of her vulnerability only fueled his passion. "I want to hear you say it," he urged, his voice low and sultry. "Tell me what you want." "I want you," she confessed, her cheeks flushed with desire. "I want to feel you, to be one with you." With a growl of approval, Erik rose to his feet, capturing her lips once more in a searing kiss that spoke of their shared longing. He pressed her back against the soft linens, his body hovering over hers, the heat radiating between them palpable. Solveig's heart raced as she felt the weight of him above her, the promise of what was to come igniting a fire deep within her. Erik's hands roamed over her body, exploring every curve, every dip, as if he were memorizing her. He took his time, savoring the way she responded to his touch, the way her breath hitched and her body arched beneath him. He wanted to worship her, to show her just how much she meant to him. "Tell me if I go too far," he murmured against her lips, his breath warm and inviting. "I want to make this perfect for you." "I trust you," Solveig replied, her voice filled with longing. "Just be with me." With that, Erik captured her lips again, their mouths moving together in a dance of passion. He pressed his body against hers, feeling the heat radiate between them, a magnetic pull that drew them closer. As their kisses deepened, Erik's hands found the hem of her dress, gently lifting it to reveal the soft skin of her thighs. He marveled at her beauty, the way the moonlight caressed her form, illuminating her like a goddess. "Erik," she breathed, her voice a mix of desire and need. "I want you to take me." His heart raced at her words, a primal urge surging through him. "Are you sure?" he asked again, wanting to ensure she was ready. "Yes," she replied, her eyes filled with determination. "I want to feel you inside me." With a low growl of desire, Erik positioned himself between her legs, his body trembling with anticipation. He leaned down, capturing her lips in another passionate kiss as he slowly entered her, their bodies fitting together perfectly. The sensation was electric, a rush of pleasure that coursed through them both, igniting every nerve ending. Solveig gasped, her body arching against him as he filled her completely. The connection was overwhelming, a beautiful melding of souls that transcended the physical. Erik's eyes locked onto hers, searching for any sign of discomfort, but all he found was pure ecstasy reflected back at him. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. "Yes," she breathed, her body responding to him instinctively. "More than okay." With that, Eric began to move, their bodies dancing together in a rhythm as old as time. Each thrust was filled with passion and tenderness, a perfect balance that sent Solveig spiraling into a realm of bliss. She wrapped her legs around him, pulling him deeper, urging him on as waves of pleasure washed over her. "Eric!" she gasped, her voice filled with longing. "You feel so good!" He groaned at her words, the sound reverberating through him as he lost himself in her warmth. The world outside faded away completely, leaving only the two of them, lost in a moment that felt both timeless and fleeting. Eric held her close, their bodies moving in perfect harmony, a beautiful expression of their love and commitment. As they continued to explore each other, the intensity of their connection deepened. Eric's hands roamed over Solveig's body, igniting every nerve ending, while her soft gasps filled the air, urging him on. They moved together in a dance of passion, their hearts beating in sync, a rhythm that echoed the love they had pledged to one another. With each kiss, each whispered word, they built a world of their own, a sanctuary where nothing else mattered but the two of them. Eric's touch was both gentle and fervent, a perfect balance that sent Solveig spiraling into a realm of bliss. She surrendered to the sensations, her body arching toward him, craving more of his warmth, more of his love. As the night deepened, they lost themselves in each other, their bodies entwined as they explored the depths of their passion. Eric's hands roamed over Solveig's body, tracing the curves and contours that he had longed to touch. He revelled in the softness of her skin, the way she responded to his every caress. Each kiss, each touch, was a promise of the love they shared, a testament to the bond that had grown between them. Finally, as the waves crashed against the ship, they reached the peak of their passion together, a beautiful crescendo that left them breathless. Eric held Solveig tightly, their bodies entwined as they rode the waves of pleasure, their hearts beating as one. In the aftermath they lay entwined in each other's arms, the soft glow of the lanterns casting a warm light over their bodies. Eric brushed a gentle kiss against Solveig's forehead, his heart full as he whispered, "You are everything to me." "And you are my heart," she replied, her voice soft and filled with love. "I never want this night to end." Eric smiled, his fingers tracing patterns on her skin. "Then let's make this a night to remember, one that we will carry with us always." As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the sound of the waves lapping against the ship became a soothing lullaby, cradling them in a cocoon of love and warmth. Together, they had embarked on a new journey, one filled with promise, adventure, and the unbreakable bond of their love. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery orange glow over the horizon as the Valkyria sliced through the tranquil waters of the Indian Ocean. The ship's sails billowed in the brisk wind, and the crew moved with a sense of urgency, their excitement palpable as they approached the bustling port of Calicut. Eric stood at the helm, his heart pounding with anticipation and dread. Beside him, Solveig gazed out at the distant shoreline, her thoughts a tempest of emotions. "Are you ready for this?" Eric asked, his voice steady but laced with concern. He turned to Solveig, searching her eyes for any hint of doubt. "I have to be," she replied, her voice firm yet tinged with uncertainty. "We've come too far to turn back now. I won't let Lord Sigurd or my father dictate my life any longer." Eric nodded, admiration swelling within him. "Together we'll face whatever awaits us. You are not alone in this." As the Valkyria drew closer to the dock, the sounds of the port enveloped them. Shouts of merchants hawking their wares, the clanging of metal, and the distant laughter of children playing along the shore. The vibrant colours of the market spilled into view, a stark contrast to the dark clouds of tension that loomed over Solveig's heart. "Prepare to dock!" Magnus called out, his voice booming over the din. The crew sprang into action, securing lines and adjusting sails, their movements practiced and efficient. Eric felt a surge of pride as he watched them work, a family forged through shared trials and triumphs. As the ship finally nestled against the wooden dock, Eric and Solveig exchanged a determined glance. The moment they had been preparing for had arrived. They stepped onto the gangplank, the solid wood beneath their feet grounding them as they faced the unknown. The port was alive with activity, but as they stepped onto the bustling dock, a chill ran down Solveig's spine. She scanned the crowd, her heart pounding in her chest. There, standing at the edge of the market, were two figures that sent a wave of dread crashing over her. Lord Sigurd, resplendent in his fine garments, stood with an air of authority, his eyes scanning the crowd with a predatory gleam. Beside him, her father, a stern figure with a furrowed brow, looked out over the port, his expression unreadable. The sight of them together sent a jolt of fear through Solveig, but she squared her shoulders, determination flooding her veins. "Stay close to me," Eric murmured, sensing her unease. He took her hand, their fingers intertwining, a silent promise of support. As they approached the dock, Lord Sigurd's gaze locked onto Solveig, a smirk spreading across his face. "Ah, the runaway bride has finally returned," he called out, his voice dripping with mockery. "I must admit, I was beginning to think you'd found a way to escape your fate." "Fate is not something I will allow you to dictate, Sigurd," Solveig replied, her voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. "I am no longer your pawn." Her father stepped forward, his expression a mixture of anger and disappointment. "Solveig, you have brought shame upon our family. You must return with me at once. This life you've chosen is not for you." "I will not go back to a life of servitude and fear," she shot back, her voice rising with conviction. "I am free now, and I intend to stay that way." Eric stepped protectively in front of her, his presence a shield against the looming threat. "You will not take her from here," he declared, his voice firm. "She has chosen her path, and I will stand by her side." Lord Sigurd's eyes narrowed, his smirk fading into a scowl. "You think you can protect her? You are nothing but a slave, a mere ship's hand. You have no power here." Eric's jaw clenched, but he held his ground. "I may not have wealth or title, but I have something far more valuable: love and loyalty. Solveig is my wife, and I will fight for her." The tension in the air crackled like a storm about to break. The crowd around them began to take notice, whispers spreading like wildfire. Solveig felt a surge of strength at Eric's words, her heart swelling with pride. She stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "Love is more powerful than any title or wealth," she declared, her voice ringing out with clarity. "I will not be forced into a life I do not want. I choose my own destiny." Lord Sigurd's expression darkened, and he took a step closer, his voice low and menacing. "You think you can defy me? I will not let you go so easily, Solveig. You belong to me, and I will do whatever it takes to reclaim what is mine." Eric's grip on Solveig's hand tightened, a protective instinct surging through him. "You will not lay a hand on her," he warned, his voice steady. "We will not let you take her back." The crowd around them began to murmur, the tension palpable as they watched the confrontation unfold. Eric could feel the weight of their gazes, a mixture of curiosity and concern. He knew they were on the precipice of something monumental, and he refused to back down. "Enough of this!" Solveig's father barked, his voice cutting through the tension. "You will return with me, Solveig. I will not allow you to disgrace our family any further." "Disgrace?" Solveig echoed, her voice rising in defiance. "You speak of disgrace while you stand with a man who seeks to control me. I will not be a pawn in your games any longer." The air was thick with tension, and Eric could feel the storm brewing. He knew they had to act quickly. "We will not be intimidated," he said, his voice strong. "We will fight for our freedom, for our love." Lord Sigurd's eyes glinted with malice, and he stepped back, a calculating look crossing his face. Very well then. If it is a fight you want, it is a fight you shall have. But know this, Solveig, I will not rest until I have you back at my side. With that, he turned on his heel, striding away with her father in tow, leaving a wake of tension in their departure. The crowd began to disperse, the whispers of the confrontation echoing in the air. Eric turned to Solveig, his heart pounding in his chest. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern etched on his face. "I will be," she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "But we need to prepare. They won't give up easily." Eric nodded, determination flooding his veins. "We'll gather the crew and come up with a plan. We will not let them take you from me." As they walked back toward the ship, the weight of the confrontation hung heavy in the air. But amidst the uncertainty, a fire ignited within Solveig. She was no longer the frightened girl who had run away from her fate. She was a woman ready to fight for her freedom, her love, and her future. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dock as Eric and Solveig gathered the crew in the ship's hold. The atmosphere was charged with urgency, the crew's faces reflecting a mix of determination and concern. "Listen up!" Eric called, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "Lord Sigurd and Solveig's father will not let this go easily. They will come for us and we need to be ready." Magnus stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "What's the plan, Captain?" "We'll fortify the ship and prepare for a fight," Eric replied, his heart racing. "We'll use the element of surprise to our advantage. If they want a battle, we'll give them one." The crew nodded, their resolve solidifying as they moved to gather weapons and supplies. Solveig felt a surge of pride as she watched them work, a family united in their cause. "Eric," she said, her voice steady, "I want to fight alongside you. I won't hide while you protect me." He turned to her, his expression softening. "I can't let you put yourself in danger." "I'm not afraid," she insisted, her eyes blazing with determination. "This is my fight too." Eric hesitated, then nodded, admiration swelling within him. "Very well, but promise me you'll stay close." "I promise," she replied, her heart racing with anticipation. As night fell, the port was illuminated by flickering torches, casting an eerie glow over the scene. The crew worked tirelessly, securing the ship and preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Eric and Solveig stood together at the bow, their hearts pounding in unison. Suddenly a commotion erupted from the dock. Eric's heart sank as he spotted Lord Sigurd and her father, flanked by a group of armed men, striding toward the Valkyria with purpose. The air crackled with tension as they approached, their intentions clear. "Prepare yourselves!" Eric shouted, his voice ringing out over the chaos. The crew sprang into action, grabbing weapons and taking their positions. "Sigurd!" Solveig called out, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. "You will not take me back!" Lord Sigurd's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You think you can defy me? I will have you, Solveig. You belong to me." "Not anymore!" she shouted back, her voice fierce. "I am free, and I will fight for my freedom!" With a roar, Lord Sigurd signalled his men to advance. The clash of steel rang out as the crew of the Valkyria met the attackers head-on. Eric fought alongside his crew, his heart racing as he parried blows and struck back with fierce determination. "Stay close to me!" he shouted to Solveig, who fought valiantly beside him, her spirit unyielding. She wielded a dagger with surprising skill, her movements fluid and precise as she defended herself against the attackers. The battle raged on, chaos erupting around them. Eric's heart pounded as he fought, adrenaline surging through his veins. He caught glimpses of Solveig, her fierce determination shining through as she fought off an attacker with a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Eric!" she called, her voice cutting through the din. "Watch out!" Eric turned just in time to see Lord Sigurd charging toward him, a wicked glint in his eyes. With a primal roar, Sigurd swung his sword, aiming for Eric's heart. Eirik barely managed to deflect the blow, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm. "Is this the best you can do?" Eirik taunted, his heart racing as he squared off against his foe. "You're nothing without your title, Sigurd!" Sigurd's face twisted with rage. "I will break you!
just as I will break her spirit!" With a fierce battle cry, Eirik lunged forward, their swords clashing in a shower of sparks. The two men fought with a ferocity that echoed the storm brewing around them, each blow fueled by their conflicting desires for power and freedom. Meanwhile, Solveig fought valiantly, her heart pounding as she took down another attacker. She could see Eirik locked in combat with Lord Sigurd, and a surge of determination coursed through her. She would not let him fight alone. "Eirik!" she shouted, her voice fierce. "I'm coming!" With a swift motion, she dispatched her opponent and rushed toward Eirik, her heart racing. She could see the struggle in his eyes, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. She would not let him bear it alone. "Sigurd!" she yelled, drawing his attention. "You will never control me again!" Lord Sigurd turned, his eyes narrowing as he saw Solveig charging toward him. "You think you can defy me?" he spat, his voice filled with venom. Eirik seized the moment, launching himself at Sigurd with renewed vigor. The two men clashed again, their swords ringing out in a deadly dance. Eirik felt the weight of Solveig's presence behind him, her fierce spirit igniting a fire within him. With a powerful swing, Eirik disarmed Sigurd, sending his sword clattering to the ground. "You've lost, Sigurd," he shouted, his voice filled with triumph. But Sigurd's eyes glinted with malice as he reached for a hidden dagger at his belt. "Not yet," he snarled, lunging towards Solveig. "No!" Eirik roared, his heart racing as he lunged forward, tackling Sigurd to the ground just as the dagger glinted in the torchlight. The two men wrestled fiercely, the struggle for dominance echoing the chaos around them. Solveig rushed to Eirik's side, her heart pounding as she grabbed Sigurd's arm, twisting it until the dagger fell from his grasp. "You will not harm him!" she shouted, her voice fierce. With a final surge of strength, Eirik pinned Sigurd to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "This ends now," he declared, his voice steady. "You will never control her again." The crowd around them fell silent, the tension hanging thick in the air as Eirik held Sigurd down. The remaining attackers hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. "Leave now," Eirik warned, his voice low and dangerous. "Or face the consequences." With a snarl of defeat, Lord Sigurd glared at Solveig, his expression a mix of fury and desperation. "This isn't over, Solveig. I will have you back one way or another." Eirik tightened his grip, his heart racing. "You will never have her. She is free and she will never return to you." With that, Sigurd's men began to retreat, their resolve crumbling in the face of Eirik's fierce determination. The crowd parted, allowing them to escape into the shadows of the port, leaving Eirik and Solveig standing victorious. As the last of the attackers fled, the crew erupted into cheers, their voices ringing out in triumph. Eirik turned to Solveig, his heart swelling with pride and love. "We did it," he breathed, pulling her into his arms. "Yes, we did," she replied, her eyes shining with tears of joy. Together, the weight of the battle began to lift, replaced by a sense of freedom and hope. They had faced their fears and emerged victorious, united in their love and determination. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the port, Eirik and Solveig stood together, hand in hand, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited them. The Valkyria would be their sanctuary, and they would sail into the dawn of a new life, free from the shadows of the past.